Master, please don't. I am your obedient disciple. As long as you listen to me and help the Hahuan sect rise among the 12 sects of Lingyun, I will return your freedom. Before the words fell, the woman eagerly lunged at me. Because I possess a sacred body, I have been bound to the bed by my master since childhood for extraction. And to develop the sect, all female disciples are required to cultivate on me. Wen Ruyun, I know you are anxious, but can you please not rush? Your urgency is really affecting my mood. If the results are poor, don't complain afterward. Upon hearing this, Wen Ruyun's graceful figure paused, then she gently leaned down and kissed my forehead, her voice slightly trembling, mixed with a hint of guilt as she responded, Xiao Qinghe, it is my master who is too anxious. Please do not blame me. 3 days later is the day of sect evaluation in the Lingyun continent. If my master cannot break through to the nascent soul stage, the Hahuan sect is very likely to be demoted to a lower-tier sect. I pushed away that stunning face, interrupting her next words, stop acting in front of me. If I let you take off your armor, why are you saying anything? Do you still want to be emotional? Wen Ruyun was slightly taken aback. The bitterness on her face instantly dissipated, and a smile appeared. You should have said so earlier. I thought you were just throwing a tantrum. Sigh. It's not a big deal. Then, a jade hand reached through the gap in the curtain, and one piece of clothing after another was casually tossed aside by her. In an instant, the temperature in the secret chamber surged, as if even the air had been ignited. Xiao Qinghe, you truly are a treasure of cultivation. Oh, come on, it's just cultivation. Why so much nonsense? Until 3 days later, when Ruyun sat in front of the dressing mirror, her face glowing with health and her mood excellent, she had surprisingly succeeded in breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Looking across the entire Lingyun continent, at her age of 493, she had barely stepped into the nascent soul realm. Her talent could be said to be utterly mediocre. If she hadn't broken through to the nascent soul, she wouldn't have many years left to live. Fortunately, she had me, the chosen one with a sacred body. My existence is heaven's greatest blessing to the Hahuan sect. In this life, the Hahuan sect is destined to reach an unprecedented height in the hands of Wen Ruyun. Afterwards, Wen Ruyun changed into a long red spaghetti strap dress, her proud figure captivating. She gracefully walked to the bedside. Qinghe, today I am going to participate in the sect evaluation. Do you have anything to say to me? I let out a cold laugh, slowly opened my eyes, and stared intently at Wen Ruyun. Then I will help your Hahuan sect be removed from both the righteous and demonic paths as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Wen Ruyun smiled slightly and threw me a flirtatious glance. Your tongue is still so tough. Then I shall take my leave. I have expanded the formation that seals you to the entire secret chamber. You can get off the bed now. This is a small reward for you. After all, you have been trapped on this bed for 17 years. After saying this, Wen Ruyun turned and left. My name is Xin Qinghe. 20 years ago, I came to this world full of cultivators. At that time, I was only 1 year old, and I was brought back to the Hahuan sect by this woman, Wen Ruyun, and became her closed-door disciple. I originally thought I would have a legendary romance like in the Return of the Condor Heroes, but who would have thought that at the age of 3, I was imprisoned in this secret chamber by Wen Ruyun, never to see the light of day again. At 18, Wen Ruyun finally showed her fangs, extracting from me day and night, and thus began a 2-year-long in-depth exchange, from initial novelty to joy, then from excitement to numbness. Apart from being ruthlessly drained, there were no feelings left to speak of. The root of all evil lies in my possessing a sacred body, a dual cultivation sacred body that countless female cultivators dream of. Sigh, what meaning does such a life have? Speaking of which, a bitter smile appeared on my face. Now, I don't even have the ability to end my own life. Wen Ruyun had long placed a restriction on me, not only sealing my cultivation but also limiting my thoughts of self-destruction, and with my mere first layer of chi refining, I was utterly powerless to resist. Just now, after Wen Ruyun broke through to the nascent soul stage, she reinforced the original restrictions once again. In this lifetime, I'm afraid I can hardly escape the clutches of this woman. However, at that moment, a system voice echoed in my mind. Congratulations, host, for achieving 1,000 cultivation accomplishments, successfully activating the immortal cultivation system. With each realm the host cultivator ascends, the host can extract a portion of their cultivation to enhance themselves. Newbie reward, upgrade the holy body to the eternal overlord holy body. Talent replication, divine ability hidden spirit. As I looked at the system that slowly appeared in my mind, a surge of ecstasy welled up in my heart. My fate would be rewritten from this point on. After a long time, I finally suppressed the excitement in my heart, took a deep breath, and a hint of coldness flashed in my eyes. Wen Ruyun, from now on, my life belongs to me. Subsequently, I closed my eyes to feel it for a moment. Having extracted a portion of Wen Ruyun's cultivation, I have now reached the early stage of foundation establishment. It is worth noting that in the Lingyun continent, there are many who cannot break through to foundation establishment in their lifetime. yet I have done so casually. After that, I sat cross-legged on the ground, stroking my chin and falling into contemplation. The advancement of my physique no longer puts my life in danger due to the damage to my yuan yang, and I can also extract the cultivation of others when they advance, which means I don't even need to cultivate. Just then, the system's voice sounded again, time reversal detected. Do you want to replicate it? I was slightly taken aback. Is this Wen Ruyun's divine ability? Soon, the system provided an explanation. Wen Ruyun, the leader of the Hahuan sect, a reborn individual, was the leader of the Hahuan sect in her previous life, aged 493, with cultivation at the early stage of the nascent soul, no physique, no talent, and the divine ability of time reversal, which can be used once a month, with a reversal interval of half an hour, and cannot be accumulated. Goodness, this woman is actually a reborn individual and possesses such a heaven-defying ability. No wonder I have felt mentally exhausted every month for the past 2 years on a certain day. I thought it was due to lack of sleep. It turns out this woman used time reversal. I couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Wen Ruyun is simply wasting her talents, having such a divine ability yet using it in such a place. But upon reflection, I also understand the reason why Wen Ruyun did this. It is all because of her poor aptitude. A person without any cultivation physique or innate abilities can survive in this realm of cultivation until now, and even manage to become the leader of a sect, which is clearly quite remarkable. Thinking of this, I suddenly burst into wild laughter. Wen Ruyun, just you wait. Once I surpass your cultivation, I will repay the pain you inflicted on me 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. As soon as I finished speaking, I was taken aback. No, you wish. How could I easily fulfill your wish? At that time, I will make you kneel and beg me. Whether I give or not will depend entirely on my mood. However, at that moment, a timid voice came through the stone wall. Junior brother, are you there? Hearing this, I quickly closed my mouth and put on a cold, frosty expression. Where else can I be besides here? Come in. Then, a gentle woman walked in carrying a lunchbox. She slowly approached the stone table, placed the lunchbox on the table, and then methodically took out plate after plate of dishes. I glanced at the braised sea cucumber, garlic grilled abalone, black bone chicken and goji berry soup, and the dragon-patterned tiger whip, thinking to myself, as a dignified ancient supreme body, why would I need such inferior spiritual food for nourishment? It's simply a joke. I let out a cold snort, my tone full of impatience. Can't we let Wen Ruyun change the dishes? It's the same every day. I'm tired of eating this. After my scolding, the woman's eyes turned red, and she looked like she was about to cry. I finally sighed, took out my chopsticks from the lunchbox, and picked up a piece of sea cucumber to put in my mouth. I knew very well that my senior sister, Nangong Xiaoyun, was just following orders. The real instigator was still that detestable Wen Ruyun. Watching me chew slowly, Nangong Xiaoyun's little face turned slightly red, feeling that her junior brother was really too good-looking. Junior brother, you are willing to close yourself off to enhance your cultivation for the prosperity of the sect. You have worked hard, but after all, the master is the master. You shouldn't call her by her name directly. I spat and then glanced at her. Yes, she is the master, and I am the disciple. The disciple should willingly make sacrifices for the master. Is that what you mean? Nangong Xiaoyun shook her head like a rattledrum upon hearing this. Junior brother, you misunderstood. I absolutely did not mean that. The master loves you the most. How could she treat you as a sacrifice? Shen Xinghao lazily ignored her, picked up a piece of abalone, threw it into his mouth and chewed it fiercely, tasting like chewing wax. At this point, he was thinking about something, to run, or to stay. Right now, his cultivation had already broken through the early stage of foundation establishment, but this Nangong Xiaoyun in front of him had the cultivation of the great perfection of foundation establishment. So whether it was the prohibition Wen Ruyun had left on him or the cultivation gap with Nangong Xiaoyun, running, neither is a wise choice. A sudden light dawned on him at the thought. Why should I run? In this cultivation world, is there a better place than here for me to quickly raise my cultivation? I'm really confused. This is a great opportunity. Shifu, why aren't you eating? Seeing Shen Xinghao stop his chopsticks, Nangong Xiaoyun asked cautiously. Shen Xinghao raised his head and looked at Nangong Xiaoyun. The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly, and a gentle smile appeared in his eyes. This put Nangong Xiaoyun in a daze. Even though she knew in her heart that this senior brother Shen was most likely a captive lover of her master, she still fell into it, unable to extricate herself. A moment later, Shen Xinghao slowly opened his mouth. Elder sister, do you want the chance or not? Chapter 3, Bringing People Together. Above the drapery, light and shadow intermingled, elongating the swaying figure and projecting it on top of the ancient stone wall, as if it were a hazy painting. After an hour had passed, Nangong Xiaoyun sat on her knees and began to refine the yuan-yang power in her dantian. Not long after, A spiritual pressure of the Jindan realm blasted out. The good thing was that the secret room had a prohibition set by Wen Ruyun, so as not to let this breath spread out. Feeling the might of this Jindan realm, the corners of Xinxingha's mouth rose slightly. He rested his chin and admired with interest. Nangong Xiaoyun's posture that contrasted greatly with her character couldn't help but take his breath away. This senior sister Nangong was usually gentle and well-behaved, with a bit of shyness and restraint in her speech and behavior. Yet just the party was acting extremely confident. Compared to Wen Ruyun's strength, Nangong Xiaoyun's aura was more introverted and calm. Of course, for these red-powdered skeletons, he would just bat his eyes. What he was most looking forward to was the benefits that the other party would bring to himself after his promotion. Not long after, the heavenly voice of the system arrived as promised. Congratulations to the host. Nangong Xiaoyun successfully broke through the Jindan realm. Cultivation extraction in. Successful extraction. Host, Xinxingha. Cultivation, late foundation stage. Physique, ancient pure yang hegemonic holy body, grade gold. Avatar, time travel, grade red. Hint, Jedi strike back, blue talent detected. Is it a replica? Xinxingha hemmed and hawed. Let me take the flavor first and open her panel. In the next moment, Nangong Xiaoyun's panel surfaced in his mind. Nangong Xiaoyun. Identity, Acacia Sect inner disciple. Age, 215. Cultivation, early Jindan stage. Physical, none. Talent, Jedi strike back, grade blue. If in a passive state of exhaustion, it will burst out of its own potential and strike back with all its might. Avatar, none. Face value, 92. No wonder she was able to reverse the situation just now when she had clearly appeared to be in a losing position. The reason is actually here. Xinxingha came to a sudden realization and replicated this talent in an instant. This is a good thing. If you meet an opponent who can't be defeated in the future, at least you have the capital to escape. Half a cup of tea passed. Nangong Xiaoyun stroked her hands on her dantian place and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Then her eyelashes blinked slightly, and her eyes, which were open, looked at Xinxingha. At this moment, she finally understood what her master said. The real reason why this senior brother willingly closed his eyes to death for the clan. He also figured out that his master was obviously of average talent, but suddenly his cultivation had progressed like a fly in these 2 short years. Senior brother. Nangong Xiaoyun opened her mouth, her voice trembling slightly. Senior is too despicable. A hint of cunning flashed under Xinxingha's eyes, but his face was a bitter smile. He slowly got down from the bed, holding a robe in his hand, and walked with gentle steps to Nangong Xiaoyun. Senior sister Xiaoyun, the ground is cool, don't catch a cold. Nangong Xiaoyun was slightly stunned as she glanced down, and a blush immediately spread across her face. Hastily reaching for the robe, he wrapped himself as much as he could and said softly, thank you, master. Xinxingha took a deep breath and said slowly, Senior sister Xiaoyun, senior master saved me from that change back then. This is the grace of saving my life, though she has held me captive all these years, and it would be a lie to say that I don't resent her. I don't hate her. After all, what are my years compared to saving my life? Nangong Xiaoyun sniffed, and a thick flash of pity surfaced in her eyes. Senior brother, you've been wronged. Xinxingha sighed softly. In this cultivation world, the weak and the strong are supposed to be the norm. What can be done about aggravation? Doesn't it seem too naive? Master Ji, she's just doing what everyone does. Hearing this, Nangong Xiaoyun fell silent as she lowered her head, her mind reeling with thoughts. She tried to swap her position with her master's, and how she would treat Xinxingha. However, she was shocked to find that if she were to do it herself, she was afraid that she would only do it more excessively than her master. A moment later, she said with a distressed look on her face, Senior brother, you are too kind. The master teacher is treating you like this, and you're even able to excuse her. Xinxingha shook his head. Senior sister Xiaoyun, this is not kindness, but sobriety. As a disciple of the Acacia Sect, I know my situation and my role. If I can use my meager efforts to push the Acacia Sect to the top, I, for one, have no regrets in death. Nangong Xiaoyun's pupils shook slightly as she looked at Xinxingha, as if she was truly recognizing this senior brother for the first time. She raised her head slightly and lowered her voice. Senior brother. Senior, she's just taking advantage of. Xinxingha hurriedly reached out and covered her cherry mouth. Sister. Seeing her quiet down, Xinxingha then slowly loosened his hand. Nangong Xiaoyun sighed, and after a moment of silence, she finally clenched her teeth and said softly, Senior brother, if there is a day when you need help, I will definitely stand on your side. Xinxingha looked at her, a trace of gratitude flashing in his gaze. Senior sister Xiaoyun, with your words, Xingha is content. Xinxingha was pleased in his heart. He was waiting for these words. Gathering people, that's one by one, and right at this moment, Nangong Xiaoyun, for some reason, her small face reddened once again, and even the roots of her ears were tinted with a faint pink color. Seeing this, Xin Xinghe hurriedly asked with concern. Senior Sister Qiaoyun, what's wrong with you? Hearing Xin Xinghe's words, Nangong Qiaoyun's body trembled slightly and hastily shook her head. No, I'm fine, just thought of something. Saying this, her voice became lower and lower, almost as thin as a mosquito in the end, and the blush on her face intensified. Xin Xinghe asked curiously, what is it that Senior Sister is thinking about? Nangong Qiaoyun took a deep breath and whispered softly, Senior brother, my cultivation doesn't seem to be too solid. Can you help me again? Xin Xinghe laughed aloud. Ha ha, Senior Sister Qiaoyun. In the future, don't be so polite again. You and I are from the same sect. Such trivial matters are not enough to worry about. His laughter was refreshing, like a spring breeze brushing against his face, instantly sweeping away this originally somewhat embarrassing atmosphere. It even made Nangong Qiaoyun's extremely fast-beating heart gradually calm down. A moment later, she whispered softly, Senior brother, you've worked hard for the clan all these years. This time, let me do it. Chapter 4 Sect Evaluation. Today was the day in the Lingyun continent, when the 10,000 clans redrew their equations. This was naturally not a big deal for those clans that were firmly in the first or second rank. Their roots were deep and strong, and it was difficult to shake their position no matter how the equations were delineated. However, for those third or fourth rate, or even lower equivalent clans, this day was a top priority. The redrawing of the sect's rank was not only related to the allocation of resources in the secret realm and the recruitment of disciples, but also to the survival of the sect. This was undoubtedly a life and death test for today's Acacia sect. Some years ago, with the fall of the last Yuaning old monster of the Acacia sect, the Acacia sect's position as a third-rate sect instantly became a hot potato. Those fourth-rate sects were eyeing the third-rate position. Moreover, as long as the Acacia sect fell out of the ranks of the third-rate sects, it would no longer be blessed by the 12 Lingyun sects, because in the eyes of these higher-ups, all below the third-rate are trash and have absolutely no value of existence. If this was the case, the Acacia sect's fate could be imagined. Haoran sect. Almost as soon as it was dawn, the 7 peaks of the Haoran sect were already lined up. At this time, it was already past noon, and Wen Ruyun was standing outside the main hall of Zhenyang Peak with a jade slip and an apprehensive look on her face. In front of her, there were 2 others, and soon it would be her turn. After roughly half a tea's worth of work, a man with a beard dressed as a swordsman walked out from the main hall. When he saw Wen Ruyun, a wistful look appeared on his face and he quickly came to follow him. Ruyun, how's the thinking going? As he said that, his eyes recklessly surveyed Wen Ruyun's body. He, as long as you agree to become my family's old ancestor's concubine, his old man will naturally bless your Acacia sect. Wen Ruyun coldly swept a glance at him, her eyes full of disdain. Lu Sanjie, you are too high on your fast dagger sect. Lu Sancho's face sank as he sniffed. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he suddenly noticed a powerful spiritual pressure pressing down from above his head, instantly enveloping him. Immediately afterward his legs went limp and he flopped to his knees, sweating profusely. This is the pressure of the Yuaning realm. Lu Sanjie's face suddenly changed. He never thought that with Wen Ruyun's inferior qualifications, he would be able to break through to Yuaning. Wen Ruyun looked at him coldly, her gaze like a knife, and sneered. Lu Sanzhou, go back and tell that awful old man that the matters of the Acacia sect are not for him to bother about. Also, if I ever find out that anyone from your fast sword sect is harassing my Acacia sect's female cultivators, just don't blame me for beating on your mountain gate. After saying that, she withdrew her spiritual pressure and cast her gaze forward, no longer bothering with this trash. At this moment, only a few of the surrounding Taoists who were also from third-rate sects were seen clasping their fists in congratulations after a short period of dismay. Wen Ruyun was all smiles and gave a slight salute to the crowd with a graceful demeanor. Fellow Taoists, the Acacia sect's achievements today are all due to the fact that the entire sect is working together. In the future, I still hope that all of you will take care of me, and if there is a need, the Acacia sect, will definitely help out. At this time that Lu Three Knives hard to climb up from the ground, dare to be angry but dare not say, can only be indignant in the heart? Little, you wait for me, isn't it just a breakthrough to Yuaning? My family's old ancestor is going to impact the middle stage of Yuaning recently. Oh, by then, we'll see. Harmony clan, come in. A lazy voice came out from within the great hall. Wen Ruyun took a deep breath, and with the encouragement of several Taoists, she stepped into the hall with a confident stride. The moment he entered the great hall, 12 majestic and incomparable pressures came over him like a tidal wave. Wen Ruyun's mind was shaken, and she hurriedly operated her spiritual energy, condensing a layer of protective spiritual light around her body, stabilizing her slightly shaking form. Her gaze was stoic and unassuming as she continued to step forward, each step seemingly extraordinarily heavy. Above the great hall at this time sat 12 somewhat outrageously young men and women. Their gazes varied, some shaking their heads slightly, some nodding gently, with a few moments of scrutiny and playfulness in their expressions. Wen Ruyun unabashedly bowed towards the front. Acacia Sect Patriarch Wen Ruyun, meet the royal judges. This royal evaluator was the messenger sent by the 12 Lingyun sect to be responsible for this sect evaluation. None of them was a generation of heavenly pride that was hard to come by in 100 years, and their cultivation was already extraordinary at a young age. I heard that the youngest among them was not even 100 years old, yet he had already reached the Yuaning realm. This kind of natural talent is breathtaking. At this moment, only the Haoran sect royal evaluator sitting in the center hooked his finger. In the next moment, the jade simplicity in Wen Ruyun's hand flew straight into his palm as if pulled by an invisible force. He swept over the jade slip with a bland expression, then returned it, his gaze faintly looking at Wen Ruyun. By the looks of it, you just broke through? Wen Ruyun slightly bowed her head and respectfully responded, yes, the imperial critic really has a discerning eye. At that moment, the imperial assessor of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion suddenly laughed. Newly entered Yuaning? Oh, then there's another threshold to be added if you want to retain the title of a third-rate sect. You know the rules, don't you? Wen Ruyun's hand subconsciously clenched as she nodded heavily. It is still necessary to carry the spiritual pressure of an imperial assessor for an incense stick of time. The man nodded, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he swept his gaze over the crowd. Gentlemen, who's coming? As soon as the words fell, that Moonflower sect's imperial assessor rose slightly, but was stopped by that Heavenly Tone Pavilion's imperial assessor. Fong Loner, your Moonflower sect has always favored female cultivators, so if I let you make a move, I'm afraid, he. His words were not explicit, but his meaning was obvious. Fong Loner let out a cold snort and angrily looked at the Heavenly Tone Pavilion imperial evaluator. Manhwarecap, don't you dare measure the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a small man. Manhwarecap grinned and shrugged. I didn't say that. It's you, senior sister, who are too sensitive. Fong Loner was burning with rage, and a long, metaphysical colored sword appeared in her hand. Seeing that the situation was uncontrollable, that Xian Heavenly Sect's royal evaluator hurriedly rounded up the situation. Harmony makes money. Harmony makes money. Loner senior sister, calm down. This is not Lu Yun senior brother is still here. Let him decide. After saying that, he passed a wink towards that Haoran sect's royal evaluator who was sitting in the center. Lu Yun nodded slightly, but he pointed at Manhwarecap and said indifferently, Wyvern, since you have an opinion, you will be in charge of the inspection. When the crowd heard this, they were all stunned. Her Highness Wen Ruyun's heart tightened and a wave of unwillingness surged in her heart. Could it be that, even if I were to live a new life, my Acacia sect would still not be able to escape the fate of annihilation? Chapter 5 Red Order Physique Phantom Spirit Body. 2 hours passed. Nangong Xiaoyun sat down on her knees and closed her eyes. In an instant, a majestic spiritual energy quickly dispersed from her dantian to her entire body. The surge of power energized her. Soon, her breath gradually smoothed out, and the spiritual light around her body flowed, obviously having already settled down. I don't know how long it took, but Xinxingha saw that Nangong Xiaoyun still had no intention of waking up. He couldn't help but be a little curious, so he came to its side, squatted down, and took a closer look. However, at the very next moment, the silk black gas rose from Nangong Xiaoyun's body. Xinxingha's face suddenly changed. It's a precursor to going off the deep end. Xinxingha hurriedly came to its back, operating his spiritual energy, and slapped his palm on top of her jade back. Senior sister Xiaoyun, wake up. Several calls froze her. Xinxingha cursed. This was the first ally he had taken great pains to gather, and it would be too much of a loss if he were to die violently because he had gone mad. In the heat of the moment, there was nothing else to do. However, right at this critical juncture, the heavenly voice of the system leisurely came. Alert, Nangong Xiaoyun has been detected awakening the phantom spirit body red. Will you assist? What? How did she awaken on? Xinxingha was dumbfounded. The system favored him enough to explain. The host's ancient pure yang hegemony saint body is an immortal saint body. The person who sucks in your yuan yang will, to a certain extent, have a very small probability of awakening a talent, physique, or aptitude based on his or her own condition. Oh, I see. Xinxingha drifted off, then asked, what is the use of this phantom spirit body? A phantom spirit body that exerts an extremely strong attraction to the opposite sex. Gee, that's quite 666. The introduction of the system continues. Phantom spirit body, when activated, can ignore divine sense attacks, upper limit transformation spirit realm, once a day, non-accumulative, holy, divine skill, Xinxingha exclaimed in his heart, shocked beyond measure. He didn't sleep all those years for nothing. In his spare time, Wen Ruyun told him many matters related to cultivation. It was mentioned therein that the reason why the Yuaning realm crushed Jindan was not just by relying on powerful spiritual energy and magic treasures, even more so because of that hint of divine sense that was born after the Jindan transformed into a baby, but any means of attack launched with this divine sense, either they resisted with equal divine sense, or they needed excellent spirit-type spiritual treasures. Otherwise, they will be left to be slaughtered. This was also the biggest dependency of most of the Yuaning old monsters. On a larger scale, when Yuaning or even Wanshan fights, victory or defeat is often just a thought away. If one could have a phantom spirit body, one would be immune to divine sense attacks. Then, before the fight even started, those who possessed a spiritual body had already steadily grasped the initiative. So, the ability is simply not too unbelievable. Right at this moment, Nangong Xiaoyun's painful screams reached Xinxing's ears, scaring him so much that he sat on his butt on the ground. I'll go. I can't believe I forgot about senior sister. With that said, he rushed to the system and expressed his willingness to assist. Received. Beginning of the seal of the servant. Wait, what the hell? And what does servant seal mean? Xinxing was stunned, and alarm bells went off in his heart. The host is not free to assist. The one who is assisted must carve a servant mark and become the host's immortal servant, and from then on, his life will be completely subject to the host's control. Good guy. Overbearing enough. If this were to carve one for that woman Wen Ruyun, wouldn't the entire Acacia sect be mine? Hint, the other party must awaken any grade of ability with the host's assistance in order to carve a servant seal. From the system, if the host is any more obsequious, the immortal raising system will enter uninstallation mode. Don't. I'll cut the crap. You go on. Hey, go on. Chapter 6 Abilities. Can you still lend it out? Xinxing squatted beside Nangong Xiaoyun nervously, one moment pacing anxiously, the next crouching down to check on her condition, the whole thing looking fidgety. It was no wonder he was so petty. After all, this was his first immortal servant. It would be a big loss if anything went wrong. He prayed in his heart. Senior sister Xiaoyun, you mustn't be alright. I don't know if it was because of his call, but in the next moment, Nangong Xiaoyun's eyelashes moved slightly. Xinxing's eyes lit up. Senior sister Xiaoyun. Nangong Xiaoyun's beautiful eyes opened slightly, only to see her pupils. The word servant flickered vaguely, fleetingly. She looked at Xinxing with a confused face and asked, Senior brother, what's wrong with me? Xinxing coughed lightly without changing his face. Ahem, it's okay, we'll be good friends from now on. Nangong Xiaoyun nodded with seeming understanding, thinking, how is it only good friends? I don't know if it was an illusion, but after she woke up, she developed a different kind of emotion towards Xinxing. I can't say, but there's a vague feeling. For his sake, even if the mountain of daggers and the sea of fire, she will not complain. Thinking of this, Nangong Xiaoyun shook her head, casting away this inexplicable thought. Xinxing naturally didn't know what she was thinking, because he was grasping the phantom spirit body, which was a good thing. After the replica was finished, he lay down on the couch with satisfaction, the corner of his mouth lifting up in a smug smile. Unfortunately, Nangong Xiaoyun didn't break through to the late Jindan stage, and looking at the situation it should also look like it was on the verge of doing so. At this time, Nangong Xiaoyun changed into a purple jacket. The hem of the skirt lightly flicked, lining her more and more moving. She came nearer with her steps, and her hands subconsciously pressed on Xinxing's temples, gently rubbing them. Just after doing so, she snapped to alert. What's happening to me? Xinxing seemed to sense her emotions and slowly got up, laughing and changing the topic. Senior sister Xiaoyun, did the master mention when she would return to the sect? Nangong Xiaoyun sniffed, thought a little, shook her head, and replied, Master did not mention it, but sect assessments are usually completed within a day. With Master going so early, he should be able to make it back after noon. Midday? Xinxing frowned. Although he had been in a secret room for many years, he had practiced a mental calculation of time. He secretly projected that now could already be evening. Strange, what is this woman up to? It's so late, why isn't she back yet? What do I care about her? I don't give a damn if she lives or dies. She better die out there. Right at this moment, a system beep sounded in his head. It's just that unlike before, the beep, this time, seems to be a bit rushed. Nail. Warning, Wen Ruyun's life is in serious danger. Will you assist? What? Xinxing's heart and mind shook, and without even thinking, he immediately chose to aid. Please ask the host to choose the assistance ability. Only one of them can be chosen. Physique, Phantom Spirit Body Red, Talent, Jedi Strike Back Blue, Avatar Time Retrogression, already possessed by opponent, cannot be used. Note, since Wen Ruyun is not the host's immortal servant, there is only one opportunity for assistance in this life, and there is no upper limit if she is an immortal servant. Xinxing immediately chose 2. Phantom Spirit Body. After a brief moment of thought, the reason for this choice was because Wen Ruyun had already reached the Yuaning realm. Compared to the Jedi counterattack fight to the death, or immune to divine sense attacks, phantom spirit body is more appropriate. His judgment proved to be correct, because soon enough, the system replied with the alert that the crisis was lifted. Seeing that in just a moment, Xinxing's face changed again and again. Nangong Xiaoyun on the side asked suspiciously, "Senior, what's wrong with you?" Xinxing slightly shook her head. "It's fine, just now I felt a little unwell. I guess that I was tired today." Nangong Xiaoyun sniffed, and a trace of concern flashed in her eyes. "Senior brother, you have consumed a great deal today. If you don't adjust in time, I'm afraid that you will hurt your origin. I'm going to go to the spirit medicine workshop to grab a few flavors." The corners of Xinxing's mouth rose slightly when he heard this. Senior sister Xiaoyun, I don't need those things." Nangong Xiaoyun had a worried look on her face. "Division, master." Xinxing smiled faintly. "Senior sister, I see that you are only 1 foot short of the late Jindan stage. How about taking this opportunity to make a breakthrough?" Nangong Xiaoyun nodded with joy in her heart. 10,000 feet in the air, a spirit boat shuttled between the clouds and the sea, like a stream of light cutting through the sky, leaving a faint trail behind. On top of the spirit boat, Wen Ruyun lightly stroked her chest, trying to calm the tension in her heart. Just an hour ago, she had had a brush with death, and until now, it had been difficult to be at peace. Time back to an hour ago. Haoran Sect, Zhengyang Hall. I am Meng Huiran, a disciple of Tianyin Pavilion, and today, in the name of the Lingyun 12 Sect's royal evaluator, I'm testing whether or not you, Acacia Sect, are still able to continue to hold the title of a third-rate sect. Meng Huiran's voice was like a bell, his eyes coldly looking down at Wen Ruyun at His Highness. Wen Ruyun took a deep breath and bowed with a flourish. "Please teach me." As soon as the words left her mouth, a seemingly unnoticeable spiritual pressure slowly enveloped her. This spiritual pressure was very strange, seemingly powerless, but vaguely accompanied by a musical sound, as if it came from the distant sky, and as if it was whispering in the ear. Wen Ruyun, she ran her spiritual energy and tried to resist this spiritual pressure. Instead, she found that the sound of the music seemed to penetrate her defenses and hit her heart. This is the sound and rhythm. It's not right. It's also mixed with a hint of divine sense. A flash of anger surfaced in her eyes, and she was about to report in a loud voice, but she suddenly heard that Meng Huiran's voice transmission warning. "I advise you to better shut up or you will die immediately in this great hall." Wen Ruyun clenched her silver teeth and echoed in a cold voice, "Imperial critic, what do you mean by this?" The other party sniffed and let out a contemptuous sneer. "What do I mean? Are you stupid or am I? Oh, your little life, or perhaps the fate of the entirety of your Acacia sect, is pinched in my hands at this moment. You know what to do." A cold aura flashed under Wen Ruyun's eyes. In the next moment, the Yuaning inside her snapped its eyes open, and a faint trace of divine sense quietly floated out. It crashed straight towards that spiritual pressure. Unsurprisingly, her divine sense fragmented, and the other party was too strong, so strong that she didn't even have a shred of resistance. Wen Ruyun, is going to die. She's going to die again. For some reason, a stunningly beautiful face ghosted through her mind. A flash of deep guilt flashed in Wen Ruyun's eyes as she muttered, "Little Qinghe, I'm sorry. If there is an afterlife, Master would like to be your slave and repay the pain that I have caused you all these years." However, just as she was at the end of her rope, a familiar voice boomed in her head. "Aid, Phantom Spirit Body." Chapter 7, Entering the Game with Your Life. Squeak squeak squeak. The door of the hidden scripture hall was shaken by the wind. It rained all day long, until midnight, when it gradually stopped. It's just that the wind, it just won't stop blowing. The spirit boat landed steadily in front of the door of the scripture pavilion, and with a flash of spiritual light, it was retrieved by Wen Ruyun into her storage bag. At the moment, her face was pale and bloodless. The damage to her divine sense had left her sea of consciousness like a shattered mirror. With each shard piercing her mind and soul, she barely managed to hold onto a stone pillar to the side, her fingertips trembling slightly and a fine cold sweat seeping from her forehead. At this moment, she needed to repair her divine sense in time. If her Yuaning was broken because of this, she would have no hope of returning to the Yuaning realm in this life. She slowly pushed open the door to the hidden scriptures and came before one of the bookshelves, with both hands pinching. A spiritual light didn't enter the bookshelf. In the next moment, the bookshelf split in two and slowly opened toward both sides. How come the candle flame isn't even renewed? Little Qinghe is really getting lazy. Wen Ruyun smiled helplessly and stepped into it as the stone wall slowly closed. Little Qinghe, asleep? Wen Ruyun called out softly. Then she waved her sleeve, and the candlestick had already been replaced with a brand new candle. The fire flared eerily, and the chamber was instantly illuminated by a soft glow. The candlelight reflected on Wen Ruyun's face. appearing to make her appearance even more beautiful and moving, but also revealing a trace of exhaustion that was hard to hide. Wen Ruyun's gaze gradually cast to the curtain, while the smile on her face, however, gradually froze. Senior Sister Xiaoyun, the path of cultivation is a long way to go. You still need to work hard on yourself, and what I can do to help you is extremely limited. Senior brother, you've already helped me too much, helping me arrive at the late Jindan stage from the Foundation Establishment Great Circle in one day. This is an unparalleled miracle in the entire long history of cultivation. Obviously, the conversation was no more than ordinary, but when it reached Wen Ruyun's ears at this moment, it was exceptionally harsh. She took a deep breath as a nameless fire surged through her heart, her vermilion lips opening slightly as she slowly opened her mouth. Nangong Xiaoyun, you are truly my good disciple. The moment these words came out, the Nangong Xiaoyun behind the curtain suddenly changed in color. She was seen taking a hasty leap out onto her knees and knocking her head on top of the masonry. The force was great, the sound was loud, and the moment his forehead collided with the ground, wisps of blood blossomed on the ground. Master teacher, I know I'm wrong. Her voice was weak, almost sobbing, and her whole body fell to her knees, her forehead pressed to the ground, not daring to look up. Wen Ruyun's face was like frost as her gaze slowly moved from Nangong Xiaoyun to the front. Only Xinxingha's gaze directly met Wen Ruyun and said in a deep voice, Wen Ruyun, what kind of skill is it for you to come back and take it out on your own people when you've been wronged outside? Wen Ruyun's body violently trembled. King, when, at that time, it was really you who saved me? Xinxingha snorted coldly and didn't reply. Instead he got up and came to Wen Ruyun's body, holding her arm in one hand. Little Qinghe, what are you doing? Wen Ruyun exclaimed. This chamber of mine is pure and clean, and I don't want to be tainted with death because of you. Wen Ruyun's heart and mind trembled. For the first time in so many years, she heard words of concern from Xinxingha's mouth. Her heart was touched in this moment. Wen Ruyun slightly lowered her head and gave up struggling, allowing him to help her recover her injuries. The wind howled, and the door to the hidden scripture hall creaked and squeaked. The door, indeed, is due for repair. Half an hour rushed by. Wen Ruyun's complexion had gotten much better. She picked up the tea and took a sip, looked at Xinxingha and smiled. Kyo-ha, you've changed. Xinxingha placed the tea on the stone table and glanced at her without responding. Wen Ruyun spat delicately. Oh, little Qinghe has really grown up. She even has secrets. Saying this she looked towards Nangong Xiaoyun who was still kneeling on the ground and said in a jealous voice, Xiaoyun, get up. If you get cold, my little Qinghe will be heartbroken. Nangong Xiaoyun raised her head slightly, but she didn't dare to get up in the first place. Xinxingha sighed and came to Nangong Xiaoyun's side, helping her up, grumbled as he patted the dust off of her. Don't just kneel around alright, there's gold at a daughter's knees, understand? Nangong Xiaoyun bared her teeth and explained in a low voice. Senior brother, it's a man who has gold under his knees, and under my knees, I only have green bricks and thick soil. Wen Ruyun snorted coldly, and Nangong Xiaoyun instantly shut her mouth. She timidly came to Wen Ruyun and lowered her head once again. Senior, it's all Xiaoyun's fault. It's not senior brother's fault. It's all me. Before the words were finished, Wen Ruyun interrupted with a cold laugh. Ha, how could I not know? Little Qinghe is pure of heart, and must have been mesmerized by your flowery words. With that, she pointed at the stone wall. Get lost. Master doesn't want to see your face right now. The stone wall slowly opened, and Nangong Xiaoyun sobbed and bowed towards Wen Ruyun as she left the secret room. Then Wen Ruyun looked at Xinxingha with a smile on her face. Little Qinghe, you, just helping people, not everyone is as selfish as you. Xinxingha snorted coldly. Wen Ruyun's willow brows slightly knitted, feigning aggression. If you say that, it's so sad for the teacher. Xinxingha waved his hand and said with a straight face, okay, stop pretending. I can't believe you didn't expect something like today to happen. During these 2 years, you only arranged for senior sister Xiaoyun to bring me food. What kind of medicine you are selling in your gourd? I know in my heart. Wen Ruyun was slightly stunned when she heard this, and then she smiled. Cluck, little Qinghe, I have underestimated you. Xinxingha skimmed his mouth. Once upon a time I was too lazy to follow your ideas. Today I followed your wish. Happy? Wen Ruyun smiled brightly, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Xiaoyun is one of the people I trust the most, and I'm certainly happy for her that she was able to acquire such a chance. Alas, Master has been waiting for this day for a long time. For this reason I also picked Xiaoyun, a girl with a soft nature. Good thing, you're finally getting the hang of it. Chapter 8 Give me carved the seal of the servant. Tell me, how was the battle today? Did you succeed in renewing the third-rate clan? Xinxingha crossed his legs, the corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile. Renewal? Wen Ruyun let out a soft chuckle. That's apt. Renewed on. There's a surprise. Xinxingha glanced at her and said indifferently, who got you into this mess? Wen Ruyun smiled and shook her head. It's all in the past. Don't talk about it. Xinxing spat and sneered. Oh, you put up with it? Wen Ruyun gently shook her head. A cold aura flashed in her eyes. Her tone was calm, but her words were like iron. For now, at least, it must be endured. When she said that, her eyes glazed over and she raised her hand to bring her index finger to her lips, biting down without hesitation. In an instant, a drop of crimson blood floated out from his fingertips and hovered in the air. Then her fingertips flew across the void, moving like clouds in water, as if each stroke carried the force of 1,000 pounds. Not long after, the word oath coagulated from blood appeared and hovered in the air. Seeing this scene, Xinxing's mouth slightly opened wide. Although he wasn't sure what Wen Ruyun was doing, he could tell that it was definitely not good. Wen Ruyun stared coldly at the word oath and spoke faintly. I, Wen Ruyun, swear today with my blood, with my soul, in this life, I will take the Acacia Sect with me, step through the top of the Tian'in Pavilion, and ascend to the top of the 12 Lingyun sects. If I violate this oath, I will be willing to suffer the calamity of heavenly punishment, and my soul will be scattered, and I will forever fall into the infernal world, not entering the cycle of reincarnation. As soon as the words fell, the words in blood dissipated into the void. The corners of Xinxing's mouth couldn't help but twitch, thinking that this woman could really hold a grudge. Wen Ruyun, you're a crazy person. Wen Ruyun heard this and the corner of her lips gently raised. Crazy? Perhaps. But in today's world, how can we achieve anything without being crazy? Right here, the system beep sounded. Alert, Wen Ruyun has been detected awakening the talent madness. White, do you want to assist? I'll go. There's still this good thing? Xinxing's heart exploded with joy. Wen Ruyun. Ah, Wen Ruyun. You've finally fallen into my master's hands. After speaking, he didn't even think about it and directly let out. Assist. Give me carve the servant's seal. This time, the engraving of the servant's seal was quick, almost a blink of an eye. Xinxing had guessed that it was probably because of the lower talent level. He measured Wen Ruyun beautifully, and when he saw the hidden flicker of the word servant in her eyes, his heart was greatly determined. From now on, he would never have to look at this woman's face again. Yuan Yan? Oh, to give or not to give. It's all up to the mood of the little master. Thinking of this, he duplicated that talent in passing. Talent crazy demon white before half an hour. The battle strength will be increased by 30%, and after that, he will enter into weakness, lasting for 6 hours. Wen Ruyun's body shuddered violently. It was a strange feeling to say the least. After thinking about it, I couldn't figure it out, so I let it go. She looked at Xinxing and asked with a movement in her heart. By the way, little Xinghe, has something changed in your physique? Today's cultivation effect simply exceeds the previous days by more than 100 times. Xinxing sniffed and immediately closed the system. It couldn't be helped. He had fought with this Wen Ruyun too many times after all. Being able to detect it is nothing new. Moreover, the enhancement brought about by the ancient pure yang hegemony saint body was something that was far from comparable before. For example, the heavy damage to the divine sense that Wen Ruyun had suffered. If it had been placed in the past, it would not have been possible to recover in a day or two. However, today, it was the medicine that removed the disease, and even her cultivation at the early stage of yuaning had stabilized a bit. Xinxing smacked his lips, paused, and the lie came with him. Maybe the change of track caused a mutation in the physique. In any case, don't ask me, I don't know. With that said, he was so excited that he was ready to act it out. He was suddenly shaken and his eyes widened. Wen Ruyun looked aghast and said with concern, "What's wrong?" Xinxing took a deep breath. A touch of surprise appeared in his eyes and said with some uncertainty, "My Yuan Yang has actually recovered." What? Wen Ruyun's voice rose steeply. A hint of shock that was hard to hide mixed into her tone. How is this possible? You've consumed so much today. Even if your physique is improved, it's impossible for you to fully recover in an instant. She has the most to say about this. She didn't believe it. Firmly, if she is to believe, there is only one thing to try. Without waiting for Xinxing to react, Wen Ruyun unleashed the power of her yuaning, enveloping him in an instant. You step. Seeing this, Xinxing wanted to unleash the servant seal to suppress it. Unexpectedly an elixir instantly disappeared into his mouth. Wen Ruyun said in a deep voice, "Cut the crap. Refine this stand to run the saint body with all your might. I'd like to see how much you've grown." Time passes and the night ends. The first rays of morning light in the sky pierced through the thick clouds and sprinkled above the mountain gate of the Harmony Sect, gilding the cold sect with a faint golden color. Wen Ruyun stood proudly on top of the high platform that had been temporarily constructed at the cultivation dojo. A crimson robe hunted in the morning breeze, demonic like fire. Her gaze was as cold as ice as she slowly swept over the densely packed disciples below. Both male and female cultivators felt an invisible pressure under her gaze, as if even breathing became difficult. At this moment, a female cultivator behind Wen Ruyun suddenly laughed. Eldest senior sister, your cultivation is progressing this fast. It really makes you envious. As she said that, she turned slightly sideways, and her slender fingertips gently tugged on the sleeve of the woman beside her. The woman, who bore an 8-point resemblance to her brow, felt the tugging of the cuffs and slowly turned her head. Sister, do you think eldest sister secretly obtained some kind of cultivation treasure behind our backs? The woman didn't respond, but a hint of doubt was born in her eyes. Wen Ruyun let out a light laugh and looked at the twin sisters. Yu Xian, Yu Ji, the three of us are as close as sisters. If senior sister has obtained the most precious treasure, how could she not share it with you? Murong Yueji's eyes rolled as if she wanted to say something else, but she was stopped by her elder sister Murong Yuexian, only to see her bowing towards Wen Ruyun. Senior sister, Yueji is straightforward in nature. Please don't be offended if there is any offense between words. I naturally trust senior sister's character and would never hide anything from us. Having said that, the tone of those last 4 words was vaguely more than a hint of subtlety. After saying that, she didn't forget to look at Nangong Xiaoyun who was peeking over here. Seeing that she had been discovered, Nangong Xiaoyun hurriedly turned her gaze elsewhere. Wen Ruyun's eyes narrowed slightly. Her mind plunged into thought, considering whether or not to share it with them. Right at this moment, a green-skirted woman slowly landed on top of the high platform, with a light posture, like a willow following the wind. The woman attached herself towards Wen Ruyun and softly said, Patriarch, the personnel have already arrived. Is it time to announce the clan's new rules? Wen Ruyun nodded her head slightly. Changwon, you are the Sect division elder, so you will be the one to make the announcement. When these words came out, a purple-skirted beauty stepped forward with a worried expression. Patriarch, myriad voices worried that if we do this, I'm afraid that it will lead to criticism. At that time, who would still dare to enter my Acacia Sect's mountain gate? Wen Ruyun exhaled a long breath, and a stern color flashed in her eyes. As the head of a clan, I naturally won't do anything detrimental to the clan. My mind is made up. Xingwan, announce it. Brothers, please give me a good review. Chapter 9, a radical move to rebuild Acacia. On what grounds? The Acacia Sect was originally based on the name of dual cultivation. So why are you expelling all of us male cultivators? A male disciple stood out indignantly. His face flushed red and his eyes filled with anger. One thing leads to another. Only a female cultivator shouted in a cold voice. Sovereign, it's fine to expel the male cultivators, but why do you want to expel the female cultivators who have connected with their Taoists? What on earth is the meaning of this? Wen Ruyun's gaze was like ice and her voice was cold in response. The new rules of the Acacia Sect aim to discard old habits and reshape the roots of the sect. Now that the Acacia Sect is at a time of change, it needs to be united as one and free from any external matters. If you insist on staying, you will need to sever your love affair and serve the clan with all your heart. Otherwise, leave on your own. The male cultivator hissed as his eyes flamed. Deception. So what if you walk away? I think you, Wen Ruyun, are just being a whore and putting up a house of cards. Ugh, what's that? That nobody wants. A killing intent flashed in Wen Ruyun's eyes, but before she could strike, in the next moment, an ice cream broke through the air and flew towards the male cultivator. Boom! A sword blade chopped down across the sky, smashing the ice cream into smithereens. Then a sharp-eared old man hung in the air, looking coldly at Murong Yuexian. Murong Yuexian, killing your fellow disciples indiscriminately in broad daylight. How dare you? Murong Yuexian responded calmly with an indifferent expression. This son spoke out against the patriarch. If he is not killed, is it to be kept for New Year's Eve? Humph. Coquettish talk. Didn't your father teach you how to speak to elders when he was alive? With a wave of the old man's large sleeve, a Jindan great perfection spirit pressure instantly enveloped the high platform. Wen Ruyun's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she gently stepped out. In an instant, the surrounding spirit pressure melted away like ice and snow, as if it had never existed. Wen Ruyun calmly swept over the old man, her voice not angry. Duan Yuan Cheng, don't mistake yourself. This is my Acacia Sect, and you have been expelled. Upon hearing this, Duan Yuancheng's eyes widened in anger and his whiskers flared. Wen Ruyun, when I, Duan, entered the inner sect, you were still an outer sect servant. What qualifications do you have to expel me? Wen Ruyun's demeanor remained calm and her eyes were like water. Just because I'm the Acacia Sect patriarch. Duan Yuancheng's tone was full of contempt, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a grim smile. Don't think I don't know how you became the patriarch. Oh, all those years, there wasn't a lot of serving master-teacher, was there? I heard that even at the old ancestor's place, you didn't go there too often, did you? The cultivation field was in an uproar when these words came out. No wonder he was able to make the leap from outer sect handyman to sovereign's personal disciple. But it turns out to be so nasty. Humph, I thought she was truly gifted, but I didn't realize that she was actually relying on such underhanded means. It's really tainted the reputation of my Acacia Sect. The atmosphere in the arena intensified, and the crowd's emotions gradually spiraled out of control under Elder Duan's incitement. Duan Yuancheng, you don't want to spit blood. A clear voice suddenly rang out, breaking the clamor in the arena. What exactly is your intention when you're so manipulative and slandering my master? Beneath the high platform, Nangong Xiaoyun broke away from the two senior sisters and leapt into the sky. In an instant, a spiritual pressure of the Jindan realm swept across the entire field like a wild wave. The gazes of everyone in the arena focused on Nangong Xiaoyun in unison. Shock, confusion, and disbelief spread among the crowd. What's the situation? Senior sister Nangong was still at the Foundation Establishment Great Circle the other day. When did she break through to the Jindan realm? This spirit pressure is definitely not something that an early Jindan stage can possess. How is this possible? Even if one is a genius, it's impossible to break through Jindan in just a few days and even stabilize their cultivation to this point. Duan Yuanqing's face was gloomy as he stared at Nangong Xiaoyun. Junior, when is it your turn to interrupt when the elders speak? Nangong Xiaoyun didn't budge. The long sword in her hand was raised, and the blade of the sword was pointed straight at Duan Yuanqing. Duan Yuanqing, don't rely on your old age. It's not like you can convince people by being older. Good. There is no place for a master here. I'm ashamed to be in your company. After saying that, Duan Yuanqing swept the crowd of disciples below and said indignantly, I, Duan, thought that I had done my best for the sect, and now I've ended up in such a situation. Oh, my today is your tomorrow, and you do well for. However, right at this moment, Duan Yuanqing's words came to an abrupt end. In the next moment, his body fell like a puppet with broken strings and smashed heavily on the ground, blood spreading silently and staining the cold ground. There was dead silence in the arena, and no one dared to make a sound. However, Wen Ruyun didn't know when she had quietly stood in Duan Yuanqing's square position. She took out her handkerchief and gently wiped the blood on the blade, and with a twist of her wrist, the long sword flew towards Nangong Xiaoyun like a meteor. Seeing this, Nangong Xiaoyun raised her hand and steadily held the sword in her hand. Wen Ruyun scanned the crowd below, then pointed towards the storage bag of Duan Yuanqing's corpse. In an instant, the mouth of the bag opened in response, and countless spirit herbs and pills poured out, suspended in midair, emitting a rich spiritual qi. The disciples in the arena were bewildered, not knowing what exactly Wen Ruyun's deeper meaning was. This section of Yuanqing. Damn it! The one who spoke was Division Elder Gu Qingwan. At this time, she had already arrived behind Wen Ruyun, looking at the roiling treasures with her eyes wide open. Wen Ruyun sighed slightly and spoke slowly. Duan Yuanqing, as the clan's grand elder, is enriching himself in public and taking resources that are supposed to benefit the disciples for his own use, which is truly a shame for the clan. Her voice was cold and strong, and the words were like hammers that struck at the hearts of the crowd. If it was just that, this patriarch would never have killed him. It's his fault that he's a traitor, colluding with foreign enemies with the intention of subverting the foundations of our clan. Such behavior is unpardonable. As the words fell, there was an uproar in the arena, and the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. In the next moment, Gu Qingwan took a jade slip from the treasures suspended in the sky, and with the flow of spiritual energy at her fingertips, she didn't enter it. Immediately afterward, a lazy voice sounded quietly from the jade sketch. Fellow Daoist Duan, as long as you successfully divide the Acacia sect, we will help you ascend to the position of sect leader with all our efforts. Oh, old brother here congratulates Patriarch Duan in advance. May we work together happily for a great cause. As soon as these words came out, the group of people who had just cursed Wen Ruyun for being unashamed were bashful and red in the face. However, when Nangong Xiaoyun heard this voice, her expression was stagnant, because this voice was more than familiar to her. Wasn't it exactly Xinqing's voice? She recalled that last night, Master Teacher had again stayed in the scripture pavilion for the entire night without returning to the Patriarch's hall. It seems that it is the master who was not performing that shameful deed with the senior brother. Thinking of this, her small face slightly reddened, and she thought to herself that she was being narrow-minded. At this time, Wen Ruyun once again restated the new rules of the party again. This time, no one complained, so those who went away, scattered. The original nearly 3,000 disciples were now left with less than 100. Wen Ruyun nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over these disciples left behind, a hint of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. She knew deep down that the Acacia sect wanted refinement, not abundance. Only those with a strong heart and loyalty could truly hold up the future of the sect. Wen Ruyun looked at these disciples and a sense of grandeur arose in her heart. Today's change is for the future of the sect. Don't worry, now that the Acacia sect is in disarray, there are countless vacant positions. You, on the other hand, will be the mainstay of the clan's reconstruction. She gave a slight lurch, a hint of deeper meaning in her tone. Whether it's the position of elder, or the position of inner sect disciple, nothing is impossible if you dare to fight. When those 100 disciples heard that, excitement suddenly bloomed in their eyes. They bowed in unison, their voices loud and resounding through the mountain gate. I'm willing to go through fire and water for the clan. Chapter 10 White Clothes Winning the Snow. Murong Yuxian, Patriarch's Palace. Inside the Patriarch's Hall, Gu Qingwan held the redrafted roster in her hands and walked into the main hall with a light step. She bowed slightly and presented the roster. Patriarch, please take a look. Above the main hall, Wen Ruyun was seated in the main seat and waved her hand at the words and said in a gentle tone, Senior Sister Gu, these matters are all yours to handle, so I won't get involved. Gu Qingwan raised her eyes, a trace of emotion flashed in her eyes, then she nodded her head in response. Qingwan will definitely live up to the Patriarch's trust. Wen Ruyun looked at the few 7 people within the hall. These are the people she can devote her heart to. She was silently planning in her mind that it was time to pick another person. Her gaze leisurely swept over the women, finally stopping at Murong Yuxian's body. After half an hour had passed, the people in the hall left one after another. Wen Ruyun called out softly, Yuxian, wait for a moment, I have something to tell you. Murong Yuxian turned around leisurely, a touch of doubt surfacing on her face. Seeing this, the corner of Murong Yueji's mouth raised a mischievous smile and teased, Hey, sis, you're in luck. It seems that this eldest sister of ours is going to share that rapid promotion method with you. Murong Yuxian glared at her. Yueji, trouble comes out of the mouth. In the future, don't use that little mind of yours to second-guess senior sister. Murong Yueji shrugged her shoulders, then winked towards Wen Ruyun and pouted. Elder sister, don't forget to please yourself. Oh. Wen Ruyun gave her a blank look without any good reason. This third senior sister of hers has been smart since she was a child, and her own mind, I'm afraid, has been guessed by her a long time ago, but it doesn't matter. It's just a matter of time. Late at night, the hidden scriptures. Murong Yuxian became more and more puzzled. She didn't understand why her senior sister had brought her here. Before she condensed her Jindan, she really hadn't run here too often. However, after breaking through the Jindan, the secret books of Gongfu and the hidden scripture pavilion could no longer enter her eyes. The corners of Wen Ruyun's mouth tilted slightly, with some curiosity in her heart. This cold and icy second senior sister of his own, if he sees Xinxingha, I don't know what kind of reaction it would be. Rumble. With the sound of a machine bracket, the bookshelf split into two, moving slowly towards the two sides, revealing the hidden entrance to the secret room behind it. Murong Yuxian frowned slightly. Senior sister, this is? Wen Ruyun smiled faintly and did not reply, as he took her hand and walked in. As the two entered, the bookshelves merged again, covering the entrance back up as if nothing had ever happened. Within the chamber, the candlelight flickered. Xinxingha was bored and played backgammon before the stone table. From the morning until nowadays at midnight, the battle between the left hand and the right hand is an even one. If we had to split hairs, the left hand would be half a point stronger. Just then, there was a sound of machinations coming from the stone wall. Xinxingha cocked his head and looked over, only to see Wen Ruyun and a woman who was as cold as ice walking in slowly. Xinxingha slowly got up and asked curiously, Master, I wonder who this is. The reason why they called Wen Ruyun Master Teacher instead of calling him by his name was considered a small agreement between them. If there is a bystander, call him Master. If there is no one else, call him whatever he likes. Wen Ruyun smiled faintly, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Little Qingha, you really don't recognize her? I remember when you were little. You used to pester her every day. By the way, there was a time when you made a fuss about milk, but she was the one who traveled to the mortal world with you and went from house to house. Xinxingha's body stiffened violently, and after a moment, he was not too sure and tried to say, You, Aunt Yuxian, are you Aunt Yuxian? Murong Yuxian's beautiful eyes slightly condensed as her gaze stopped on Xinxingha's face. It was as if he had seen that once lovely child through his exiled face. The frost on her face gradually melted, and her voice shook a little as she spoke. Qinger. Seeing this, Wen Ruyun smiled and left the secret room. Leave it here, to this long-lost duo. Still, she kept her eyes open. It was that newly installed jade collapse that had been quietly carved with a surveillance spell formation by her. It wasn't that she didn't trust Xinxingha. It was because Xinxingha's importance was really non-trivial, so she could not afford to be half negligent. She really can't afford to lose this life. On either side of the stone table, the two men were silent. Xinxingha squirmed and played with the corner of his clothes, not daring to meet Murong Yuxian's eyes, because he was embarrassed to the core in his mind. Wen Ruyun brought Murong Yuxian to him. The meaning couldn't be more obvious, but he really had some trouble getting down. I remember when Wen Ruyun first brought him to the Acacia Sect. For being a boy, he was prettier than even a girl. This has led to him being highly criticized amongst kids his age within the clan. Bullying. That's right, bullying. However, just when he was in despair, Murong Yuxian appeared. She was as if a fairy had descended to earth, with a white dress that won the snow, and a gentle brow. Until now, Xinxinghe vaguely remembered the words she had said at the beginning. Good girl, don't be afraid, I'm here. Her gentleness, her care, was deeply engraved in Xinxinghe's memory, becoming the most precious memories in his heart. Compared to Wen Ruyun's trifling attitude, Murong Yuxian was simply caring towards him. He lived those 2 years with immense happiness, yet it was at the age of 3 that he came to this chamber. That's 17 years. At this moment, Murong Yuxian's voice came quietly, awakening Xinxinghe from his memories. Xing'er, all these years, Auntie has searched so hard for you. Chapter 11 The Master and Apprentice Who Eat Melons. Patriarch's Hall. Harmony Pavilion. Wen Ruyun sighed long and hard as she lay on top of the bed. Her eyes gazed through the screen of light in front of her, watching the duo in the picture. I only saw that although there was warmth in their words, there was no half-assed transgression. It wasn't at all what she'd expected. Shouldn't a long goodbye be a dry spell? A love affair? But the scene in front of her really disappointed her. Even this Xinxinghe completely seemed like a different person. Where is there any trace of might and valor? Dum 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 dum. At this moment, the door to the room was knocked on, and Wen Ruyun's eyes flickered with a ghostly aura, realizing that it was her great disciple Nangong Xiaoyun. So he withdrew the image from the light screen and said, "Come in, Xiaoyun." With a creak, Nangong Xiaoyun pushed the door in, holding a basket of spirit fruits in her hands. She said with a small, well-behaved indebtedness, "Master, this is the spirit melon that the spirit fruit orchard in the back of the mountain has just produced this year. Master, quickly taste it." Wen Ruyun smiled and nodded, waving towards Nangong Xiaoyun, then patted her side. Nangong Xiaoyun smiled like a flower and lay down on Wen Ruyun's side, placing the fruit basket in the center. Then he followed Wen Ruyun's example and crossed his legs. "Master, which Imperial Dynasty's palace drama are we going to watch in the mortal world today? By the way, Master Teacher, did that Wu from Zhao's harem 100 years ago really end up with her son?" Wen Ruyun nodded her head slightly, a touch of respect surfacing in her eyes. That woman wasn't simple nah. In the end she even became the first queen of Zhao. Nangong Xiaoyun's small mouth was slightly open. This ending was something she had never expected. Wen Ruyun sighed long and leisurely. Such means, such a heart. Why worry about the great things will not be accomplished? The teacher is still too tender, even compared to a mortal woman. She paused and continued. Xiaoyun, Master is even dreaming of how wonderful it would be to push the Acacia sect to a position like the 12 Lingyun sects. Nangong Xiaoyun gritted her teeth and said, "I believe in the Master and the Master." Before she finished her sentence, she hurriedly closed her mouth, and the word brother was swallowed by her. Wen Ruyun smiled and shook her head. There is no harm in it. Little Qinghe is indeed much more eye-catching and resourceful than Master. You should have guessed it, right? That the new rules of the sect, it is from his hand, and the scheme to kill Duan Yuanqing is also the way he taught his teacher. Oh, that Duan Yuanqing has been fornicating with the Quick Dagger sect, but I've never been able to catch a hold of him. I didn't expect that little Qinghe would help me solve this big problem in my heart just by using a mere sound transmission jade slip. When Nangong Xiaoyun heard this, her eyes flickered with essence. It is truly a blessing for Harmony to have a senior brother in our clan. Oh, who says otherwise? Wen Ruyun took a deep breath, her thoughts reeling. At first, my master just went to that Pyongyang palace to try his luck, but I didn't expect to pick up this great treasure of little Qinghe. After speaking, she smiled faintly and flicked towards the light screen in front of her. At once the images in the chamber leapt to life. Nangong Xiaoyun was slightly stunned. Senior, how did you even arrange a surveillance spell formation in senior brother's secret room? Wen Ruyun smiled without saying anything and winked. Nangong Xiaoyun understood. Then, they took half of the spirit melon in each hand and took a nourishing bite. Eyes flicked to the light screen in unison, and the sense of stealing simply pulled full circle. Xing'er, all these years, Auntie has searched so hard for you. Murong Yuxian's voice was slightly trembling. Her eyes were slightly red, and there were hidden tears. When elder sister said you died young, I didn't believe her. I didn't believe her at all. I perceive it. The vigor of your life force is far beyond the ordinary. Even if you don't need to cultivate, you can still live for hundreds of years. Therefore, in such a safe place as the Acacia sect, it is simply impossible for you to die young. Xinxinghe took a deep breath, his nose a little sore. Aunt Yuxian, all these years I've been warmly. Master arranged for me to dive into this secret room, so I haven't been able to go out either. You, how have you been all these years? A touch of bitterness surfaced on Murong Yuxian's face. I can't say it's bitter, but I can't say it's good either. Auntie's cultivation has been stagnant at the late Jindan stage all these years, unable to advance an inch. I'm afraid that fear is less than 10 years away. At that, a flash of relief appeared on her face. Oh, to be able to see you, Xing'er, before you die. My aunt is satisfied. Xinxinghe's heart tightened. He remembered that Murong Yuxian was only 2 or 3 years younger than Wen Ruyun. With this calculation, she was indeed not far from the Golden Dan realm's lifespan limit of 500 years. Xinxing's heart crossed and he gritted his teeth as he planned to show his cards. But after thinking about it, I don't know where to start. Murong Yuxian seemed to have sensed his mood and asked with concern, Xinger, I see that your cultivation is still at the great circle of qi refining, but your cultivation has hit a bottleneck? You and tell your aunt about it, and if I can help you, my aunt will certainly do her best to help. Xinxingha violently twisted his head and ruthlessly wiped his eyes. The dust from this chamber is really flying everywhere. Why it's still specializing in my eyes. Murong Yuxian rose slightly and came to Xinxingha's side. Then he bent down and reached out his jade hand to caress his face. His cherry lips slightly opened and slowly approached. Xinxingha's cheeks flushed red and her heart pounded. Murong Yuxian exhaled like an orchid, gently blowing on Xinxingha's reddened eyes for a moment before asking, better? Xinxingha clenched his fists, and his throat couldn't help but move. Under this close distance, he saw Murong Yuxian's face clearly. All those eyelashes seemed to be full of tenderness. Xinxingha couldn't help but peck her lightly on top of her cheek. In that instant, his heartbeat seemed to stop. The roots of his ears instantly turned red, and his entire body hurriedly lowered his head in shame. Who would have thought that Murong Yuxian laughed and laughed beautifully? You're still so bubbly. She stretched out a finger and gently flicked it on Xinxingha's forehead, then moved the stone stool in front of her and sat down, taking one of his hands. Xinxingha scratched his head awkwardly and hurriedly changed the topic. Aunt Yuxian, my cultivation level is not the great perfection of qi refining. Actually, I've already reached the late stage of foundation building. As for the surface cultivation, it was hidden by me with a secret technique. When he finished, he giggled. He didn't know why he had gotten through so easily. Maybe it's that unreserved trust. Of course, he is not a cutie pie either. Regarding the system and the ancient pure yang hegemony saint body, he was determined not to reveal a single word, because, not only would it put him in a deadly situation, but it would also involve the people around him. A bit of Nangong Xiaoyun is a good point. He, Xinxingha, does count, is a kind person. Seeing Murong Yuxian's delayed response, Xinxingha asked suspiciously, Aunt Yuxian? Aunt Yuxian? Murong Yuxian's body trembled and her hands subconsciously held Xinxingha's hand a little tighter. Xinger, if I remember correctly, you've only just reached the crown now, right? Xinxingha nodded in confusion. Yes, just turned 20. Murong Yuxian's body began to tremble uncontrollably, her eyes filled with hope. Xinger, within 100 years, you will definitely be able to break through the Yuaning realm and become an existence like a heavenly pride disciple of the 12 Lingyun sect. Chapter 12, A Lifetime of Cultivation in Exchange for Your Rise in One Day. Good, little Qingha. You even hit a hand from master. Wen Ruyun grumbled under her breath and took a bite of the spirit melon, but her eyes were filled with laughter. Nangong Xiaoyun said with an excited face, with a talent like senior brothers, why worry that the Acacia sect won't prosper? The corners of Wen Ruyun's mouth were on the verge of lifting to the sky at this point. LOL, and keep looking. I would like to know how many other things little Qingha is hiding from me. Aunt Yuxian, is it hard to reach the late stage of foundation establishment at the age of 20? Xinxingha asked doubtfully. To be honest, he didn't really have a clue about it. After all, in this cultivation world, there might not be many geniuses who were able to reach Yuanying around the age of 100, but there definitely wouldn't be none. At least, he had heard from Wen Ruyun that the Haoran sect of the current generation had one. Murong Yuxian shook her head in a good-natured manner and laughed. Xinger, have you ever heard of the expression Jindan fixes the world? Xinxingha shook his head in confusion. Murong Yuxian smiled faintly and explained. The so-called Jindan determines the sky and the earth. That is, the time to reach Jindan determines the upper limit of a cultivator. Xinxingha cocked his head and blinked. Aunt Yuxian, I recognize every word you say, but together, I can't understand it. Little fool, listen to me as I continue to explain to you. Murong Yuxian laughed. For example, take Lu Yun, the first genius of the Lingyun continent in the world. He had broken through the Jindan realm at the age of 30, and now, having reached the late stage of Yuaning, he should, by now, be just over 90 years old. On the other hand, Aunt Xiang, who was over 200 years old before breaking through the Jindan, is now only in the late Jindan stage, and is no longer able to make an inch of progress. Put it this way, do you understand? Xinxingha drifted off. That means the sooner I reach the Jindan realm, the higher my future accomplishments will be? Murong Yuxian nodded slightly, but then shook her head. I can only say that there is a high probability. After all, it's hard to describe the cultivation journey in words. Xinxingha nodded. In that case, that's no rush. I'm still 10 years away from 30. It's early. Xinxingha decided after thinking about it that he still had to hide his cultivation appropriately in the future. he still understands the truth that the wind will destroy a wood show in a forest. As for this golden Dan to determine the universe, he simply do not see, as he had envisioned, as long as conditions permitted. In 100 years, he was afraid that he was not far from ascending to the spirit world. Just as he was thinking, Murong Yuexian's voice came again. Xing'er, I want to help you condense your gene Dan. Xin Xinghe was confused. His brain went down. He stared blankly at Murong Yuexian, who had a serious face. Ryoga said in a shaky voice, Aunt Yuxian, you're not kidding, are you? You can't scare me. Murong Yuexian smiled and reached out to touch Xin Xinghe's face, saying gently, Xing'er, Auntie has nothing to worry about in this life except for you. If I can use my life's cultivation in exchange for your rise to power, I die without regret. Xin Xinghe argued. What about Aunt Yueji? What will she do if you leave? A trace of ruefulness flashed in Murong Yuexian's eyes. Yueji is she. Nowadays, there is only the middle stage of Jindan, and there is no hope of breaking through to Yuaning. Oh, I, as a sister, will explore that road to hell for her first. This girl is tough on the surface, but she's actually very timid. Alas, in 10 years, we sisters will naturally meet again. Xin Xinghe's eyes reddened and tears could no longer be stopped. But on second thought, he froze in his mind. I'm crying a chicken's hair. How did I get caught up in this? Ancient pure young hegemony Saint Body a big brother. He wiped the tears from his face at the thought. Since it was Murong Yuexian who suggested it, the sense of guilt in his heart was much lessened. At this time, Murong Yuexian saw Xin Xinghe shedding tears and tenderly comforted him. Xing'er, there's no need to be sad. Auntie is happy to be able to help you before she dies. Xin Xinghe hurriedly opened his mouth, and was about to reveal the matter of his holy body, but was interrupted by the other party. Only Murong Yuexian stretched out a finger and pressed it to the side of Xin Xinghe's mouth and said with a smile, Xing'er, as a cultivator, there's no need to care about red tape. It's all about cultivation. It's all about pursuing the great Tao. As soon as the words fell, the Jindan cultivation within Murong Yuexian's body exploded as much as it could, instantly filling the entire chamber. Perhaps it was the change in her state of mind. Just in this instant, she had actually reached the Jindan Grand Circle. Murong Yuexian laughed bitterly. Oh, how good it would have been if I had reached this realm earlier. Saying that, her spiritual energy violently condensed towards the place of her dantian at an extremely high speed. At the same time, her cultivation and vitality, however, began to rapidly decay. Xin Xinghe couldn't wait any longer. If he dragged on for a moment longer, even if he had the presence of a saint body, he would be powerless to return to heaven. In the next moment, Xin Xinghe instantly broke free from Murong Yuexian's bonds and slapped his palm on his dantian. He had to dispel this spiritual power, or else Murong Yuexian would surely die today. Murong Yuexian exclaimed, Xing'er, the origin spiritual power has not yet been fully condensed. If you refine it at this time, the effect will be twice as effective. Xin Xinghe really didn't dare to continue explaining. Time is short, the task is heavy, and you have to hurry. The next moment, he took a deep breath and said slowly, offended. Fishy will definitely reform and be a salty fish full of positive energy. Chapter 13, Boundary Breaking Pool and Refining Points. Wen Ruyun reached out and touched her somewhat hot forehead and muttered, it's a little too hot today. At this time, the light curtain had already dissipated, and Nangong Xiaoyun had long since left quietly. Wen Ruyun stepped to the window, raised his hand and pushed open the window. In an instant, the piercing sunlight unobstructed straight pouring into the room, will be brightly illuminated. Then with a flourish of her hands, she steadied the bedding on top of the window edge. Hidden scriptures, secret room. Xin Xinghe anxiously paced back and forth in the house. Every now and then, he ran to the jade couch to check on Murong Yuexian, who was making a breakthrough. Aunt Yuxian, you must hold on. He clenched his fists and murmured in a low voice. Murong Yuexian's body is really too weak. Adding to the fact that she was burning her origin spiritual energy, it was even worse. If it wasn't for Xin Xinghe stopping it in time, I'm afraid that the two of them would have to be separated in yin and yang today. However, even if Xin Xinghe channeled his yang qi without reservation, but in the way of the other side of the deficiency, but also can only see the trick. At this moment, Xin Xinghe was silently calculating in his mind. Murong Yuexian's broken realm had already lasted for a full 2 hours, but there was still no improvement. He couldn't help but feel remorse in his heart. In the first place, if he had gone along with that Wen Ruyun's young plot earlier and taken down senior sister Xiaoyun, then it would definitely be possible to meet Murong Yuexian much earlier, and there wouldn't be a situation like today. Xin Xinghe came to sit down in front of the stone table and called out the system in his mind, wanting to use it to distract himself from the uneasiness in his heart. System, is there any way we can help her? The system returns in seconds. Host, Murong Yuexian doesn't have the host's heavenly fortune. She can only rely on herself to break through the realm. Xin Xinghe thought about it and continued to ask, by the way, I clearly unleashed the phantom spirit body just now. Why can't I feel the slightest cultivation enhancement addition? Not only that, but even every time he plowed, he didn't gain any cultivation gains in the meantime. Except when the other party breaks through the realm, they extract a wave of their own cultivation. The rest of the time, cultivation was simply stagnant. The cultivation gained by the host through dual cultivation has been stored in the pool of breaking boundaries and is used to offset the barriers of each major realm. So it is. Xin has suddenly realized. He had originally thought that his promotion was just water under the bridge. As long as enough cultivation was extracted, then one could completely ignore the bottleneck of the realm. Turns out that's not the case. Thinking about it, he asked curiously, does that mean that as long as the pool of broken boundaries is fully stocked, it can be used for itself? Hearing this, the system was not polite and directly poured a pot of cold water on him. No, but the host can enhance his cultivation by absorbing the aura of heaven and earth, which is not bound by the system. Alas, it's better to forget about it. If I were to sit like them and close my eyes for 100 years, it would be better for me to die. Xin sighed, who still uses 100 megabit broadband when they have 10,000 megabit fiber optics? It was only for a moment, and he looked away. Right system, what about the extra cultivation from the realm breaking pool? It's just going to go to waste? Host, the extra cultivation can be stored separately as refinement points, which can no longer be used to break the boundary, but can be used to refine the qualifications of the immortal servants. For example, talent, physique, and aptitude can be improved to a certain extent by utilizing refining points to enhance their quality, or even break through their original level. Hint, the various abilities of the immortal servant are directly linked to the host. As the immortal servant's abilities increase, the host's ability to replicate will also increase simultaneously. Good guy, it's really a nurturing type of system. Hearing the introduction of the system, Xin was staggered. Hey, so how much have I saved now? Host, please wait. Data retrieval in progress. Data retrieval is complete. Data is as follows. Host, Xin cultivation, late foundation stage. Physique 1, ancient pure yang hegemonic holy body gold. Breakthrough pool, 100%. Note, 100% breakthrough progress is gifted during the novice period, and the host can break through on his own when he reaches the foundation establishment grand completion. Refining points, 1000. Foundation stage storage limit 1000 points. Not bad. Very good. Xin nodded in satisfaction. System, why didn't you tell me about this good thing before? I'm sorry, host. In order to reduce the cost of reading for the host, the system has collapsed the data itself. Yo, it's kinda humane. Xin looked at his cultivation realm and smacked his lips. According to past experiences, he only needed to help one more person break through the realm, and he could extract the other person's cultivation to reach the foundation establishment great circle. The Golden Dan realm, then, was within reach. Right at this moment, the familiar beep of the system suddenly sounded. Alert, detected Murong Yuasian awakening frost spirit body, purple. Will you assist? Ha! This sudden news from the system caused Xin to be surprised and delighted. Just a moment later, a tangle of colors appeared on his face. What the system calls assistance is actually the engraving of the servant's seal. If it had been anyone else, he would have been fine. But because this was Murong Yuasian, he was really a bit ruthless. Alert, please make a decision as soon as possible. It is detected that Murong Yuasian is on the verge of failure. Xin gritted his teeth and said indignantly, assist. The next moment, the system responded. Received. Beginning of the seal of the servant. Time passed like a shuttle, and soon another half hour passed. At this time, Murong Yuasian's condition had gradually stabilized. With the help of the seal of the servant, she has successfully awakened her spiritual body, and just a moment ago, she had already broken through to the early stage of Yuaning. At the same time, Xin had naturally extracted part of her cultivation and came to the Jindan realm without any suspense. At this moment, he pulled up the Murong Yuasian data panel. Murong Yuasian. Identity, Law Enforcement Elder of the Acacia Sect. Age, 491. Cultivation, Early Yuaning. Physique, Frost Spirit Body, Grade Purple. Born with an affinity for the power of frost. Can call upon the extreme cold, freezing everything. Cultivating ice-based techniques is twice as powerful and far more powerful than normal people, and it is completely immune to attacks from cold poisons, fury, and other attributes. Talent, none. Avatar, reject 10 miles, grade, white. Can transfer any living being to 10 miles away? Upper limit transformation spirit realm. Once a day. Non-accumulative. Face value, 95. I'm going to. His jaw dropped. This frost spirit body was fine. After all, the cultivation level was here, and it was impossible to fully utilize its abilities. It might be hard to find an opponent among the same rank, but fighting across ranks was still somewhat difficult. Compared to Nangong Xiaoyun's red-ranked spirit body, There was still a bit of a gap, but Xinxinghe didn't care. After all, it could be refined, so it was only a matter of time before he was promoted to the red rank. On the contrary, this district's white-grade divine ability was a bit interesting. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate to unleash Replica. Promote positive energy. Start with me. Chapter 14, Little Qinghe. Do you want to go out? The following day at noon, the secret room of the hidden scripture pavilion. Refine me, keep refining. After Xinxinghe reached the early stage of the Jindan realm, the progress of the realm breaking pool was zeroed out, and the upper limit of the refinement points was raised to 10,000. Unfortunately, he currently only had 1,000 refinement points, which he had managed to save up during the foundation establishment stage. It took less than 10 refining sessions before the refining points were consumed. It wasn't all for naught, though. With 1,000 refinement points, he managed to raise the white-ranked divine ability rejecting 10 miles, to the blue-ranked rejecting 100 miles. Xinxinghe was in a good mood, humming an out-of-tune tune and lying on top of the jade couch with his legs crossed. The faint scent of Murong Yuxian seemed to remain in the air, causing him to feel a trace of tranquility in his heart. After what had happened before, the relationship between him and Murong Yuxian had become closer, and there was a subtle sublimation of each other's emotions. Though his singing voice was difficult to listen to, and not a single word was in tune, it did not in any way dampen his pleasant mood at the moment. A vision of a better life in the future, like a seed quietly sprouted in his heart, so that his originally silent and numb heart gradually came to life. Yo, Kyo-ha, you're in a good mood. A voice with a flirtatious tone came and interrupted Xinxinghe's humming. He hemmed and hawed and sat up, looking over at Wen Ruyun, who had walked in at some point. At the moment she was standing in front of the vanity mirror, fixing her hair. Xinxinghe's eyes rolled in his mind. The boundary-breaking pool is in need of accumulating progress, and this matter of raising cultivation couldn't be more appropriate for her to do. So, he walked over to Wen Ruyun's side and sat down, gently patted her shoulder and laughed. Naturally I'm in a good mood, and I have to thank Master. The corners of Wen Ruyun's mouth rose, revealing a smirk, and she smoothly sat down beside him, saying, LOL, then how are you going to thank me? Xinxinghe sniffed and the corners of his lips rose slightly. 2 hours later, Wen Ruyun and Xinxinghe sat side by side. Wen Ruyun's eyes revealed a hint of exhaustion, but there was also a hint of satisfaction. She gently straightened her somewhat disheveled hair, an unspeakable emotion welling up in her heart. For some reason, she had developed a special sense of dependence on Xinxinghe, and even felt that she could make some changes for his sake. The feeling scared her a little, and she shook her head off, trying to get rid of the tangled thoughts. Xinxinghe glanced at her, guessed her inner thoughts, and secretly sighed. The effect of this servant seal is truly awesome. Sighing, he called up the system panel and realized that the realm breaking pool had only accumulated 3%. He was shocked and hurriedly asked the system in his mind. System, what's going on? 2 hours for this much progress, it's too slow. A few moments later, the system replied. Host, there are 3 reasons for this situation. Cultivation gained from dual cultivation will be utilized to raise the realm and fill the realm breaking pool according to a certain percentage. Therefore, before the host reaches the great perfection of this realm, the accumulation of the realm breaking pool will be affected to a certain extent. Second, although the host's yuan yang is unceasing and unending, its concentration will gradually decrease. Therefore, the lower the concentration, the lower the enhancement brought about by dual cultivation. However, please rest assured that when it is refreshed at midnight every night, the yuan yang will be restored to perfection again. If you put it that way, it makes some sense. Go ahead. 3. Dual practitioners with hosts who have too many times will also reduce the benefits to a certain extent. In response to this, all that is required is for the host to reach a realm that matches his or her realm, and then maximized gains can be restored. Friendly reminder, when the host's realm is too low, he can look for a new double practitioner to fill the gap. Xinxinghe nodded slightly. This was easy to say but a bit troublesome to do. It couldn't be helped. His circle of friends, but it couldn't be narrower. Besides, he didn't dare to trust people so easily. If this accidentally exposed his physique, then he would truly become the universal furnace of the cultivation world. But he knew that there were countless perverts in this cultivation world. If those old hags are still relatively good, after all, turn off the lights and hold back the vomit. You can also deal with a couple. But if those cool long yangs, a layer of cold sweat instantly spread across Xinxinghe's back, thinking about his appearance, which was like an exiled immortal. He was afraid that he would have an irresistible attraction to those perverts with twisted minds. No way. Absolutely not. Xinxinghe subconsciously shouted out. Wen Ruyun froze and asked curiously. Kyo-ha, what doesn't work? Xinxinghe looked at Wen Ruyun by his side and suddenly felt that she seemed to be a little bit smoother. Although she had once imprisoned herself in a secret room for nearly 20 years, it might have been a form of protection. If you think about it another way, In addition to Wen Ruyun's strict demands on him in terms of cultivation, she usually took good care of him, and she was very careful in her actions. It could be seen from the fact that she had selected Nangong Xiaoyun and Murong Yuxian to come into contact with herself. Nangong Xiaoyun was her favorite disciple, pure-hearted and loyal to her. Murong Yuxian, on the other hand, is someone he trusts? After thinking for a moment, Xinxinghe felt that it was better to let Wen Ruyun lead the relevant matters, so he opened his mouth and asked, "Master, in this Acacia sect, which people do you think are absolutely trustworthy?" Wen Ruyun's heart moved and immediately understood Xinxinghe's meaning and said seriously, "The 4 great elders, they are trustworthy. Your 3 senior sisters can also be trusted. As for the others," a chill flashed in her eyes as she said this, "you can extract a trace of soul and take it as a slave." When Xinxinghe heard this, he sucked in a breath of cool air and thought that Wen Ruyun's methods were really ruthless. Wen Ruyun said with a soft smile, "Cluck, a chaotic world needs to use heavy punishment. Little Qinghe, this is still what you told me before." Xinxinghe smiled helplessly and shook his head. "I didn't expect you to remember." Wen Ruyun did not respond, only gently leaning toward Xinxinghe, but her heart was struggling. Wen Ruyun, Wen Ruyun, how did you become so childish? Her reason and her emotions pulled at each other, finally dissolving into a long sigh as she grew to accept the changes within her. After a while, Wen Ruyun's eyes flickered as if she was making a difficult decision. Finally, she bit her lip and asked carefully, "Kyo-ha, do you want to go out and look around?" Chapter 15, Sect Master's Closed Disciple. Shen Shang, Wa, Patriarch's Palace. 5 women sat on top of the Great Hall, and the one in the center was none other than Acacia Sect Patriarch Wen Ruyun. At this point in the temple, all of them were her beloved ones, such as the 4 great elders, and her 3 disciples of Wen Ruyun, and right in the center of that great hall, at that moment, there was a stunningly beautiful woman wearing a moon-colored robe standing. Her posture was slender and upright, and her clothes fluttered like an exiled immortal descending to the world. Her face, on the other hand, was so exquisite and picturesque that she couldn't even be described in words. Perhaps the only way to summarize it in 2 words is absolutely beautiful. Yo, this little beauty can be really beautiful. Senior sister, when did you take in such a beautiful and delicate disciple? Murong Yueji, who was wearing a long pink dress, held her fragrant cheeks and smiled as she passed an inquiring gaze towards Wen Ruyun. Murong Yuxian, who was on the side, glared at her and reprimanded her in a low voice. Yueji, do not be reckless in front of the patriarch. Murong Yueji beamed. A trace of disbelief flashed in her eyes, but she continued to speak again. Seeing this, Murong Yuxian nodded her head slightly, casting her gaze towards that stunningly beautiful beauty, a smirk floating under her eyes. At this moment, the 3 beautiful women standing on the left side of the main hall, the 3 of them whispered to each other. Only the woman with a pair of slender legs asked softly, "Senior sister Xiaoyun, how come I've never seen this senior sister before? Do you know her?" The fiery woman on the side also looked at Nangong Xiaoyun, her eyes filled with curiosity. Nangong Xiaoyun's expression was extremely unnatural. She timidly glanced at the white-clothed beauty, but saw that she smiled faintly at her. Nangong Xiaoyun's heartbeat violently accelerated, and 2 red clouds immediately floated up on her small face. The fiery woman brightened up at the sight and asked, "Senior sister Xiaoyun, you must have known her a long time ago, right?" Nangong Xiaoyun bit her lower lip without saying a word, and her gaze was cast towards Wen Ruyun above the great hall. Wen Ruyun spoke slowly with a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. "Gentlemen, this girl's name is Xinxinghe, a disciple I took in some years ago. Because her natural talent was simply too exceptional, I had her closed to death long ago. Now that she has successfully broken through the Jindan realm, I have only allowed her to leave the gate." Murong Yuxian smiled and clasped her fists in congratulations. "It's really a blessing for senior sister to have this good disciple." "A blessing for Hexagon Francois." Wen Ruyun nodded slightly, and the 2 of them smiled at each other. Nowadays, Murong Yuxian was still showing her Jindan cultivation. As for the reason, it is naturally to beware of those who are devious and cunning. At this moment, Transmission Elder Yun Miaoyin suddenly opened her mouth. "Patriarch, I don't know the age of Master Shen's nephew today?" When Wen Ruyun heard this, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly and she said in a casual tone, "Just in time for Peach and Plum." As soon as the words fell, there was a silence in the hall, and the crowd looked different, unable to hide the shock in their eyes. Even Gu Qingwan, the division chief elder who had always been unperturbed by events, had her eyes widened at this time, and it was hard to hide the shock in her expression. A few moments later, Gu Qingwan quickly came to Xinxinghe, who had modified his appearance by virtue of the avatar hidden spirit. As soon as she held Xinxinghe's wrist, a faint spiritual energy did not enter her skin. A moment later, she let go of Xinxinghe, turned around and nodded towards the crowd, her voice somewhat shaky. "Shen, seen your nephew Shen's bone age. is indeed only 20 years old. Hearing this, Yun Myoin cried out in joy. Heaven blesses my acacia sect. Murong Yueji's willow brows knitted slightly, and she fell into thought, because this was somewhat the opposite of what she had guessed. Wen Ruyun threw back her head and laughed. The corners of her eyebrows were full of bravado. My acacia sect has little clear river, and within 1,000 years, it will definitely be among the 12 Lingyun sects. After speaking, she introduced the people present one by one to Xinxingha. Then, on the pretext of negotiating the major events of the clan, he had Xinxingha follow the 3 Nangong Kyoyans out of the main hall. To be honest, Wen Ruyun's intention was to involve Xinxingha in this discussion. After all, with Xinxingha's intelligent mind, he would definitely be able to give some advice that they could not imagine. Naiha Xinxingha only wanted to go out for a walk, so Wen Ruyun could do nothing and let him go. Senior sister Shen, where do you want to go? Senior sister will take you there. Nangong Qiaoyun spoke shyly, but her gaze did not dare to meet Xinxingha's. Unexpectedly, that hot-bodied third senior sister Yilianer wrapped her arms around Xinxingha and laughed in an extremely self-conscious manner. Little senior sister, where do you want to go? I'll take you there. What you want, you buy. At this moment, the beautiful-legged second senior sister Su Lingyin was no better and hurriedly said, Yes, junior sister. Speak up. Xinxingha rubbed his hands awkwardly. He was extremely unacceptable to the way they addressed themselves, and after thinking about it, he said softly, Senior sisters, why don't you call me Qinger? Senior sister sounds, well, weird. This was his bottom line. After all, this was how Murong Yuesian called him. Yilianer and Su Lingyin were slightly stunned. They really didn't understand what was so strange about senior sister. Nangong Qiaoyun stomped her foot and reprimanded. You two girls, how old are you? If you count with your fingers, even if I were to be Qinghe's grandmother, I'd still think you guys are too old. It dawned on the two that this was something they hadn't thought of. Xinxingha coughed lightly and said, Senior sisters, why don't you guys take me around to the back of the mountain? I've heard that there are spirit beasts there that I've never seen before. Xinxingha said with extreme sincerity, because this was exactly what he had in his heart. When Nangong Qiaoyun heard this, her nose was slightly sour and she almost cried out, and in her heart, she kept screaming for Xinxingha. Senior brother is too pitiful, and senior is too hateful. Yilianer laughed out loud. A small matter. Saying that, he summoned a green-colored spirit boat and leaped onto it with his arm around Xinxingha. Without waiting for Nangong Qiaoyun and Su Lingyin to board the boat, they pinched their spells and maneuvered the spirit boat towards the back of the mountain. Liener, don't be rude. Nangong Qiaoyun's heart tightened as she stepped on the ground with one foot, her body instantly transforming into a stream of light as she rushed towards the spirit boat. Liener, you're too despicable. Su Lingyin summoned her spirit boat and followed closely behind. Acacia's Sect back mountain. It's not exactly a beautiful mountain, but it's still secluded and quiet. At this moment, Xinxingha was chasing a large white rabbit that was half a person tall with an excited face. The large white rabbit seemed startled by his enthusiasm, hopping and dodging back and forth across the grass. Xinxingha wiped the crystals at the corners of his mouth and whispered, My goodness, such a big rabbit. If it were made into braised rabbit head, how fragrant it would be. It was just that this rabbit's speed was really a bit fast, and Xinxingha unexpectedly couldn't catch up with it for a while. No wonder. In fact, with Xinxingha's cultivation, catching that rabbit was simply easy. Nah, he was having fun with it. At this moment, the three senior sisters were sitting on the grass. They looked at Xinxingha, who was chasing after rabbits in their eyes, with great interest. Qinger is so cute. I want to kiss her, Yilianer said as her eyes became infatuated. The corner of Su Lingyin's mouth rose slightly, and she said with a smile, Just kiss if you want to. It's not a big deal. Nangong Qiaoyun tensed her mouth and said in her heart, Just you wait. There's something in store for you in the future. Chapter 16, I know a hot spring. The night was late and the land was shrouded in a quiet darkness. Only the campfire jumped between the four, reflecting their faces. Xinxingha took a tree branch and gently poked the oily roasted meat. He couldn't help but lick his lips when he saw the gravy slowly oozing out and the aroma overflowing. Three senior sisters, you've come to the right place today. This roasted rabbit meat is not as good as braised, but it also has a different flavor. Here, one roasted rabbit leg each. Don't be polite. We're all family. Nangong Qiaoyun cried and laughed as she received a front leg and tore off a back leg and handed it to Xinxingha. Xingha, you eat big and make up for it. Then, Yilianer and Su Lingyin sat on both sides of Xinxingha on the grounds that they were worried about him catching a cold. Qinger, you're really good at this craft. Did master teach you? Su Lingyin took a bite of the rabbit meat and chewed carefully, a hint of enjoyment appearing on her face. Right. Xinxingha laughed dryly and scratched his head. At this moment, Yilianer grinned broadly and elbowed Xinxingha, jokingly, Qinger, your body is too thin. You need to eat more. Look at senior sister. With that, she tilted her body and pressed right up against it. Xinxingha felt it and made a relatively sincere comment. Senior sister Lianer is right. Yi Lianer hemmed and hawed, raising her chin in triumph, which was her greatest pride. Su Lingyin spat lightly. Big boobs, no brain, that's you. After her words, she looked down at her own and grunted in defiance. Xinger, don't listen to your senior sister Lianer. What's the use of being bigger? Instead, it gets in the way when fighting. Saying that, she gracefully stretched her slender legs and said confidently, look again at senior sister's big white legs, long and straight. Not only are they pleasing to the eye, but they can also be as fast as the wind and as swift as thunder when fighting. Xinxingha felt it and also made a relatively sincere comment. Senior sister Lingyin is right. Seeing the three of them talking to each other, Nangong Xiaoyun couldn't even insert a word. Xinxingha smiled slightly and asked towards her, Senior sister Xiaoyun, why don't you say anything? Something on your mind? Nangong Xiaoyun's small face reddened and lowered her head, mouthing, no, senior sister is just happy for you. You've suffered for over a decade. In the future we will definitely make amends for master. Xinxingha's expression stagnated. Then he grinned. His heart suddenly warmed up. We're all family. No need to be so polite. As for master, she will naturally take the initiative to make amends to me. Nangong Xiaoyun nodded slightly. Wen Ruyun had already made great amends by being able to release Xinxingha from the secret room. This was something that Nangong Xiaoyun was very vocal about. Time rushed by, and an incense stick of time blinked by. The huge roasted rabbit had already been divided by the four of them and filled their bellies. Xinxingha contentedly patted his slightly bulging stomach, stretched out, and lay down on the lawn. This is the way people should live. The three of them couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. They had long been accustomed to such a life, but they did not expect Xinxingha to enjoy it so much. Afterward, they also followed Xinxingha's example and lay down. The four of them stared silently at the twinkling stars in the night sky for a long time without speaking. I don't know how long it took, but Yi Lianer's voice suddenly rang out, breaking the silence. It's no fun lying around. Xinger, I know of a hot spring. Why don't we go there? When I was a kid I always ran there to avoid practice. Nangong Xiaoyun's heart tightened as she stole a glance at Xinxingha, then said, it doesn't fit. Senior sister Xiaoyun, when did you become so motherly? Yi Lianer spat breathlessly. Hearing this, Su Lingyin also nodded her head repeatedly. Aha, elder sister, you're not going through menopause, are you? Nangong Xiaoyun snorted coldly, and the might of a senior sister instantly burst forth. No biggie, let's see if you two have itchy asses? Yi Lianer stood up with a gentle leap, and she patted her arse with a provocative face. When senior sister Xiaoyun said that, it's really a bit itchy, so that's why it's all the more necessary to go for a bath. Saying that, she dodged with a flash. Her hands swept over the oil stains on the floor that had yet to be cleaned up, and instantly arrived in front of Nangong Xiaoyun. It was pressed on top of her breasts, and she didn't forget to smear her face a few times in the process. Hey, senior sister Xiaoyun, you're so oily, you need to wash it properly. Before the words fell, Su Lingyin's dark hands had also smeared on Nangong Xiaoyun's face. Nangong Xiaoyun breathlessly looked up to the sky and sighed. What kind of sins did I commit in my past life to get you two crazy girls? Ha ha. Xinxingha laughed his head off. It was the first time he had seen such an expression on Nangong Xiaoyun's face, but the next moment, he also met the poisonous hand. It was just that the one who struck out was surprisingly Nangong Xiaoyun. Back Mountain Spirit Spring. Nangong Xiaoyun couldn't help but look at Xinxingha and lowered his voice, saying in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Senior brother, do you really want to do it in front of us? Xinxingha shrugged. What else? Nangong Xiaoyun looked aghast and spoke out to persuade him. Senior brother, the Acacia Sect already has a bad reputation in the Lingyun continent's cultivation world. Now that a new rule has been enacted, there is not a single male cultivator in the clan. If your identity as a male cultivator is exposed, I'm afraid that our Acacia Sect will fall into words of sickness. Xinxingha smiled and patted her shoulder. Don't worry, I know in my heart. Who says you can't take a dip in a hot spring with your clothes on? Before the words left his mouth, he plunged headfirst into the spirit spring, splashing the water in all directions. Yi Lianer, who was not far away, glared indignantly at Xinxingha. Then without hesitation, he jumped into the spring, as if protesting his conservatism by his actions. Nangong Xiaoyun sighed, her clothes rustling down. Then, with light steps, she gradually disappeared into the water. The water is warm and misty. The three women were laughing and joking in the spring. The sound of water and laughter intertwined, adding a bit of life and joy to this quiet night. Xinxingha lazily lay on top of the water, his hands resting on the back of his head, letting the spring water gently lift his body. From time to time, the rest of his eyes glanced over to the beautiful view over there, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly with a hint of a leisurely smile. that white and tender in the moonlight with a soft luster, as if a moving picture pleasing to the eye. There were no waves in Xinxing's heart, purely just appreciation. A moment later he yawned and gently closed his eyes, enjoying the rare peace. In fact, Xinxingha could totally fit into their game. After all, the avatar hidden spirit was not something they could recognize. However, in the very next moment, the current beneath him violently exploded into a splash. Immediately afterward, 2 balls of water as white as snow slapped him in the face without warning. Big that is a spring of warmth and light fragrance gushing into the nose. Refreshing. Xinxingha froze for a moment, and before he could react, Yi Lianer's smug laughter came from his ears. Ha ha, Qinger, I told you to be out of place. Why don't you quickly surrender your weapon? Xinxingha helplessly wiped the water droplets on his face and shook his head with a bitter smile. Senior Sister Lianer, your move can be really unexpected. As soon as the words left his mouth, the water churned again. A splash several times larger than the previous one rose from the ground. Xinxingha shook his head helplessly. If the tiger does not give out, you guys really think I am sick? However, before the words were finished, his voice cut off abruptly. Only his pupils contracted slightly, and his gaze was fixed dead ahead, as if he had seen something palpitating. Mud. It can't be that bad. At the same time, 3 anxious voices sounded almost simultaneously. Qinger/Chingy, run away. Chapter 17 Formed Demon. Patriarch's Palace. In the middle of the great hall, Wen Ruyun stood as still as a pine, a pair of beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. In the next moment, she lightly raised her veiled hand and slapped her palm into the void. Boom! The air tore apart as the palm wind reached it, emitting an ear-piercing roar. Immediately afterward, the candle flames in the hall swayed violently, and between the interplay of light and shadow, the entire space seemed to tremble. A few moments later, Wen Ruyun exhaled a long breath of turbid air and slowly withdrew her gong, the aura around her body receding like a tidal wave and dissipating into nothingness. Snap! Crisp applause rang out in the great hall, breaking the brief silence. However, he saw Murong Yuxian walk out slowly from the darkness, a white dress like snow, his sleeves lightly raised. This mere mid-grade martial skill air-breaking poem has exerted such amazing power in senior sister's hands. Yu Xian admires it. Wen Ruyun smiled and shook her head, not surprised by Murong Yuxian's sudden visit. With that, she stretched out her slender fingers and made a distant stroke on the ground. In an instant, 2 beautifully woven futons came out of thin air and landed firmly on the ground. With a flick of her sleeve, she took the lead and sat down on one of the futons, then made a gesture of invitation. Sit down and talk. Murong Yuxian's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile, and without any politeness, she lightly walked over to another futon and gracefully sat down. She straightened her sleeves, raised her eyes to Wen Ruyun, and slowly opened her mouth. Senior sister, why did you release Qinger? A flash of surprise surfaced on Wen Ruyun's face, her eyebrows slightly raised as she asked in return. Don't you want to see him every day? Murong Yuxian sighed slightly. Who says he doesn't want to? But Qinger's natural talent is too outstanding, although he has reached the realm of Jindan. But this outside world. She paused, a hint of concern in her tone. Strong people are like clouds, and there are many crises. While his talent is certainly delightful, it is also prone to attracting unnecessary covetousness and trouble. And my Acacia sect does not have a strong harmonized god to protect Qinger. I am worried. This premature exposure will put him in danger. I'm afraid. Wen Ruyun sniffed. Her expression remained calm, but there was a hint of shame in her eyes. A moment later, she opened her lips lightly. Yu Xian. Am I mean? Murong Yuxian was slightly stunned. She didn't understand why Wen Ruyun suddenly said that. Wen Ruyun continued. He was just a toddler when I rescued him from the Pure Yang Palace. Later, I deliberately made things difficult for him, bullied him, and made him taste the coldness and warmth of the world. Then again, I used your presence to carve a perfect image in his mind. Murong Yuxian's eyes gradually widened, unbelief written all over her face. A touch of self-deprecation surfaced on Wen Ruyun's face. I used him to raise his cultivation. He hates me. I understand. I did it to myself. To stabilize him, I let the light in his heart reappear. That way, I can continue to hold him in the palm of my dead hand. Murong Yuxian's fists clenched. She didn't expect it. Never expected it. This eldest senior sister that she admired had such a deep heart. Qinger is a person, not a tool. After these words were said, Murong Yuxian smiled to herself as she felt that she was too childish. Wen Ruyun took a deep breath and spoke to herself. But just in recent days, I've realized that I'm becoming more and more ruthless with him. Her voice was low, with an unmistakable hint of faltering that. Oh, Yu Xian, I'm not afraid to laugh at you when I say this. I'm an almost 500-year-old woman who has developed a crush on him. Murong Yuxian had a complicated look on her face and sighed after a moment. People are not grass and trees. Who can have no feelings? You and Xinger have been together for more than 10 years, so it's reasonable to say that you've fallen in love over time. Wen Ruyun slowly got up and reached out a hand and pressed it to her chest, feeling the slightly accelerated beating. I didn't try to restrain him again when I released him this time. Freedom. I gave it back to him. I owe it to him. Whether to go or stay, all depends on his own choice. Ha, with his intelligence, naturally can guess. Before the words fell, the earth suddenly began to tremble violently, and a palpitating pressure filled the air. The two's complexion changed in fear, and their yuanings might instantly erupted as they rushed out of the great hall. What is going on? Murong Yuexian's brows were tightly locked, her gaze filled with uncertainty. Wen Ruyun's face was also grave, her gaze was sharp as a knife, quickly scanning the surrounding area and finally settling in the direction of the back mountain. It's her. Awakening. After saying that, she transformed into a stream of light and flew towards the back of the mountain at great speed. Murong Yuexian didn't dare to hesitate in the slightest and similarly transformed into a stream of light, following closely behind. Acacia's Sect back mountain. Ling Yin, Liener, quickly go find master teacher. This kind of battle is no longer something you guys at the foundation establishment stage can participate in. Nangong Xiaoyun's eyes were glazed over, and black chi surged around his body. The usual gentle softness was only endless madness at this moment. Senior sister, Xinger He, Su Lingyin and Yi Liener's eyes were brimming with tears, their gazes not moving an inch as they stared dead on at the calm spring water. Nangong Xiaoyun clenched her silver teeth. Don't worry, even if I give up this life, I will save Qinghe from that snake demon's mouth. The words just fell. Boom 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 boom. 3 deafening loud bangs erupted one after another. Nangong Xiaoyun once again stored up her strength, and in an instant, the aura of heaven and earth condensed in her palm at breakneck speed. Breaking palm. In an instant, a colorless palm print blasted above the water. The water surface was violently dented the moment the palm print descended, followed by a disdainful voice coming out from underwater. Human, how many times have I told you? I have no intention of killing him, I just want to borrow him. What's your hurry? As he spoke, a large snake's head poked out of the water. The turquoise scales glittered with a cold light under the moonlight, and the scarlet snake's letter gulped and sputtered, its eyes full of impatience. However, in the very next moment, a purple aura appeared, and the light was blinding, making it difficult to look directly at it. In an instant, the purple light dissipated, and the huge snake demon body had disappeared, replaced by a beautiful woman. Shen Xinghe, on the other hand, was firmly wrapped around her chest, unable to move. Nangong Xiaoyun's face abruptly turned white. You are a 5th grade great demon. The woman covered her mouth and laughed softly. Giggle. People do want to break through the 5th grade early, but nah, it's just a foot short of the door. As the words left her mouth, her eyes looked languidly toward the sky. Only 2 streams of light were seen coming at breakneck speed. Ugh, it's so troublesome. People just want to break through. Why can't they just do what they want? Chapter 18 Qinghe He. It's awesome. Biko Shio. Wen Ruyun's eyes were filled with scorn as she bowed and cupped her fists. Senior Bai Jiao. The juniors are unreasonable and have messed with your purification, so please bear with me. Bai Jiao habitually spat out her tongue. Just the humanoid form of her making this kind of action made her look a bit cute. You know me? Seeing this, Wen Ruyun replied in a respectful tone. Senior Bai Jiao. More than 400 years ago, Senior helped you catch spirit rabbits for a period of time. When Bai Jiao heard this, she was first stunned, then she slapped her forehead. Her eyebrows arched, and her laughter was as clear and pleasant as a silver bell. Ha ha, I remember. Your name is Rhyme, right? That little girl who always has a scowl on her face and is also clumsy. In front of her senior sister and disciple, being poked through the past so bluntly by Bai Jiao. A slight blush immediately rose on Wen Ruyun's face. Elder has a good memory. Bai Jiao smiled as she stroked the motionless Shen Xinghe in her arms and laughed. He. I didn't expect that after only a few hundred years of absence, you've become a yuaning powerhouse. Wen Ruyun hurriedly bowed. Rhyme will always be a junior in front of senior Bai Jiao. Bai Jiao waved her hand. What's there to be polite about? Why have you become so worldly as well? Wen Ruyun lowered her head and didn't dare to speak, but in her heart, her thoughts were turning rapidly, entangled in how to open her mouth and let her release Shen Xinghe. Unexpectedly, Bai Jiao said with a smile as if she had read her mind. Little girl, since you've just arrived, I'll repeat it with you. Saying that, she patted Shen Xinghe in her arms and saw that he remained motionless, her willow brows slightly knitted. Hey, you're a Jindan realm cultivator. You can't suffocate, can you? Cough. Not so much. Shen Xinghe reluctantly withdrew his head back. He wasn't so much horny as he was a little curious. It was clear that just a moment ago he had been nearly suffocated by the snake's coils, but before long, it was sparsely plastered on top of the softness of the white flowers, and a trance could not help but be born in his heart. It was the first time he had seen a transformed great demon. Bai Jiao said with a smile as she wrapped her arms around Xinxingha's waist. Little guy, you tell the little girl. Just now you have promised me. You are not allowed to back out. Oh. Xinxingha scratched his nose in embarrassment and turned his head to look at the crowd of Wen Ruyun and said, Ahem, master, Aunt Yu Xian. Elder Bai Jiao has been stagnating at the peak of the 4th grade for almost 1,000 years, and recently, her 1,000-year thunder tribulation was coming, so there was an urgent need to break through the bottleneck as soon as possible for the future. So well, the words were not finished, but Wen Ruyun had already heard the meaning. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly as she inquired with some uncertainty. Senior Bai Jiao is a descendant of the dragon race. Not only is his physical body powerful, his qi and blood are incomparably thick. Xiaking, you, okay? Murong Yuxian on the side was also filled with worry. Qinger, don't force it. Between you and Senior Bai Jiao, the gap is too big. Bai Jiao beamed with dissatisfaction. People have already transformed and are no different from the human race. What do you have to worry about? How annoying. Xinxingha pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. Actually, this isn't too bad. I'm still quite confident in my holy body. Wen Ruyun took a deep breath and nodded slightly. It's good that you have it in your heart. If you can help Elder Bai Jiao, she will definitely protect you for half of your life. Murong Yuxian's small mouth was slightly open. She was really convinced of her big senior sister. It's at this point in the game that you're still counting. Unexpectedly, Bai Jiao said very dryly. That's natural. If this little fellow really helps me successfully break through the 5th grade realm, what's the harm in me being his protector for 100 years? Bowed to Wen Ruyun. Then I will thank Senior for my young disciple. The stone wall slowly closed. Looking at Wen Ruyun's crowd of women outside the wall who were full of concern, Xinxingha cried and laughed a little. He sighed and turned slowly. However, he saw that Bai Jiao holding her chin, lying on her side on top of the jade couch, staring at him with a smile on her face. Xinxingha's gaze went back and forth on Bai Jiao. After a moment, he nodded and gave a relatively conservative score of 90 in his mind. Seeing Xinxingha's delay, Bai Jiao was a bit impatient as she stretched out a finger and gently hooked it. In the next moment, Xinxingha only felt that he was pulled by an invisible force and instantly came above the jade couch. The curtains fell slowly. Outside the chamber, the hidden scriptures. Murong Yuxian looked uneasy as she paced back and forth in front of the bookshelf, watching Wen Ruyun for a while. Senior sister, can you stop? Can't you sit down and have a cup of tea? Seeing this, Nangong Xiaoyun also advised. Uncle Yuxian, you have to trust Xinghe. Xinghe is very powerful. After saying that, her voice gradually lowered, and her little face suddenly turned red with shame, as if she realized that she had said something she shouldn't have. Murong Yuxian didn't care, coldly glaring at Wen Ruyun and sitting across from her. Raising his tea, he took a drink. Seeing the trio speaking in a cloudy manner, Su Lingyin and Yi Lianer were at a loss. After a long time, Yi Lianer was really curious and couldn't help but ask, Senior Sister Xiaoyun, what do you guys mean by that? Qinger is powerful? How is it powerful? Su Lingyin said next. Right, and also Senior Bai Jiao breaking through to the 5th rank. How can she help as a Jindan realm? Nangong Xiaoyun bowed her head. Murong Yuxian swept a glance at them and sighed slightly. Wen Ruyun, on the other hand, said with the corners of her mouth slightly hooked up, flushed with a smirk. You'll see later. Just then, a petulant voice came from behind the bookshelf. The voice seemed to be ghostly and grumbling, but it had a threefold sense of smoothness to it. Wen Ruyun raised her eyebrows and lamented. Little Kyoha really didn't let me down. After she spoke, she waved her hand and added another soundproofing array to the entire chamber. Murong Yuxian let out a long breath. The uneasiness in her heart faded a little. Nangong Xiaoyun's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly, and her head was lowered to the point where it had almost been buried into her breasts. Su Lingyin's eyes narrowed slightly, combining what she had experienced today. After thinking for a few moments, an aura suddenly flashed through her mind, as if all the clues were connected at this moment. Immediately afterward, her face swished red to the base of her ears. This in turn made the Yilianer on the side of the hole somewhat unable to do so. After all this time, she's the only one still in the dark. Senior Sister Lingyin, are you guessing something? Quickly tell me about it. I'm in a hurry. Yilianer grabbed Su Lingyin's arm, shaking it while urging eagerly, her eyes filled with curiosity. Su Lingyin was a bit helpless as she shook her, and spat in an ungraceful manner, then glancing at the pair that undulated up and down in more ways than one, making Yilianer proud of her body, he muttered, big boobs are really not a lie. Chapter 19, not an enemy either. Little one, you mustn't bully people too much. Bai Jiao's voice suddenly turned cold, changing from the easygoing nature of the previous days. Shen Xinghe looked innocent. Senior, you're being a bit unreasonable when you say that. If you hadn't made things difficult for Senior first, how could Senior be like this? After speaking, several golden lights suddenly burst out, The thick pure yang power seemed to have turned into substance, filling the air with a burning pressure that caused one's breath to be stifled. Bai Jiao let out a cry of alarm and fully utilized his Jiao dragon body, but he was still retreating under the golden light's powerful attack. I command you to listen. Stop. Xin Xinghe let out a dry smile. Senior, once you start, there is no way back, and there is nothing that Senior can do about it. Golden light churned, wave after wave, and the attack became more and more violent. At the same time, Bai Jiao's original dark green pupils even began to vaguely flooded with golden light, as if some kind of sleeping power is slowly awakening. 2 days later, the chamber lights were dimmed. Xin Xinghe sat on top of a stone chair, sipping his tea comfortably. He glanced at Bai Jiao, who was sitting on his knees and running his energy to refine the Yuan Yang, and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. It's been a bit of a rocky 7 days to say the least. Looking back at the initial encounter, he was crushed in all directions and was powerless to fight back. Murong Yuxian was right. The exuberance of Bai Jiao's qi and blood was simply appalling. Her body seemed to contain endless power, and every breath she took was like a resonance of heaven and earth. Coupled with the thin trace of dragon bloodline in her body, it made her explosive power reach an astonishing level. Fortunately, after 5 days of bonding, Xin Xinghe gradually pulled the gap into balance until he was overlooking this arrogant Bijia with a crushing force. The hour of midnight had passed, and the Yuan Yang was once again refreshed. Xin Xinghe stretched his waist lazily. Although Yuan Yang was endless, this high-intensity cultivation was still a bit overwhelming. Thinking of this, he pulled up Bijiao's data panel in his mind and examined it in detail. Xiaoyo. Identity, Bijiao clan. Age, 4997. Cultivation, peak of the 4th grade, in the breaking realm. Physique, Bijiao's body, in metamorphosis. Talent, in awakening. Avatar, swallowing the spirit, in metamorphosis. Face value, 91. Yu-Yo? That's a good name. With that, he continued to browse the other data, confused when seeing that one inexplicable prompt. What's the situation? Breaking the boundary along with triggering the physique, talent, and aptitude together? What kind of heaven-defying luck is this? This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. As he thought about it, perhaps it was because the other was a great demon that all made that much of a difference. Or perhaps, it was because the realm the other party was about to break through was the 5th grade, the demonic beast's 5th grade realm, compared to the human cultivation realm, which was the god transformation realm. It was said that breaking through the spirit of transformation would usher in a metamorphosis from the inside out. Then Yu Yao, who possessed a trace of dragon bloodline, would obviously not be an exception. Xin Xinghe was greatly looking forward to it in his heart. As long as he waited for the other party to successfully break through, then not only would he be able to extract a large amount of cultivation and replication abilities. It's okay. Engraving the servant seal. Xin Xinghe was never expecting that the column of the other party's talent was empty, and with his own help, he was apparently about to awaken. At this moment, the corners of his mouth were about to lift to the sky at the thought of having a 5th grade great demon as an immortal servant. He thought to himself, if you go out in the future, won't you be able to walk horizontally? Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he quietly waited for the moment when Xiao made her breakthrough. After roughly nearly 2 hours, Xiao suddenly let out a muffled grunt, a trace of blood slowly spilling out from the corner of her mouth. Xin Xinghe's heart tightened and he hurriedly came closer to check the situation. At the same time, the series of system prompts followed. Congratulations to the host. Xiao has successfully broken through the 5th grade realm. Cultivation extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Hint, dragon's body, purple detected. Should I reproduce it? Hint, swallowing spirit, purple detected. Is it reproduced? Alert, Xiao has been detected awakening the talent dragon transformation red. Do you want to assist? Xin Xinghe didn't even think about it and agreed to all of them in his head. Then, he looked at Xiao's slightly pained face suspiciously. What's going on here? Wouldn't breaking through the 5th grade cause changes in the heavens and earth? And even more so, attract a thunderbolt? How did it just break through so lightly? And what's with the pained look on her face? Without waiting for Xin Xinghe to think too much, Xiao slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were as clear as water, yet as deep as an abyss, and a touch of joy that was hard to hide flowed under her eyes. Looking at the little guy in front of her, who had caused her so much suffering, a complex emotion of both love and hate could not help but rise in her heart. Xin Xinghe cupped his fists and bowed. Congratulations to Senior Bai Jiao for breaking through the 5th grade realm. Seeing him in such a respectful manner, Xiao was amused and snorted with laughter. Giggle. You little guy is really funny. Call me Xiao. The seniors are calling me old. Xin Xinghe coughed lightly and didn't dare to say anything. At this moment, Xiao recalled the first 5 days of her cultivation. She had practically poured out her best efforts, day and night. The gains that can be made are minimal, not even half of what they were in the last 2 days. Such a gap forced her to admit that Xin Xinghe's method was indeed unique. Xiao's mind was in a bit of a trance, feeling as if this was all a dream. She had awakened by chance 7 days ago and found Xinxinghe, who was in possession of a thick yuan yang, so she thought of taking her chances, but she never thought that she would really let her break through. You know, if you let her cultivate on her own, not to mention whether or not she can withstand the great demon's millennium disaster. Just the large amount of aura needed for that breakthrough was enough to deter her. Now that she had successfully broken through the 5th grade realm, her strength had multiplied. Then 3 years after the millennium disaster, although still very dangerous, but at least, let her more than 10% certainty. Just then, Xinxinghe's voice interrupted her thoughts. Senior Bai Jiao, Xinghe has a matter he doesn't understand. I hope Senior will solve it. Chapter 20. Xiao let out a light laugh and stretched out her fingers to wipe the bloodstains from the corner of her mouth. Then she curled her fingers and flicked, and her essence blood transformed into a shimmering light that floated towards Xinxinghe. When Xinxinghe saw this, his expression suddenly changed. You Yao-senpai, what are you? Xiao slightly sat up straight and straightened her clothes, a faint smile on her face as she explained. Little fellow, this is the essence blood of a 5th grade great demon. It contains a powerful power that will benefit you without any disadvantages. Speak up, what do you want to ask? Xinxinghe instantly came back to his senses upon hearing this. A trace of embarrassment surfaced on his face as he lightly coughed and said, Senior Bai Jiao, I once heard my master mention that breaking through the 5th grade would attract a change in the heavens and earth, and a lightning tribulation would descend. But when you just managed to break through, why was the wind calm? Not even a trace of spiritual energy was leaked out? Xiao gently shook her head, a smile on her lips, and said, because I'm a big demon. Xinxinghe's puzzlement intensified. What's the difference between a great demon and an ordinary demonic beast? Aren't they all from the same source? Xiao stretched out a finger and gently waved it. Nonetheless, a great demon is born to be a great demon, and an ordinary demonic beast may only have a sliver of a possibility to become a great demon after an exhaustive lifetime. Her voice was soft, as if she were articulating an unchanging truth. Xinxinghe froze for a moment and said, please ask Senior to explain. Xiao raised her chin slightly, a hint of pride in her complexion as she slowly opened her mouth. My Bijiao clan was born as great demons, with long lifespans and no bottlenecks to speak of in cultivation. As long as the spiritual energy is built up in place, breaking through the realm will be relatively easy. Xinxinghe was staggered for a moment. This great demon's cultivation path was feared to be the envy of hundreds of millions of human cultivators. Except for him, Xinxinghe, of course. At this moment, a touch of helplessness quietly surfaced on Xiao's face as she continued. Alas, but great demons also have great demons' woes. We have to go through a heavy thunder tribulation every 1,000 years. This thunderbolt was different from ordinary thunderbolts, but condensed the might of the heavenly Tao, and was more terrifying than one. I have now crossed the 4th thunder tribulation, and this 5th one is close at hand. To be honest, if I hadn't broken through the 5th rank today, I'm afraid I would have had to listen to heaven. She said this lightly, as if she were talking about a trivial matter of no consequence. However, Xinxinghe could feel the heaviness hidden in her words. At this moment, Xiao got up and walked over to the couch to sit down. Well, little one, if you have any other doubts, ask them all together. Xinxinghe coughed lightly and said, since Senior Bai Jiao didn't have a bottleneck to speak of when he broke through the realm, why did he have a pained look on his face just now? Hearing this, Xiao frowned slightly and explained, my demon pill was already overflowing with spiritual energy 2 days ago, but I didn't realize that the power you urged was too strong and swift. If I hadn't been able to fully utilize my Bijiao's body to awaken a trace of dragon bloodline in my body, I'm afraid the situation would have been very bad. At that, her voice trailed off, a hint of afterthought in her tone. Cough. Xinxinghe awkwardly coughed lightly twice. Senior, I was also worried that your breakthrough would fail, so I took some more prudent methods. Rather thoughtful. After speaking, Xiao once again spoke out and asked, do you still have any doubts? I'm in a good mood and know everything. Xinxinghe shook his head after pondering for a moment. Xiao exhaled a long breath and leaned slightly on the stone bench, closing her eyes, looking a little tired. Then she yawned and said, I'll take a break then. I'm a little tired. Xinxinghe smiled and shook his head, secretly feeling emotion in his heart. Although this Xiao was nearly 5,000 years old, her heart was still straightforward. He gently fetched a cloak and put it over her. Then he pulled up his system and began to take stock of the hall. System, open the personal panel. Good host, please wait. Host, Xinxinghe, cultivation, late Jindan stage. Physique 1, ancient pure yang hegemonic holy body, grade gold. Physique 3, body of the dragon, grade purple. Bursting with blood, flesh comparable to that of a demon of the same rank. Endurance doubled. Talent 5, dragon's might, grade red. Can immobilize any living creature for 3 breaths after casting. Upper limit of transformation realm. Once a day. Not cumulative. Avatar 3, Swallow Spirit, Great Purple. Forcibly draws spiritual energy from the target's body and turns it to your own use. Upper limit same rank and below. No upper limit on the number of times it can be used. Breakthrough pool, 100%, to be broken through by the host when he reaches the Jindan Grand Completion. Refining points, 9999/10. 000, Jindan Realm Storage Limit 10. 000 points. His Xinxing has sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The physique, talent, and divine ability that had been replicated from Xiao were all extremely perverse regardless of which one they were. His physique, body of the dragon, directly allowed his melee combat, defense, and endurance to rise to an astonishing level. The talent Dragon Mighty, even more so, when he fights with others, he has an additional card that is sufficient to turn the tide of battle. As for the divine ability Swallowing Spirit, it even made up for his ability to systematically extract cultivation. The prerequisite for the system to extract cultivation is that the dual cultivator breaks through the realm. However, within this period, there is a not-so-short gap, and swallowing the spirit can precisely make up for this gap, and devouring other people's spiritual energy must be quite a bit faster than cultivating it yourself. Of course, if I have to say that there are any disadvantages, it is only that I have to bear some scorn. Yet just as he was about to go astray, the system stepped in just in time. Hint, the spiritual energy gained from swallowing the spirit cannot be used by the host to enhance his cultivation, nor can it be used to fill the broken mirror pool, but the host can turn them into refining points. After hearing the system's explanation, Xinxinghe was a little disappointed, but was able to understand. After all, if all good fortune came to him alone, how would it be for anyone else? This, in fact, is not without its benefits, at least in the future. You don't have to wait for the mirror breaking pool to be full to accumulate refinement points. There is also no need to sacrifice color for a measly number of points. He, Xinxinghe, was not that shallow. At this time, Xinxinghe looked at the personal panel, 9,999 after the data of refining points. His heart was tangled. Ugh, just 1 point away from being full. So upset. At that thought, he looked to the already sleeping. Chapter 21, Peach Dress Surplus Fragrance. Muyang Yueli, Figure. Pleasure. The first rays of the morning sunlight quietly sprinkled down, gently spreading over the Acacia Sect's mountain gate. At this time in the back mountain, the crowd was respectfully sending the 5th grade great demon Xiao back to the palace. That is, underneath that spiritual spring. He only saw Xiao staring at Xinxinghe fondly, her eyes full of longing and wanting to speak. Seeing this, Xinxinghe smiled and bowed. Senior Xiao, at the moment, the most important thing for you is to stabilize your cultivation and meet the 1,000 years tribulation 3 years from now. As for the matter of protecting the Tao, you don't have to worry about it. Hearing this, Xiao pumped her sore nose and said, "Little fellow, you're so nice. Don't worry, after people successfully transmigrate, they will definitely look for you to play every day." Her voice was soft and sincere, with a few strong hints of attachment. Xinxinghe smiled faintly. Then Xinghe would like to congratulate you here in advance, for a successful crossing of the tribulation. The great Tao is within reach. Xiao nodded heavily. In the next moment, she suddenly transformed into a turquoise-colored dragon, instantly disappearing into the water without a trace. When the crowd saw that this 5th grade great demon had finally left, each and every one of them breathed a sigh of relief. Wen Ruyun put her arm around Xinxinghe's shoulder with a smile and joked, "Little Xinghe, you've made a great achievement this time. Tell me, what kind of reward do you want?" As she spoke, her eyes darted purposefully to a hill not far away. With that, he winked towards Xinxinghe. Xinxinghe skimmed his mouth. "Master, a melon that is twisted by force is not sweet." Wen Ruyun laughed loudly, gently patted his shoulder, and his figure flashed out of sight. At this moment, Murong Yuxian circled around Xinxinghe with a face full of worry. "Xing'er, you really aren't hurt?" Xinxinghe nodded his head as he cried and laughed. "It's really nothing." A suspicion flashed in Murong Yuxian's eyes as she reached out and pulled Xinxinghe's arm. "No, I'm still not at ease. Xing'er, come back to the cave with me. I want to check it out. You have just broken through Jindan now, and with this calamity, you must be cautious." "Oops, it's really okay Yuxianfu." Xinxinghe snapped his mouth shut, seeing that no one was paying attention. He continued, "Aunt Yuxian, don't worry, this little calamity is nothing." Murong Yuxian looked at him, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. "Ugh, well, I'm going back then. Take care of yourself." Xinxinghe clasped his fists and saluted, bidding farewell to Murong Yuxian. Murong Yuxian nodded slightly as she looked seriously at Xinxinghe, then glanced at the hills not far away and lowered her voice. "Xing'er, to help or not to help, according to your heart, there is no need to force it. Remember, you are a person, not a tool." After speaking, she transformed into a stream of light and sped towards the sovereign hall. At this time, the 3 Nangong Kyoyans jogged all the way to Xinxinghe's body. Xinghe. Nangong Xiaoyun was just about to open her mouth when she was interrupted by Xinghe. Alright, senior sister Xiaoyun. My ears are getting calloused from all of you asking one after another. Oh, you guys go ahead and go back. I want to stay here a little longer. I'll find you guys later on my own. Nangong Xiaoyun nodded. At this moment, Yi Lianer approached Xinghe, her face filled with worry. Xinghe, you don't know how much I've been worrying about you these days. Oh, they all seem to know what's going on, but they just won't tell me. Xinghe gave a dry laugh and comforted. Oh, I'll be fine, don't worry. Su Linging gently pulled Yi Lianer and ranted. Lianer, look at you. Steady. Yi Lianer hummed lightly. Senior sister Lingyin, it's not okay for me to care about Xinghe. Seeing that the two were about to bicker again, Nangong Xiaoyun shook her head helplessly. She gently pulled the arms of the two men, and after nodding slightly towards Xinghe, she walked towards the mountain gate. Xinghe let out a long sigh and sat on top of the green stone beside the spring, looking at the water and falling into deep thought. People? Tools? As he said that, a bitter smile spread across the corners of his mouth. To be honest, he couldn't tell the difference. What has happened to him over the years has left him partly confused as well. Even the belated arrival of the system has invariably pushed him towards the position of tool. It was as if he existed only to fulfill some set mission. Clatter. A pink silhouette, from the water in front of Xinghe, slowly probed out. Xinghe raised his head slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face. Aunt Yueji, long time no see. This woman was none other than Murong Yuexian's twin sister, Murong Yueji. When Murong Yueji heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. She obviously did not expect Xinghe to be the first to poke through this thin layer of window paper. But it was only for a moment that her complexion returned to calm, and there was an additional depth and complexity in her eyes. She slowly sat down beside Xinghe, maintaining a just right distance from him. Xinghe, it really is you? Xinghe asked curiously. How did Aunt Yueji recognize me? My appearance was transformed. You shouldn't be able to tell. Murong Yueji let out a light laugh, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It's because I knew long ago that you possessed the pure yang sacred body, and I also guessed the reason for your disappearance. LOL, the reason why eldest sister hid you so early was because she was afraid that it was me she was guarding against. Xinghe smiled and shook his head. Aunt Yueji is rather more intelligent than Aunt Yuexian. I was with her for 2 long years in the first place, and she didn't even realize the secret. Murong Yueji spat delicately. Sister is a big fool, put you such a big baby, but, as soon as the words left her mouth, she realized that she had said the wrong thing and wanted to explain. Xinghe interrupted with a smile at the sight. There's no harm in that. What you said was originally the truth. Speaking of this, his gaze leisurely met Murong Yueji's beautiful eyes. If Aunt Yueji needs help, I will definitely not refuse. There was first a joy in Murong Yueji's eyes. However, this joy was fleeting, and her expression was soon replaced by a tangle. Her shell teeth lightly bit her lower lip, a hint of blood faintly seeping from her lips, as if she was struggling with something internally. However, in the very next moment, the two figures disappeared into the water together, stirring up a crystal splash. It wasn't long before the water gradually regained its calm. Chapter 22 Immortal Servant Induction. Growling. Looking at the roiling hot air rising from the spring, a chill ran down Xinghe's backbone. At this moment, he was gray and wretched. His moon-white robe, too, had been burned to the point of being tattered. So close, just a moment ago. In order to help Murong Yueji impact her cultivation level, he unreservedly stimulated the latent power within his body, channeling the spiritual power he could provide to Murong Yueji without reservation. The two of them worked together with extreme concentration during the cultivation process, immersing themselves in the mingling and operation of their spiritual energy with full concentration. Who would have guessed that the results would be superb? At the critical moment when Murong Yueji was about to break through the bottleneck of her cultivation, she suddenly awakened her purple-ranked physique red flame spirit body. If Xinghe hadn't activated his frost spirit body in time to counterbalance it, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Ugh, this is a mess. With that said, he unleashed his hidden spirit, completely enveloping the area and not allowing the slightest bit of aura to spill out. The Acacia Sect had only revealed Wen Ruyun, a Yuaning cultivator, to the public nowadays. Why is that? It's simple. A piker is a piker, and a piker is a piker. Just ask, if a third-rate sect, in a short period of time, frequently appeared to break through the Yuaning and such things, as long as it's not a little cutie, one would wonder if the Acacia Sect had acquired some kind of heaven and earth treasure. At that time, the Acacia Sect would inevitably become a target, and would not be far from extinction. As for the agreement of the blessing of the upper sect, it was purely empty talk. In front of absolute interests, the so-called agreements and promises are nothing more than fragile barriers. Xinghe sighed. System, carve the servant seal. In the next moment, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations to the host. You've learned to answer the question. Minion seal engraving in progress. He couldn't help but laugh and shake his head at the system's sudden joke, then pulled up Muriel's personal panel. Moyanju Eiji, age, 491. Cultivation level, Jindan realm great perfection, in the breaking realm. Physique, red inflammation spirit body, grade purple. Born with affinity for the power of red inflammation. Can call upon the red inflammation chi, burning everything. Cultivating fire-based techniques is twice as powerful and far more powerful than normal people, and it is completely immune to fire poisons, flames, and other attribute attacks. Talent, Dan Chang, grade white, 10% increase in rate of pills. Avatar, mind reading, grade white, can be cast on chi refining cultivators, and to a certain extent, can see through what is in the other party's mind. Once a day, not cumulative. Face value, 95, this spiritual body and talent. He had guessed a thing or two, but it was just this divine ability that he really hadn't expected. It seemed that back when he was a child, Murong Yueji was relying on this divine ability to gain access to his secrets. Thinking of this, he unleashed Replica, turning these three abilities into his own one after another. Immediately afterward, 3,000 refining points were called up. Insanity, Dan Chang, and Mind Reading, respectively, have all been raised to the blue rank level. At the same time, the immortal servants that these abilities correspond to, gained the same benefits with them. Xinxinghe could clearly feel that the connection between himself and Wen Ruyun and the girls, the immortal servants, had become even closer. Even, he had a premonition that he seemed to, could remotely sense the movements of any immortal servant. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes and kept probing along that scent belonging to Wen Ruyun in the underworld. In the next moment, inside the Patriarch's hall, the scene of the Harmony Pavilion surfaced before his eyes, only to see that Wen Ruyun, at this moment, was concentrating on studying an ancient book with a serious and devoted look. Seeing this, the corners of Xinxinghe's mouth rose slightly, ending the induction. And right at this moment, Murong Yueji's breakthrough finally came to an end. The system extracted some of the cultivation in time. Xinxinghe took a look at the data and realized that his cultivation level was still at the late Jindan stage. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. This Golden Dan realm's ascension was indeed much tougher. A few moments later, Xinxinghe picked up the already dried pink dress from the green stone behind her with a smile on her face. Murong Yue stepped forward with a calm demeanor, took the dress from him, and methodically put it on. Xinxinghe smiled faintly and congratulated him. Congratulations to Aunt Ji for her successful breakthrough into the Yuaning realm. This birth is expected to transform into a god. Murong Yueji covered her mouth and laughed lightly, a hint of humility flashing in her eyes. Xing'er, don't tease Auntie. Auntie is still self-aware of her own qualifications. Xinxinghe sniffed and said confidently, Aunt Yueji, if it was in the past, perhaps the breakthrough was difficult. But today, as long as everyone works together, the future is full of hope. Murong Yueji smiled. The modesty in her eyes turned into a touch of relief. Her finger gently tapped on Xinxinghe's forehead. Giggle. It seems that in the future, I'll have to exchange cultivation tips with you little guy often, so don't think I'm annoying. There was a touch of affection in her voice, and her gaze was full of promise. Xinxinghe nodded seriously and said with a straight face, an honor. Chapter 23. Why wait 50 years? Half a month later. Lately the days have been very leisurely. Xinxinghe had nothing to do but skulk around the Acacia sect. This huge sect had also been touched by him long ago, but strangely enough, he hadn't seen Wen Ruyun in a long time. This made Xinxinghe a bit puzzled. With Wen Ruyun's womanly nature, how could she possibly endure it? So he activated his immortal servant sensation and determined where Wen Ruyun was at that moment, and then traveled slowly in that direction. It wasn't that he wanted the woman, it was just simple curiosity. Xing'er, this is my newly made cinnamon cake. Try it. Xing'er, the new style of bellyband you taught me to knit last time has already made a finished product. It's not a finished product, but it's really easy to wear and even makes you feel more confident. Xing'er, look at these black and white silk stockings. Are they exactly as you told them? It had been a long, flowery ride, and he'd had a hard time getting out of it. After these days of contact, he had already made friends with the entire clan. Those senior sisters and uncles, too, were all appreciative of him. This time it wasn't because of his looks, because he had already used Hidden Spirit again, and pressed his charisma to about 80. This is still a good value for the face, but it's not that far off the mark. But he underestimated the attraction of the phantom spirit body to the opposite sex. Even though those people knew that he was a female cultivator, they still couldn't help but get close to him. Things like this really distressed him a bit. Without realizing it, he had already arrived at the door of the Acacia Sect's council pavilion. The door was covered at this point. Strange, what's with the door being closed in broad daylight? Curious, he approached and looked in through the doorway. Due to the presence of the hidden spirit, no one could detect his prying eyes. Inside the attic, Wen Ruyun's face was calm and she didn't say a word for a long time. Murong Yuxian stood quietly at her side, the silk fan in her hand gently shaking, seems to take the opportunity to calm her mind. On the other side, Gu Qingwan and Yun Miaoyin stood side by side, and both of their faces were sad. A moment later, Murong Yueji coldly grunted, breaking the silence. Humph, the Lingyun 12 sect is simply bullying people too much. From the time he entered this swift ancient ruins, it was clear that there was a strict requirement that he had to be under Yuaning, and there wasn't even an age limit. Why is the requirement suddenly changed to under 200 years of age this year? Is this not an attempt to cut off our lives? With that, he turned and headed for the attic door. I'll go to the Haoran sect and look for those high and mighty guys and theorize about it. At this moment, Yun Miaoyin took a step in front of the door. Yu Eji, calm down. The Haoran sect is the top of the 12 Lingyun sects. In your condition, I'm afraid you won't even be able to enter someone's mountain gate. Gu Qingwan hurriedly pulled Murong Yueji's arm and spoke out. Yu Eji, Myriad Voice has a good point. You should listen to the patriarch's thoughts first. Murong Yueji stomped her foot angrily and looked at Wen Ruyun. Senior sister, say something instead. Seeing this, Murong Yuxian glared at her, then looked at Wen Ruyun and said, Senior sister, my Acacia sect's Gongfu texts are severely missing, and many of the core inheritances have been mutilated. This time, the opening of the swift ancient ruins is the perfect opportunity for us to replenish our Gongfu canon. At this point, she paused, and a look of helplessness appeared on her face. It's just that this new rule of entering the ruins is indeed a bit difficult. The only Jindan practitioner under the age of 200 in our clan today is Qinger, and then the two nephews at the late stage of foundation establishment, Ling Yin and Lianer. If we were to go to that relic with such a lineup, not to mention whether or not we could obtain the technique, perhaps self-preservation would even be a problem. Wen Ruyun nodded slightly, her vermilion lips slightly opening. There are quite a few Jindan disciples under 200 years old in second-rate sects, and that Lingyun 12 sect even had terrifying Yuaning celestial pride. Forget it, this time for the swift ancient ruins, we, the Acacia sect, give up. Senior sister, Murong Yueji's eyes reddened with unwillingness. Wen Ruyun pressed her hand, and a fine light flashed in her eyes. Hidden and immobile, move with a bang, pleasure yourself and take the long view. When the Taiku ruins open again in 50 years, my Acacia sect will definitely be riding high. In this, she is confident. She believed that with Xinxinghe's natural talent, he would definitely be able to impact the Yuaning realm within 50 years. Even if Xinxinghe was willing to help, even the two Su Linging girls were expected to break through the shackles and step into the Yuaning realm. At that time, the Acacia sect would have 3 Yuaning celestial pride within 200 years of age. Even if you can't run wild in the ancient relics, it's still enough to reap amazing opportunities. And within these 50 years, she, Wen Ruyun, would definitely go all out to impact the transformation god realm. Once this is accomplished, the Acacia sect will be able to ascend to the top of the second-rate sects in one fell swoop, and with her, a god-realizing cultivator, in attendance, along with that 5th-grade demon that promised to protect Xinxinghe's path. The harmonious sect's strength would be unprecedentedly strong. At that time, the Acacia sect will have a self-protection base, and no longer need to be as stoic and avoid the world as in the past. Murong Yueji's showy fists clenched, and after a moment, her entire body collapsed. She understood what Wen Ruyun meant. As long as Xinxinghe grew up smoothly, everything would develop in a better direction, and the Heping sect would also see an unprecedented opportunity to rise. But, even so, her heart is still suffocating. Obviously, he had already broken through the Yuaning realm and was among the strongest, yet he still had to hold back and couldn't even do right by the sect. This feeling of powerlessness, like a boulder pressing on her heart, made it difficult for her to catch her breath. Gu Qingwan sighed and tenderly gathered Murong Yueji into her arms, gently patting her back and softly comforting her. Yu-ji, a little impatience leads to a big plan. My Acacia sect has endured humiliation all these years, waiting for an opportunity. Now that Qinger has outstanding talent, the rise of our clan is close at hand. Alas, listen to the words of the patriarch and wait a little longer. Why wait 50 years? A clear and firm voice came through the door, breaking the dull atmosphere in the room. The doorway opened lightly, only to see Xinxinghe, dressed in white, with eyes as clear and bright as stars, stepping into the house with a calm gait. Instantly, it drew everyone's attention to him. Wen Ruyun was slightly stunned, but quickly recovered as usual. Her gaze condensed slightly as she looked at Xinxinghe. Little Qinghe, this matter is of great importance, so you must not leave it to chance. That ancient relic is full of dangers. Only with your early Jindan cultivation, I am afraid that it is difficult to cope with the ferocious. In it, before the words fell, a majestic late Jindan cultivation instantly erupted from within Xinxinghe's body. When the women saw this, Their hearts were shocked and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Murong Yuxian was even so shocked that the silk fan in her hand fell to the ground, but she was unaware of it. When Murong Yuejia saw this, she was overjoyed. She took 2 steps and dashed to Xinxingha's nearness, and without hesitation, she opened her arms and hugged him tightly. Then, tilting his head up, he gave Xinxingha a fierce kiss on his cheek. Xing'er, you are truly a heavenly talent. Ha ha, there is still nearly half a year to go before the date of the opening of the Taiku ruins. If we help you with your dual cultivation with all our might, we even have a glimmer of hope for you to break through to the Jindan Grand Circle. At that time, with your strength, even if you were unable to obtain a top-tier technique in the swift ancient ruins, but the top-grade and middle-grade techniques are by no means out of the question. With these words, the atmosphere in the council pavilion suddenly stagnated. Realizing that she had slipped up, Murong Yueshi hurriedly lowered her head. Wen Ruyun and Murong Yuexian looked at each other and sighed helplessly. As for Gu Qingwan and Yun Miaoyin, they were frozen on the spot, their eyes full of consternation, and for a moment they didn't know how to react. Chapter 24, Underworld Spiritual Body. Acacia Clan, Court of Division. Xinxingha leisurely sat in the bathtub, leaning his head against the side of the tub and slightly closing his eyes in a cozy manner. At this time, he had regained his original appearance, the immortal-like face reflected in the water, hidden, adding a few points of dusty air. Clatter. Just then, a series of splashes sounded abruptly. Xinxingha sniffed and looked. The voice came from the other side of the screen. He guessed that it should be the people arranged by Uncle Gu who were preparing the hot water and other matters, so he didn't think much about it and closed his eyes again, sniffing the light fragrance that lingers in the incense room, like orchids in musk. Refreshing. Not long after, his breathing gradually became steady and long, and he actually fell asleep. Meanwhile, the movement on the other side of the screen diminished. I don't know how long it took, but Xinxingha leisurely turned around and stretched lazily. He looked out the window and counted on his fingers, but he had slept for 3 hours. Then his eyes went to the screen and he realized that there was no more movement there. He got up and dressed, gathered his thoughts and prepared to leave. Just as he stepped out of the tub and his feet touched the ground, his legs gave out and he nearly fell to the ground. He frowned slightly, saying in his mind that he might have just woken up from a nap and was a little out of breath. After making a few adjustments, he headed for the door. Elder Gu had always been a reliable and respectable elder in the sect. She knows her place, and is neither overly warm nor distant. She is understanding and always treats others with sincerity. But at this time, Xinxingha did not have the heart to continue thinking more. Cultivation in the moment was the top priority and where his heart was. In this crisis-ridden cultivation world, strength is the hard truth. Once upon a time, he had lived in a secret room for a long time, so naturally he didn't have to worry about the dangers of the outside world, because all the strife and killing has nothing to do with him. But now he's stepping out of the closet and into the world of cultivation. It is just like a flatboat sailing into the ocean, which may be swallowed up by huge waves if it is not careful. On top of the jade couch, Xinxingha pulled out the data and began to read it. Gu Qingwan, identity, Acacia Sect Chief of Department, age, 337, cultivation, early Yuaning, physique, underworld spirit body, grade purple, has natural control over the underworld and souls, talent, soul, grade blue, possesses a soul streamer that can hold 10,000 souls, avatar, none, face value, 91. This underworld spiritual body was a physique that Gu Qingwan had only awakened last night, and the servant seal had naturally already been engraved. At the same time, Xinxingha had also successfully arrived at Jindan Great Perfection. With this, the system automatically triggers the cultivation stored in the broken pool to break the mirror. The current him was already a genuine Yuaning powerhouse. He was also finally considered to have stepped into the ranks of high-ranking cultivators. Knock, 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 knock. Just then, the stone wall of the chamber was knocked on from outside. Xinxingha skimmed his lips. With the hint of the servant seal, he had long sensed who the visitor was. Yo, my good master, what is the reason for this early morning visit? As soon as the words fell, the stone wall slowly opened, only to see Wen Ruyun wearing a plain-colored dress, walking in with elegant steps. She had a warm smile, a hint of relief between her eyebrows, and a dusty demeanor. Xinxingha raised his eyebrows and said in his heart, why do I feel that this woman has become more and more intimate? Is it possible that it's because her state of mind is different after her breakthrough? While he was pondering, Wen Ruyun had already sat down very naturally at the edge of the couch and asked with a smile, LOL, little Qingha, a breakthrough? Xinxingha raised his chin proudly. That's natural. A mere Yuaning is not a handful? Wen Ruyun smiled lightly as her eyes flashed with a hint of relief. Then I must congratulate you. With your Yuaning cultivation, you already have a head start on this trip to the ruins of the ancient world. Her eyes flashed with anticipation as she continued. There are countless treasures in that relic. Little Qingha, my Acacia sect is shallow. These resources mean a lot to us. Xinxing has skimmed his lips and crossed his legs. You don't need to be reminded of that little thing. Wen Ruyun sniffed and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Cluck. Master knew that when looking at the entire clan it is little Qinghe who is most devoted to the clan. Xinxing has skimmed his head in a very arrogant manner and asked, "Say, what do you want from me? I don't believe you're just asking about these have-nots." Chapter 25, Firming Up Your Cultivation. Wen. Seeing this, Wen Ruyun spoke with a serious expression. Since you have broken through the Yuaning realm, stabilizing your cultivation is crucial. I have conferred with Elder Miao Yin and intend to formulate an exclusive stabilization program for you. Xinxing was puzzled in his heart and secretly speculated. What's in this gourd? On the face, he didn't move and responded with a smile. Oh, my good master, my young disciple is slightly tired today. Why don't we talk about it some other time? The corner of Wen Ruyun's mouth hooked up slightly as she explained. Little Qinghe, this matter of stabilizing cultivation should not be delayed. With that, she snapped her fingers. In the next moment, the stone wall slowly opened, and Yun Miaoyin, the transmission elder in a purple dress, steadily walked in. Xinxing politely got up and cupped his fists towards Yun Miaoyin. I didn't know that Senior Uncle Yun had come to visit, so I hope Senior Uncle will forgive me if Qinghe has missed the welcome. Yun Miaoyin's expression was gentle as she returned the greeting. Senior nephew Shin doesn't need to be polite. You've done your best for the development of the sect. I should have come to discuss cultivation matters with you long ago. Xinxing smiled humbly. Senior uncle is overstating the case. Senior nephew is just doing his best. Seeing the polite pleasantries between the two, Wen Ruyun smiled and rounded off the conversation. Okay, let's get back to the point. Miaoyin has deep attainments in Gongfu theory and cultivation guidance, and this time I came to discuss how to better stabilize your Yuaning realm cultivation together in conjunction with your situation. Yun Miaoyin added with a slight nod. Senior nephew Shun, I've brought some insights in canonical books about the solidity of the Yuaning realm. I hope they can be of help to you. A hint of curiosity flashed in Xinxing's eyes as he said sincerely. In that case, I would like to thank the two master uncles. Afterwards, the three of them sat around and seriously discussed topics such as the key points of a solid Yuaning realm, suitable cultivation methods, and how to aid in cultivation with the help of external spiritual objects. During this period, Wen Ruyun and Yun Miaoyin offered their insights from time to time, and Xinxing also responded positively and expressed his own views. The atmosphere was warm and cordial. In the backcountry, the sunlight pours over the soft grass. Xinxing was lying on his side on the grass, and beside him, Nangong Xiaoyun was intently flipping through a cultivation tome. Nangong Xiaoyun raised her head and asked softly, Senior brother, are you sure you don't want to help Lingyin and Leoner break through the Jindan first? Xinxing sat up and patiently explained. For a third-rate sect, the appearance of too many high-ranking cultivators in a short period of time will easily attract the attention of the outside world. We need to develop steadily and not venture too far, so as not to attract unnecessary trouble. Nangong Xiaoyun nodded thoughtfully. No wonder Master ordered that the news of the four elders' promotion to Yuaning be kept strictly confidential. Xinxing smiled and answered, then also picked up a secret book and pretended to flip through it. At this moment, he was taking stock of his cultivation gains in his mind. He called up the system interface and checked Yun Miaoyin's data. Yun Miao. Identity, Acacia Sect's Elder of Transmission. Age, 350. Cultivation, Early Yuaning. Physique, 5 elements spiritual body, grade purple. Balanced 5 elements in the body. Perfect balance of the control of the power of the 5 elements. Can practice any attribute techniques and martial arts without any barriers. Talent, deduction, grade white. Can deduce a complete version of a technique or martial art based on the residual chapters of the technique or martial art that one has practiced. 1 day apiece. Non-accumulative. White rank deduction limit, lower grade. Avatar, none. Face value, 91. This physique paired with the newly awakened deduction talent has a lot of potential. Xinxing pondered and spent 1,000 refining points to upgrade deduction to the blue rank. He then checked his own data. Host, Xinxing, cultivation, early Yuaning, breach pool, 5.01%. Refinement points, 6124/100. 000, the upper limit of 100. 000 points for the Yuaning realm. As the mirror breaking pool is not yet full, it is temporarily impossible to increase the number of refinement points through dual cultivation. Hint, in the meantime, the host can accumulate points through the avatar spirit swallowing. Looking at the data of the boundary breaking pool, Xinxing was somewhat helpless in his heart. He had clearly worked so hard, but his progress in breaking the boundary pool was unsatisfactory. 5% of it came from the cultivation extracted by Yun Miaoyin when she broke through to Yuaning, and that 0.1%. Xinxing secretly slandered that the probability was related to Wen Ruyun. He asked the system in his head. System, I can understand that 5%, but what's with this 0.1%? Didn't you say that dual cultivation in the same realm maximizes gains? This difference is too big. Chapter 26, Golden Dew. I'm sorry, host, but double repair gains are determined by a number of reasons, e.g., realm, body quality, yuan-yang purity, aura concentration, gong methods. You didn't tell me there were so many demands before. Can you finish it all at once next time? I'm sorry, host, you didn't ask either. Xinxinghe cursed and exited the system. Alas, can it be that I really rely on cultivation to raise my cultivation level? What's the difference between that and taking my life? After thinking about it, he decided to make himself work for it. Strive to obtain more treasures in this secret realm of the Swire ruins. Then he exchanged some of his treasures for good spirit stones and spirit-gathering spell formations, and fully upgraded that secret room of his. What can a small setback do to me? When my buffs are stacked, the benefits will naturally roll in. I don't know how long I slept, but the sun had already set to the western mountains. Nangong Xiaoyun stretched out a finger and gently poked it on Xinxinghe's cheek, softly calling out, "Senior brother, wake up, it's getting late." Xinxinghe woke up leisurely, rubbed his eyes, and looked at Nangong Xiaoyun, elder sister, sleeping so heavily that I didn't even notice the time. Nangong Xiaoyun nodded her head slightly, looking somewhat hesitant, and said softly, "Senior brother, I've been stagnating at the late Jindan stage for a long time, and I've tried multiple methods, but it's difficult to make a breakthrough, so I'm really anxious in my heart." Xinxinghe sat up, looked serious for a moment and said, "Senior sister, I've recently gained some insights in cultivation, so perhaps I can help you sort things out and find a breakthrough." A hint of anticipation flashed in Nangong Xiaoyun's eyes. "Really? Senior brother, that's great." Afterwards, Xinxinghe explained in detail his understanding of the cultivation bottleneck for Nangong Xiaoyun, analyzed the characteristics and deficiencies of her current gongfu, and combined with his own experience, gave some targeted suggestions. Nangong Xiaoyun listened attentively, asking questions from time to time, and the two of them discussed enthusiastically. After half an hour of in-depth exchanges, Nangong Xiaoyun thought for a moment, running her spiritual energy and feeling the changes within her body. A look of surprise appeared on her face. "Senior brother, I seem to have found the direction." Xinxinghe looked at Nangong Xiaoyun and smiled gratefully. "That's good. Senior sister has outstanding talent. As long as she finds the right direction, a breakthrough is surely just around the corner." At this time, Xinxinghe called up the system panel to check and found that the progress of the boundary-breaking pool had increased, and in his heart, he was also happy for the results of his cultivation boost. Xinxinghe slowly got up, pulled up Nangong Xiaoyun, who had just put on her clothes, and said, "Let's go. I've heard that the master has suddenly convened an impromptu council today, so we'll have to go quickly." Nangong Xiaoyun froze and asked doubtfully, "A temporary council? Senior brother, why haven't I heard of it?" Xinxinghe smiled faintly and without explanation, pulled Nangong Xiaoyun into a stream of light and flew towards the patriarch's hall. This immortal servant remote sensing is really good. The night wind whistled by, blowing the grass to the ground in an ambush. Just at this moment, a pair of footprints quietly surfaced above the grass, step by step, slowly moving forward, but no silhouette. In the end, the footprints stopped at the location where Xinxinghe and Nangong Xiaoyun had stopped. Then the invisible figure seemed to crouch slowly to the ground. At that exact moment, a drop of light golden dew slowly slid down from the tip of a leaf of a green grass. The dewdrops glowed faintly in the moonlight, making them seem especially mysterious. And just at the moment it was about to disappear into the earth, it suddenly hovered in midair. Immediately after that, the golden dewdrop slowly floated up, and after a moment's pause in the air, it suddenly disappeared. It was as if it had been swallowed soundlessly by the void, leaving no trace behind. Not long after, wisps of aura emerged out of thin air and swept through the night sky like ripples. The moment was filled with water. Patriarch's Palace. Wen Ruyun's willow brows slightly knitted as her fingers gently knocked on the jade seat armrest. The four elders then talked to each other about the recent anecdotes in the cultivation world. Under the great hall, Yilianer asked toward Xinxinghe with a puzzled face, "Xing'er, you guys really didn't run into senior sister Lingyin? Just now, the master asked her to look for you guys." Xinxinghe sniffed and shook his head. "Senior sister Qiaoyun and I have been staying right in the back of the mountain to cultivate in the afternoon, and I have not seen any sign of her." "That would be strange," Yilianer murmured in a low voice, a touch of uneasiness appearing in her eyes. However, in the very next moment, the door to the temple was slowly pushed open. Only Su Lingyin stepped in, her complexion somewhat tense, but there was a faint hint of essence in her eyes. Her dress, however, was wet, as if she had just come out of the water, and the corners of her dress were still dripping, leaving a string of shallow water stains on the ground. Nangong Xiaoyun and Yiliana rushed forward and checked her body with concern. Su Lingyin took 2 steps back somewhat unnaturally, and out of the corner of her eye, she happened to meet Xinxinghe, who was walking towards her. Her body stiffened slightly. Then she scrambled to lower her head. Xin Xinghe was a bit puzzled in his heart, but in the next instant, his face was delighted. He quickly stepped in front of Su Lingyin and cupped his fists in congratulations. Congratulations to senior sister Lingyin for breaking through the Foundation Establishment Great Circle. Condensation of the Golden Dan is just around the corner. Su Lingyin squeezed out a smile on her face, but her face was slightly flushed. Well, thanks, senior. Hearing this, Yi Lianer snickered as she wrapped her arms around Su Lingyin. Hey, senior sister, are you out of your mind? How can Qinger be a senior brother? She's a girl. Su Lingyin pushed her away with a speechless face. Then he came to the center of the hall and bowed towards Wen Ruyun. Master, just now, my disciple made a breakthrough by chance and was delayed for some time, so I hope that you won't be offended. Wen Ruyun's eyes narrowed slightly as she glanced at Xin Xinghe and saw that he was not different. Then she laughed. Lingyin is truly gifted. My master is doubly pleased. With that, she swept a glance at the crowd and spoke aloud. Since everyone is here, let's get started. Chapter 27, I am innocent with senior sister Lingyin. Spiritual sounds. The meeting went on for nearly half an hour, saying all the right things. What with the present, the future, the 100-year plan, it's boring as hell. By all accounts, Xin Xinghe was definitely drowsy, but at the moment, he was more energized than anyone else. What's the situation? How come I don't remember any of this? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look deeply at Su Lingyin before saying to the system in his mind, System, are you mistaken? I'm innocent with senior sister Lingyin. At best, we're just eye-to-eye friends. Also, I didn't get your assistance prompt, so how did we get to the servant seal engraving part? Sorry host, this question is superlative. The system is not omniscient. Will the host please reply whether or not to inscribe a servant seal? Xin Xinghe looked more and more puzzled and could not understand even after thinking about it. But there was one thing he knew very well. He was definitely at a disadvantage. After a long time, he sighed helplessly. Carve it, knowing nothing. I see you're nothing. Received. In the process of being engraved with the seal of the servant. When exactly is it? Xin Xinghe rubbed his brows, then called up Su Lingyin's data panel. As the data unfolded one by one, his eyes gradually lit up. Su Lingyin. Identity, Acacia Sect Inner Disciple. Age, 135. Cultivation, Foundation Establishment Grand Perfection. Physique, Xian Shui Spiritual Body, Grade, Purple. Born with affinity to the power of Xian Shui, practicing water attribute techniques will yield twice the result with half the effort. In the water, the strength will be raised to the great circle of this realm within a quarter of an hour, and when separated from the water source, the enhancement will disappear. Talent, none. Avatar, sneaking, grade red. When activated, for half an hour, hide your body, undetectable by transformation spirit and below. Once a day, not cumulative. Face value, 91. Good fellow. This physique and aptitude of senior sister Lingyin is simply top-notch, especially this divine ability. Sneak is even a bit more overbearing than my hidden spirit in some ways. With this divine skill, wouldn't one be able to come and go without a trace? Saying that, he subconsciously looked towards Murong Yuxian, his throat involuntarily moving, then hurriedly shook his head and put the nasty thought behind him. Little clear river? Little Kyoha, what are you doing? How many more times do I have to let master call you? Speak quickly. Do you have any comments? Just then, Wen Ruyun's slightly disgruntled voice entered his ears. Xin Xinghe was slightly stunned, and immediately stepped forward and casually coped. Apprentice has no opinion. What master teacher says is naturally all right. When these words came out, there was a silence in the hall. Yi Lianer was the only one blankly looking left and right. Xin Xinghe cocked his head and scanned the crowd suspiciously. However, he saw the corners of Wen Ruyun's mouth rise slightly, a look of satisfaction appearing on her face as she gently nodded. Murong Yuxian, on the other hand, sighed and gently shook her head, seemingly a little distressed by Xin Xinghe's situation. Murong Yueji clenched her showy fists, and a determined light flashed in her eyes, as if she was silently cheering for Xin Xinghe. On the other hand, Gu Qingwan and Yun Miaoyin's cheeks were flushed and they lowered their heads without daring to look at him. Xin Xinghe's heart thumped, secretly saying, definitely being pitched by Wen Ruyun's hateful woman again, so he hurriedly opened his mouth to remedy the situation. Senior, I have an opinion. Wen Ruyun let out a light laugh and waved her hand. Dismissed. At these words, the crowd rose and dispersed. Don't. I regret it. Xin Xinghe stretched out his hand, trying to call out to everyone, but before the words were finished, the temple was empty. Only he and Nangong Xiaoyun's three senior sisters remained. Xin Xinghe looked confused and turned his head to look at Nangong Xiaoyun. Senior sister Xiaoyun? What did I just promise? Nangong Xiaoyun beamed and stomped her foot, clearly angry. Then without looking back, he tugged Yi Lianer and walked towards the outside of the temple. At this moment, He and Su Lingyin were the only two people left in the hall. Alas, how my life is bitter. Xin Xinghe sighed, looked sadly at Su Lingyin, and said, Senior Sister Lingyin, reveal the answer. I seem to have guessed something. Su Lingyin was amused by his appearance and laughed. LOL, Senior Brother. Senior Sister really underestimated you. For Su Lingyin to call him Senior Brother, Xin Xinghe was not surprised. After all, he had deliberately hidden the man's identity besides among the rest of his fellow disciples. In front of people like Su Lingyin, he had never faced them with his true words and actions. Yi Lianer was the only one still in the dark. Xin Xinghe waved his hand and said modestly, Senior Sister Lingyin is too kind. Su Lingyin covered her mouth and laughed softly, that original tension gradually dissipating. Senior Brother, Master Fong asked you to help the senior sisters of the entire clan to raise their cultivation to the foundation establishment stage before the opening of the swift ancient ruins. I step. Well, sure enough, she's a really good master teacher for me. Xin Xinghe has secretly decided in his heart to Wen Ruyun to implement the cut-off half a year of punishment, as a warning to others. Su Lingyin couldn't help but pat Xin Xinghe's shoulder, her expression full of encouragement and admiration. Senior Brother, don't worry, after the previous clan renewal, today's Acacia sect only has less than 100 disciples, and, at this point in her speech, she paused slightly, and a faint blush quietly rose in her cheeks. These senior sisters are all carefully selected by Uncle Gu. Although they are not as beautiful as senior sister Xiaoyun, they are each unique and distinguishable. What's more, they are pure of heart and have never yet experienced. When the words came to her mouth, she suddenly found it difficult to speak. Her voice gradually lowered, and a layer of scarlet colored the roots of her ears. In short, all of them are excellent, and will certainly not aggravate Senior Brother, so you can rest assured that you will be able to show off your skills. Xin Xinghe looked up to the sky and sighed. It's really answered the saying, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Just then, Su Lingyin suddenly tugged on his sleeve. Xin Xinghe looked at her suspiciously and asked, What's wrong, Senior Sister Lingyin? Only seeing her lightly biting her lower lip, she seemed to have gathered enough courage in her heart and whispered, Senior Brother, I don't know if it's convenient for you tonight. Can you move to my residence? I have some things. Would like to talk with you? As the words fell from her lips, the blush on her face grew so intense that it seemed as if it could drip water, and there was a hint of apprehension in her eyes. Xin Xinghe's eyes narrowed slightly as he quietly stared into her eyes, as if he wanted to peek into her true inner thoughts. A moment later, a thought suddenly flashed through Xin Xinghe's mind. Could she be trying to fill a ticket? Chapter 28, This Mother-in-Law. Not simple. Acacia sect mid-levels. Bamboo building. Xin Xinghe sat in front of the window with a glass of wine, leisurely sipping the wine and enjoying the night. It had to be said that Su Lingyin had chosen this residence extremely well. This place has beautiful mountains and water, just like a paradise outside the world. In the huge Acacia sect, I am afraid that only the scenery in the back of the mountain can be comparable to it. Not long after, the door to the inner room opened with a soft creak. Only Su Lingyin, dressed in a plain loose dress, walked out with light steps. Compared to the daytime, there was a little more softness in her smile at the moment. Su Lingyin walked across to Xin Xinghe and sat down peacefully. She propped one hand on the edge of the window, her gaze quietly falling on Xin Xinghe, her eyes filled with emotion. At this time, Xin Xinghe had already withdrawn his concealment of his appearance, revealing his original handsome face. For a long time, Xin Xinghe saw that Su Lingyin had been silent and softly called out, Senior Sister Lingyin, Senior Sister Lingyin? Su Lingyin came back to her senses, a faint blush spreading across her face as she said, Senior Brother, you've changed too much. I remember that when Senior just brought you back to the Acacia sect back then, you were only this tall. With that, she raised her hand and gestured at her waist, a flash of nostalgia in her eyes. Who would have thought that that timid little fellow back then would have grown into such an outstanding appearance now? And his cultivation level is even too much for Senior Sister to handle. Xin Xinghe responded with a faint smile. Senior Sister Lingyin is also more and more beautiful than 20 years ago. Su Lingyin spat lightly and ranted. Senior Brother can talk much better than in his childhood, and I don't know who he learned it from. Xin Xinghe laughed lightly and did not respond. Then the conversation turned and asked, By the way, Senior Sister, I wonder what I was called here for. Hearing these words, Su Lingyin slightly bit her lower lip, seemingly hesitating, and asked softly a moment later, Is Senior Brother a pure Yang Saint body? Xin Xinghe scratched his nose somewhat awkwardly and nodded. A trace of realization flashed in Su Lingyin's eyes as she said, Indeed, that kind of pure Yuan Yang power can only be possessed by a pure Yang Saint body. Xin Xinghe asked with a puzzled look on his face. I don't quite understand what elder sister said. Su Lingyin's complex complexion, her voice lowered with a few difficult words, slowly said, This evening, I was at the back of the mountain, and I saw Senior Brother and Senior Sister Nangong discussing their cultivation tips together. She didn't continue to say anything further, and a faint layer of redness rose on her fair face. Ahem. A moment of concentration. Did not pay attention to the surrounding? It seems that next time I have to pay more attention. Xinxingha coughed lightly in embarrassment, not expecting the cultivation scene to be bumped into. When Su Lingyin saw this, the blush on her face intensified. But soon, she took a deep breath and said in a tone filled with gratitude, "Senior brother, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to reach the Foundation Establishment Great Circle so quickly and also awaken the Xianshui spiritual body." Xinxingha was at a loss, really unable to figure out how he had helped Su Lingyin. Thinking for half a day to no avail, he simply stopped thinking about it. He picked up his wine cup and gestured to Su Lingyin, saying, "All for cultivation, all for the Acacia Sect, senior sister Lingyin, let's drink up." However, as soon as he spoke, he only heard a snap sound, and the wine cup in Su Lingyin's hand suddenly fell off the table, splashing the wine in all directions. Xinxingha froze, looked at Su Lingyin with concern, and asked, "Senior sister, what's wrong with you?" Su Lingyin looked as if she hadn't heard his words, her expression somewhat dazed, her gaze staring straight at Xinxingha's face. A moment later, Su Lingyin softly opened her mouth and sang, "My friend, you are going far away today. Drink up this cup of wine. Forget the sorrows of that lonely traveler at the end of the world, and get drunk until the end of days." Xinxingha froze, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly as he tentatively asked, Odd changes even. Symbols, look at the quadrant." Su Lingyin picked up the next sentence almost without thinking, her voice crisp and clear. Xinxingha's eyes instantly reddened and her voice trembled as she inquired, You're from the blue planet too?" He stared at Su Lingyin with anticipation, as if he wanted to find traces of familiarity on her face. Unexpectedly, Su Lingyin gently shook her head, a hint of apology in her expression. "No, it's not. It's my mother who came from there, and she used to talk to me a lot about it. She said there were no cultivators there, but everyone lived happily ever after, and that it was a able country." At this point, she gave a slight pause and asked curiously, "Senior, what does **** light mean? Does it mean wonderful? I've never understood it." When Xinxingha heard this, he was first stunned, then he couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha ha, yes, that's right." Su Lingyin blinked, "So that's how it is. No wonder mother always used this word to describe her hometown. It seems that it really is a very special place." Xinxingha nodded heavily with extreme approval. Perhaps it was because of this relationship that the distance between the two men crept much closer, and they spoke with greater ease. "Senior sister, where is your mother?" To be honest, he really wanted to meet this valiant Wonder Woman. Su Lingyin took out her handkerchief and gently wiped the water stains on her legs, saying casually, "When I was 10 years old, she was sent to the Cold Palace by the Emperor's father for spreading forbidden picture books in the palace. Then she left the palace with me in a huff, saying something like the world is so big, she wants to see it. And then later, she sent me to the Acacia Sect and went off to roam the world on her own." Xinxingha was dumbfounded by what he heard. According to Su Lingyin's description, Xinxingha was 100% certain that her mother definitely came from the same world as himself. "Ahem, your mother is quite the Wonder Woman. By the way, is she a cultivator too?" Su Lingyin let out a light laugh. "I suppose so, at least her appearance, it never changed." Saying that, she gently beckoned towards a bookshelf not far away, and instantly several picture books flew out from the bookshelf and landed steadily on the table. "Senior brother, these are all picture books I've depicted from memory. It may be different from my mother's work back then, but it shouldn't be too far off, so help me correct it." Xinxingha nodded slightly, and in a serious manner, he drew out one of the books, Simon's Suffering Life, and carefully flipped through it. He couldn't help but marvel at Su Lingyin's excellent painting skills. This one little person, with realistic and exquisite movements. Suddenly, Su Lingyin slapped her forehead and, "Oops, how could I forget about business? Senior brother, I have a way to help you easily achieve the task that your master has given you." Chapter 29 Golden Spirit Pill. Xinxingha looked at Su Lingyin with a surprised expression, took a few steps backward and leaned against the wall, straightened his somewhat messy white robe, and said in a slightly helpless tone, "Senior sister Lingyin, calm down for a moment, let's talk slowly about what's going on." Su Lingyin looked at Xinxingha with a serious expression and a firm gaze, and said earnestly, "Senior brother, all for the sake of cultivation, all for the sake of the clan. I have a good way to raise cultivation that will benefit both you and me. Earlier, I learned about some unique cultivation methods in some ancient books, so it's just the right time to practice them. And you don't have to worry that senior sister Nangong will misunderstand. We're only here to cultivate, clean and innocent." Xinxingha was a bit embarrassed and asked suspiciously, "Senior sister, what exactly is this method? I still don't quite understand." Su Lingyin said frankly, "Senior brother, you don't need to operate too much. it's mainly me who will take the lead. With the aid of some of your spiritual power, can I refuse? Xinxingha asked tentatively. Su Lingyin firmly shook her head, her tone resolute. No can do. This is important for our cultivation and the development of the clan, so consider this a favor for senior sister. When she finished, she turned around and poured a cup of tea and rinsed her mouth. Half an hour later, Xinxingha laid down on the table in a lifeless manner and let out a long sigh. Is there not a single sane person in this huge acacia sect? By the way, there are two more. Aunt Xian and senior sister Lianer are quite normal. Thinking of this, he stared at Su Lingyin with a grudging face. Instead, she was holding a palm-sized emerald green gourd and swaying it back and forth. Not long after, she gently opened the mouth of the bottle, and in an instant silky golden mist overflowed from it. It was like a mist in the morning sun, with an ineffable spiritual charm. The mist slowly condensed in the air, eventually turning into a drop of golden dew that hung in midair. Su Lingyin's jade finger gently stroked, and the golden dewdrops, as if guided, followed her vermilion lips and did not enter her body. Then her eyes closed slightly as she quickly operated her gong method. In a moment, however, her foundation establishment Great Circle realm was stabilized. Xinxingha couldn't help but stare. He finally knew how Su Lingyin broke through the foundation establishment Great Circle. So, in that case, it seemed that this Lingyin senior sister's motivation was fearfully a few points stronger than even Xiaoyun's senior sister. At this moment, Su Lingyin carefully corked the bottle, then looked at Xinxingha with a smile. Now she was not even half shy. Senior brother, this golden spirit dew is of great help in raising your cultivation level. With senior brother's cultivation level of Yuaning now, this treasure is comparable to a heavenly treasure for my sect's disciples. She paused, a shrewd glint in her eye, and continued. Later on, we can go to senior uncle Yueji together and have her help dilute it and refine it into a golden spirit pill. In that case, senior brother will save a great deal of time and avoid identity leakage. The best of both worlds. After saying that, she flipped her palm and an extremely small jade bottle appeared in her hand. Well, this vial should be enough. The rest are all mine. Seeing how shrewd she was, Xinxingha couldn't help but cry and laugh. To be honest, Su Lingyin's appearance was truly adorable. He slowly got up and sat beside Su Lingyin, reaching out to rest his hand on her shoulder. Senior sister Lingyin, don't steal the rice bowl from the senior sisters. Su Lingyin beamed and said in a disgruntled manner. This is what I've worked so hard to gather, and sharing some of it with them is already for the sake of fellow disciples. You don't say I'm cheap. Senior brother. Xinxingha smiled and placed the gourd and jade bottle in her hands on the table. Elder sister, with elder brother, a Yuaning cultivator. Here, how can you still be put at a disadvantage? Well, I see that senior sister's aura has multiple blockages. Senior brother will help you unblock it for a while. Perhaps today you will be able to successfully condense the golden dan. Just ask. Acacia disciples cultivate so diligently, why worry about the clan not prospering? The next day, the alchemy room. Murong Yue changed her hand techniques rapidly. The slightest hint of fine sweat had already soaked her clothes. Looking at the Dan furnace again, the flame flickered under her control, sometimes blazing like the sun, sometimes warm like water. The color of the flames, on the other hand, hovered between reddish red and orange yellow, eventually resolving into a light greenish blue. Su Lingyin, who was on the side, took out a handkerchief and gently helped him wipe away the beads of sweat on his face as he respectfully inquired. Uncle Yueji, is it hard to make this elixir? You're a mid-grade alchemist. Murong Yueji spat lightly and didn't answer. Instead, with the corner of his eye, he glanced at Xinxingha, who was fiddling with the Dan furnace not far away. Xinger, next time this kind of thing, just leave it to Aunt Yueji. Why bother Lingyin girl? How could Su Lingyin not hear the hidden needles in these words? Without waiting for Xinxingha to respond, she had already taken the lead. She was only smiling, wiping the fine sweat on Murong Yueji's neck, and said, all the pills up and down my clan need to be handled by Master Uncle alone, so it's better for Lingyin to do this kind of small thing for us. If you were to fall, it would be a great loss for my Acacia sect. Hearing this, Murong Yueji hummed, still not responding. She was bitter in her heart. It seemed that she had to ask that senior sister to think of a way to recruit a few more alchemists. Otherwise, she was refining pills day and night. How could she still have time to find Xinxingha to talk about the scriptures and ask questions? Cultivation. Wouldn't it come to a standstill? And right at this moment, a thick voice came from the sky, resounding through the entire mountain gate in an instant. That voice was untamed, carrying an unquestionable majesty. Wen Ruyun, old husband Louis Dao was here. Why don't you come and meet me quickly? Chapter 30. Then there's still something to fear from him. High above the sky, an old man carrying a long sword stood in the air, his hands wrapped around his chest. Behind him, 7 Jindan cultivators lined up in a single line, their aura as strong as a rainbow. The old man's gaze was like a torch, overlooking the acacia sect below with greed in his eyes. Not long after, 5 streams of light sped in and landed opposite these 8 people, facing each other in the air. A trace of disgust flashed in Wen Ruyun's eyes as she spoke in a deep voice. Lu Yidao, it seems like you've forgotten the lesson from back then again. The old man called Lu Yidao sneered. He, now that your old ancestor of the acacia sect has passed away, what nerve do you still have to talk to Lao Fu like that, with just your early yuaning stage? As soon as the words fell, a majestic spiritual pressure erupted from within Lu Yidao's body, instantly enveloping the entire acacia sect. In an instant, the building below trembled slightly, as if it might collapse at any moment. Wen Ruyun's face was cold, a cold light flashed in her eyes, and when she raised her hand, the clan protection formation opened up. All of a sudden, spiritual light rose up in all directions within the acacia sect, and a brilliant curtain of light rose up from the ground, quickly enveloping the entire sect. The corner of Lu Yidao's mouth hooked up with a touch of disdain, and a man behind him let out a loud laugh. It was none other than Lu Sanjie, who had been humiliated by Wen Ruyun at the Haoran sect. Ha ha, little. My old ancestor has already broken through to the middle stage of yuaning. This mere inferior formation, in front of my family's old ancestor, is nothing more than a thin layer of paper that can be broken with a single poke. Lu Yidao pressed his hand, signaling a low profile. Seeing this, Lu Sanso shouted a few more times. Little es of the acacia sect, you guys listen up. My fast blade sect has officially merged into the second-rate sect bastard blade sect the day before yesterday. Today, it is to ask you for a lottery. If you are sensible, then honestly cooperate. Otherwise, swords have no eyes. After saying that, the expression on his face instantly transformed into a look of flattery as he said towards Lu Yidao. Hey, old ancestor, do you think I related okay? Lu Yidao nodded his head slightly. A child can be taught, Sanner, do a good job. Old ancestor is optimistic about you. Hearing this, Lu Sanso then smiled with an open brow. Then he let loose again. Listen, all you need to do is hand over 2 Jindan elders, and hey, or Patriarch Wen will personally accompany my family's old ancestor for 100 years of exchange. Saying that, his eyes lewdly wandered back and forth over the women and continued. Then this matter will be put to rest, and we can even take care of you guys during the trip to the Taiku ruins half a year from now. Hey, it's a win-win. I'll give you guys a quarter of an hour to think about it, and I hope you can give a satisfactory answer. Bah! Wen Ruyun spat disdainfully, but a hint of worry was hidden in the bottom of her eyes. Gu Qingwan behind her lowered her voice and said, Patriarch, although my acacia sect has 7 yuaning now, they are all at the early stages. On the other hand, that bastard sword sect has more than 10 yuaning, most of which are in the late stage or even the great circle. There's even a rumor that hegemonic sword Venerable One is already approaching the middle stage of god transformation. Yun Miaoyin nodded her head repeatedly as she heard this. Patriarch, endure for a while, and then settle the score one by one on the day our clan rises to power. Murong Yueji's fists were clenched, anger in her eyes. She wanted to argue, but was stopped in time by Murong Yuesian beside her. Pleasure. Murong Yueji bit her lip, her eyes full of unwillingness, but seeing her sister's serious look, she finally swallowed back the words that were on her lips. Wen Ruyun's willow brows slightly knitted, caught in a choice. At this moment, 2 figures landed between the 5. It was none other than Xin Xinghe and Nangong Xiaoyun. Xin Xinghe slanted his eyes and glanced at the knife-bearing old man. What is there to fear from such goods? Wen Ruyun gently shook her head, a few points of helplessness in her tone. Little Xinghe, master is not afraid of his fast blade sect, but that second-rate sect behind him, the Beiji blade sect, we, indeed can't afford to mess with. Xin Xinghe nodded slightly, stroking his chin as he slowly asked, Senior, tell me, how many third-rate sects are there in the Lingyun continent? Wen Ruyun pondered a little, then replied, the Lingyun continent is vast and sprawling, with numerous sects, and there are at least 3,000 third-rate sects. Xin Xinghe continued to pursue. Then, Master, tell me again, how many third-rate sects are under the hegemony sect? Wen Ruyun's eyes brightened slightly, as if she had guessed the meaning of Xin Xinghe's words. The 12 Lingyun clans have an agreement that each second-rate clan can only accept and merge a maximum of 100 subordinate clans. This hegemony sect, there should be more than 80 of them. Xin Xinghe laughed aloud. What the hell is there to fear from him then? A third-rate sect with only 1 mid-yuaning, I don't even look at it, so how would the hegemony sect look at it? Seeing this, Wen Ruyun couldn't help but smile. Still Xiao Qinghe is open-minded. It's the teacher's pattern that's small. After her words, her smile tightened and she straightened her face. Then let Yuxian alone expose her yuaning cultivation. She had been dormant in the late Jindan stage for hundreds of years, and her breakthrough to yuaning won't be too noticeable. In that case, if the 2 of us join forces, although we can't crush, we can still make this Lu Yidao jealous. Murong Yuxian nodded slightly. What senior sister said is extremely true. It is a pity that although I have awakened the frost spiritual body, I do not have an ice system technique that I can take advantage of. Otherwise, I alone would be sufficient. However, he saw Xinxinghe waving his hand. Why bother? Aunt Yu Xian, just watch. Master, on, don't worry and fight boldly. If you can't beat the crap out of him, my disciple will willingly accompany you for 1 year of continuous cultivation. Wen Ruyun's small mouth was slightly open, and her eyes were filled with laughter. Giggle, little Qinghe, when you say it like that, I don't want to win anymore. This reward for failure is too generous. Xinxinghe skimmed his mouth. Master, if I let my disciple find out that you intend to let the water out, within 10 years, you'll be on your own. He bit down extremely hard on those last few words. Wen Ruyun's cheeks reddened and she spat. Heartless. After saying that, her figure floated forward, eyeing Louis Dao. Speaking of which, she actually has no bottom in her heart, but Xinxinghe has said so to him. Must have his reasoning. At this moment, she couldn't help but think of the thrilling scene she had once experienced. In the hall of Zhengyang, the inexplicable force that suddenly descended at the moment of crisis is still fresh in my mind today. She was certain that it must have been Xinxinghe who had come to her aid at that time. So, it was okay then. And now, categorically, there's no reason why it can't be done. Seeing Wen Ruyun come out, Louis Dao suddenly changed his previous cold and stern look, piling a false smile on his face and easing his tone by a few points. Yuner girl, just now third child spoke a bit more heavily. Don't mind, as long as you agree to that request. You and my two sects will be allies in the future. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then fight. Wen Ruyun didn't wait for him to finish his sentence. Her hands blossomed with spiritual light, and her aura suddenly erupted around her. Chapter 31, Acacia's First Battle. Louis Dao coldly laughed. Behind the long knife clang sound out of the sheath. Chilling. He held the knife in one hand, the blade pointing straight at Wen Ruyun, his tone full of sarcasm and disdain. Old Mi's blade technique has already become a great success. Even if it is placed in the ranks of the mid-Yuaning stage, it is still among the top of the list of existences. Ha, little newly minted Yuaning, let's see old Mi captivate you with my own hands. Seeing how arrogant he was, Xinxinghe snorted coldly and thought, humph, dare to covet little master's woman? Then, you will go to hell. Where is the system? In the host, what is your order? The corners of Xinxinghe's mouth rose slightly. Launch aid to Wen Ruyun. The host is invited to choose the choice aid ability, only one of which may be selected. Physique, Phantom Spirit Body red, Frost Spirit Body purple, Augur's Body purple. Talents, Jedi Strike blue, Madness blue, owned, not available, Dragon Might red. Avatar, Time Rewind red, possessed, unavailable, rejecting people for 100 miles blue. Hint, with the host's cultivation level of Yuaning realm, he can assist up to 3 people at the same time. When Xinxinghe heard this, a glint of stern light flashed in his eyes. Oh, no harm done. Then use Jiaolong's body. Received. In aid. In the next moment, Xinxinghe felt that his augur body was instantly stripped out. Then an invisible power from his body, surging to the dantian of Wen Ruyun's abdomen. In an instant, Wen Ruyun couldn't help but let out a light hum, and a tingling sensation immediately came from her body. This feeling, she was familiar with it, as if it was the kind she felt every time she sparred with Xinxinghe. You have me and I have you. And, that time in the Haoran sect, it was exactly the same feeling. But soon, she noticed the difference. My chi and blood power has become so terrifying. Wen Ruyun was shocked in her heart, only feeling that the chi and blood in her body was like a river rushing, with a constant flow of power, as if every inch of her flesh and blood was filled with infinite power. She couldn't help but look at Xinxinghe, but she saw that the other party was smiling lightly and confidently. Right at this moment, a blade swept by, and Wen Ruyun dodged resentfully. However, he saw that Louis Dao's eyes glowing with lust. Oh, Wen Ruyun, you and I are fighting. Why are you still starting a ruckus? Wen Ruyun let out a cold snort, her palms resting flat in front of her body slightly arching, the air around her suddenly stagnating. Broken empty dash. In an instant, countless auras converged from all directions, condensing into a radiant light seal in her palm. When Louis Dao saw this, his face suddenly changed and his heart pumped. He clearly felt that at this moment, Wen Ruyun's power had definitely exceeded the early stage of Yuaning. It even made him a mid-Yuaning cultivator. Feel a palpitation. How do you? Before the words were finished, he retreated at extreme speed, carrying Lu Sanzhou and about to vanish. As for the remaining 6 fellow Jindan disciples, death is as good as death. Now that he had climbed up to the hegemony blade sect, as long as his Lu clan lineage rose to prominence, there was no worry that there would be no Jindan cultivators to follow. Want to go? It's too late. The one who spoke was actually Xinxinghe, only to see him raise his hand and unleash his divine abilities, hidden spirit and sneaking at the same time. In an instant, a giant gray curtain appeared out of thin air, instantly wrapping the area. This giant curtain seemed to isolate heaven and earth, shielding the outside world from all sight and perception. Even the Acacia Sect sisters and teachers down below couldn't see what was going on here at once. Xinxing's face turned slightly white. Using divine abilities on such a large scale, with his current cultivation realm, it was still more or less a bit of a strain. After all, these divine abilities were originally meant to be used by themselves alone, and now that they had been forcibly expanded, the consumption of spiritual energy far exceeded expectations. He took a deep breath and looked at the women and said, "I've already covered up all the auras here, and they definitely won't spill out by half. Oh, senior uncles and sisters, you can feel free to move your fists and feet boldly. Such a good opportunity for real combat can't be easily missed." When the crowd heard this, they looked at each other in dismay, but they saw that Murong Yuxian and Nangong Xiaoyun had taken the lead and rushed out without saying a word. One person took on a Jindan cultivator. In this Acacia sect, those who could believe in him, Xinxingha, so unconditionally, were currently feared to be only the two of her. Just then, a small opening suddenly opened above that giant curtain, only to see Su Lingyin drilling in with a bewildered face and coming to Xinxingha's side. "Elder brother, you called me?" Xinxingha nodded his head slightly, stretched out a finger, pointed to a Jindan cultivator who was scared 6 times, not far away, and said, "Senior sister Lingyin, dry crush him." Su Lingyin blushed and responded timidly, I can't, right?" Xinxingha patted her shoulder and asked with a smile, "Senior sister Lingyin, do you know the utility of the Xianshui spiritual body?" Su Lingyin nodded slightly. Having an affinity with the power of Xianshui, practicing water attribute techniques is twice as effective. And, Xinxingha continued to ask. Su Lingyin was slightly puzzled. "And, senior brother, the Xianshui spiritual body only has the single effect of increasing cultivation speed." Xinxingha frowned slightly, wondering how this was different from what the system prompted. He clearly remembered that there was another effect, which was that in water, strength would be raised to the great circle of this realm within a quarter of an hour. Just as he was puzzled, the system's voice sounded in his head. "Host, the abilities possessed by an immortal servant, regardless of what they were before, are strengthened on their own from the moment they become an immortal servant." "So it is." Xinxingha drifted off, then said to Su Lingyin, "Senior sister Lingyin, activate the water condensation technique to wrap your body and then run your spirit body." "Hey, there's a surprise." "Oh." Su Lingyin nodded slightly, her hands forming seals. In an instant, a stream of water came out of nowhere and wrapped her in a ball. Not long after, her beautiful eyes snapped open and she exclaimed, "Sherfu, this." Xinxingha stretched out a finger and gently pressed it to her lips. "Hush, keep quiet. Operating a spirit body depletes spiritual energy extremely quickly, so hurry up and try it." "Aha!" Su Lingyin nodded heavily, then dragged a stream of water towards the Jindan cultivator. Seeing that even Su Lingyin had made a move, the 3 Murong Yueji girls glanced at each other and moved. Xinxingha stretched his waist, his heart was greatly relieved. This feeling of having everything under control is really refreshing. He looked at the distance, the one-sided battle, and a faint smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Then, Xinxingha quietly unleashed his divine ability Swallowing Spirit, and a powerful suction force immediately emerged from in front of him, and swept towards the 2 cultivators present who had been beaten to death. In almost just the blink of an eye, the breath of the 2 men completely dissipated, turning into flying ash and dissipating with the wind. "Nice guy, that's pretty bossy." Xinxingha couldn't help but sigh, then called up the data panel. Refining points, 6400/100, 000. The 2 of them added nearly 300 points. TSK, no wonder the devil cultivators are all cultivating at a rapid pace. So it seems, not without reason. Chapter 32, a god of transformation's strongest person to take care of the aftermath. A small Yuaning realm cultivator. "How dare you disturb my cultivation? Simply out of your league. Die." An old and majestic voice suddenly rang out, echoing between heaven and earth like thunder. Immediately afterward, a terrifying pressure of the transformation god realm instantly erupted, covering a radius of 10,000 miles. At this moment, all the sects within 10,000 miles were terrified. Under the second-rate sects, they all blocked the mountain gate and opened the sect protection array, fearing that it would bring calamity to the fish. Above the second-rate sects, those god transformation elder monsters had turned awake from their seclusion, doubtful as to when the Lingyun continent had produced another strong person of the god transformation realm. Haoran's sect, Patriarch Hall. A bearded old man raised his eyebrows slightly and gently waved his sleeve robe, and the pressure instantly dissipated. Under the great hall, Luyan let out a long breath, wiped away the sweat stains on his forehead, and asked in a puzzled voice, "Master, which transformation god senior is this? Do you recognize it? Why is it so angry?" The old man gently stroked his beard and thought for a moment before smiling and shaking his head. My Lingyun continent has a handful of hidden powerhouses, and I don't know all of them. As he said that, his complexion slightly straightened, and there was a trace of excitement in the bottom of his eyes. Apprentice son, this time when the swift ancient ruins are opened, you must put your best foot forward. Master has already determined that the residual souls in those statues have awakened. As long as you can grasp this opportunity, then your future ascension is expected. With that, he sighed softly and continued, alas, this time, it was only after my teacher had the thick skin to negotiate with the other sects that the rules were set under 200 years of age, so you must not fail my teacher's painstaking efforts. Ruyun bowed and cupped his fists with a firm expression. Don't worry, Master, my disciple has recently touched the bottleneck of the great circle of Yuaning. When I break through this realm, no one will be able to compete with me again. Those inherited, no one else can think of getting their hands on it. I am relieved that you have such ambition. A hint of relief flashed in the old man's eyes, but then his tone changed and he said in a deep voice, however, those juniors from the other clans aren't simple either, and there's no shortage of amazing talents among them, especially that Sword Dao sect and Hegemony Body sect's heavenly pride are not to be underestimated. Ruyun smiled faintly, an air of arrogance emanating from his brows. I'll let them know what makes the Haoran sect sit firmly at the top of the 12 Lingyun sects. The secret room of the Acacia sect. Little Qinghe, thank you for helping my master heal his wounds. Wen Ruyun's voice, which carried a hint of gratitude, echoed in the chamber. Qinghe sniffed and chided with a cold snort. Aren't you quite good at showing off? I borrowed your augur body to let you end the battle quickly. And who can blame you for unleashing madness and falling into weakness more often than not? Wen Ruyun blushed slightly as she wryly argued. For the master just wanted to try how effective that crazy demon is. Whoever thought that even though he killed that Louis Dao, while his body fell into weakness? Qinghe interrupted her and said in a cold voice, concentrate on your mind and prepare to break through to the middle stage of Yuanying. Hearing this, a joyful color flashed in Wen Ruyun's eyes. 2 hours later, the broken mirror pool arrived at 0.5%, and the progress finally rounded up to 14.1%. Looking at this data, the direction of cultivation in Qinghe's heart also became clearer. Just as he was thinking, Wen Ruyun suddenly asked, Little Qinghe, what exactly did you use to make Senior Xiao cooperate with us so much to cover up today's matter? How did she cooperate so easily with us to cover up today's events? Qinghe replied noncommittally, it's really nothing special, it's just that after having a frank exchange with the senior, reasoning and moving her, she naturally understood and cooperated. Wen Ruyun sniffed, first froze, then reacted with a delicate spit. The corners of Qinghe's mouth rose slightly. Anyway, that's how things are, and I'm too lazy to lie to you. Wen Ruyun skimmed her mouth, and an essence suddenly flashed in the bottom of her eyes, then casually asked, then can you tell the master how you lent that power to me? When Qinghe heard this, the smile on his face gradually tightened, and a touch of coldness surfaced in his eyes. I'm not going to ask you about your secrets, so don't test my boundaries. Wen Ruyun guffawed and pulled over Qinghe's hand, placing it on her chest, softly saying, Little Qinghe, don't be angry, master is just asking casually. LOL, you see that it's still early, why don't you go to the Master's Sovereign Hall to discuss your cultivation experience? I've collected some good cultivation texts that might be helpful to you. The scenery of my Harmony Pavilion is much more beautiful than Ling Yin's girl's bamboo building. The coldness in Qinghe's eyes dissipated and he laughed. Oh, my good master, to be a man, be generous, don't you think so? After saying that, he didn't wait for Wen Ruyun to respond. With a flash, he left the chamber. Alchemy room. Su Lingyin paced back and forth in the house in a state of restlessness, and every now and then, she took a glance towards the door. Murong Yueji couldn't hold back and let out a pfft laugh. Su Lingyin's small face reddened as she beamed and grunted. Senior brother is really something. He clearly said that he would come to the Dan room in less than half an hour, and now that it's almost past the hour, he still can't see anyone. Murong Yueji smiled as he placed the last few pills from the furnace into the gourd and handed them to Su Lingyin. Here, the whole 500 golden spirit pills. One no more and one no less. Su Lingyin stomped her foot and didn't bother to pick it up. Senior Uncle Yueji, don't you feel that Senior is too overbearing? Murong Yueji shrugged indifferently. He's Qinghe's senior, and you're just a senior sister. Su Lingyin muttered in a low voice as she sniffed, her willow brows slightly furrowed. But master, she has been with senior brother for so many years, and she still hogs it. Humph, unreasonable. Chapter 33 Departure. Murong Yueji let out a light laugh, a teasing color crossing his eyes. Senior nephew Lingyin, why don't you tell that to my sister? Qinghe is the closest to her. If you can convince her, you'll naturally be able to do it in a way that allows Qinghe to exchange cultivation with you at any time. At that, her tone changed and she snickered. Lingyin girl, when did you become so attached to Qinger? If I'm not mistaken, you guys just exchanged cultivation tips for the night, right? Su Lingyin's chin lifted slightly, her expression frank and serious, because senior brother and I, we are very compatible in our cultivation philosophy. Right at this moment, Xinxingha's figure abruptly appeared in the Dan room. He asked with a puzzled look, Aunt Yueji, what are you talking about? What fits or doesn't fit? Before the words fell, a pink figure came like the wind, grabbed his arm, and pulled him out of the Dan room without a word. Soon, it disappeared into the darkness of the night. Su Lingyin stood frozen in place with a dumbfounded look on her face, and it was only a moment later that she reacted, a flash of shame appearing on her face all of a sudden. Senior Uncle Yueji, you've gone too far. Her voice echoed through the night, full of resentment and resignation. Qinger, in order to refine those 500 golden spirit pills today, I'm very short of spiritual energy na. You can't treat me poorly. Ahem, Auntie Yueji. Murong Yueji raised his eyebrows slightly and said gently, Qinger, when it's just the two of us, you can call me Yueji. Not waiting for Xinxingha to respond, flop sound, the two have already fallen into the water. 6 months rushed by, the whole of the Acacia sect was happy, and there was peace inside and outside the sect. Xinxingha stood before the mountain gate, and behind him, 100 senior sisters looked at him in unison. Some of the senior sisters' eyes were full of reluctance, some were encouraging and expectant, and there were even a few with hidden tears in their eyes. Qinger, this trip is dangerous. You must be more careful and take good care of yourself. Qinger, the new style of small clothes that you explained to me has already had a brow. You'll definitely be able to see it when you come back. Qinger, with tears in her eyes, the ladies' man Xinxingha sniffled, then waved her hand towards everyone. Sisters, I'll miss you guys. On the side, Yi Lianer was crying. Oh, Qinger, why are you so popular? Senior sister, I've been in the sect for almost 100 years, but I've never enjoyed this kind of treatment. Su Lingyin sighed, reached out and sat on Xinxingha and Yi Lianer's arms, gently stepped towards the ground, and the three of them instantly soared towards the sky, disappearing into the sea of clouds. Above the sea of clouds, the four elders led by Murong Yuxian had been waiting quietly for a long time, but only Wen Ruyun and Nangong Qiaoyun were missing. The three Xinxingha bowed. Aunt Yuxian, you don't have to see me off from afar. With my cultivation at the Yuaning realm, I will definitely be safe and sound on this trip. Murong Yuxian smiled faintly. Qinger, it's better if you try not to expose your cultivation. Everything is based on Lingyin. Xinxingha nodded slightly. Qinger knows the score. Aunt Yuxian doesn't have to worry about it. Murong Yueji leaped out and took Xinxingha into his arms with a soft voice. Qinger, don't try to be brave when you go out. Endure what you can. Don't be like me. Xinxingha moved his head with difficulty. You, Aunt Yueji, I can hardly breathe. Murong Yueji sniffed and grunted lightly before releasing him. Poof. Xinxingha gave a dry laugh. Aunt Yueji, don't worry. This head of mine, but it's shrewd. Murong Yueji blankly glanced at him and took out 3 jade bottles from her bosom, handing them to Xinxingha's 3 people respectively. Lingyin Girls is the golden spirit pill and Lianer's is the rage pill. With that, she looked at Xinxingha. Yours, sugar peas. Xinxingha hemmed and hawed and placed the jade bottle into his storage bag as if it was a treasure. Thank you, Aunt Yueji. He naturally didn't believe that Murong Yueji would send him a district of sugar beans. This elixir was by no means extraordinary. Qingha, this is 100,000 inferior spirit stones. Spend them where you should. Don't aggravate yourself. At this moment, Gu Qingwan took a step forward, removed the storage bag from her waist and handed it to Xinxingha. Xinxingha took the storage bag and nodded heavily. Many thanks to Sister Fengyi. Gu Qingwan laughed and scolded. You little guy, no big deal. At this time, Yin Miaoyin also came over, and as she flipped her hand, a jade slip appeared in her palm. Qingha, this is my recently improved gong method. Now the pure yang qi can follow your running veins exactly, and the loss is greatly reduced. Xinxingha took the jade slip with a smile and after carefully examining it, he put it into his storage bag. It's still Uncle Yuan who is considerate. Yin Miaoyin lightly grunted and turned her head to the side, no longer looking at him. During these half a year, the entire clan cultivated hard. The current top management of the Acacia sect already had 5 people who had reached the mid-Yuaning stage. They were Wen Ruyun, Nangong Qiaoyun, Murong Yueji, Gu Qingwan, and Yin Miaoyin. Among them, Wen Ruyun was even approaching the late stage of Yuaning. Xinxingha bowed once again towards the crowd and suddenly realized something. Where's Master Teacher and Senior Sister Qiaoyun? Murong Yuxian heard this and let out a long sigh, and the others shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Then, she waved her hand and a colorful spirit boat hung in the air. Qinger, leave early, and remember to send a sound transmission jade briefing peacefully to your home when you arrive. Seeing that they were unwilling to answer, Xinxingha nodded helplessly. In the next moment, the three of them drove the boat and soon disappeared from the crowd's view. Patriarch's Hall, Harmony Pavilion. Wen Ruyun tearfully threw back her head and cried, tears running down her chin and hitting her chest. The Nangong Xiaoyun at the side was still the first time she had seen her master so out of sorts. Engaged, she too turned red for a moment and choked back a sob. Senior brother is just going on a long trip. As fast as half a month will return, and as slow as not too long. You don't have to worry too much. Wen Ruyun sobbed, her voice breaking. Little Xiaoking, he's never been away from me for so long before. I don't want to cry, but just can't help it. Nangong Xiaoyun didn't carry it after all, and followed suit with a wail. Chapter 34, Chonsam, Women's War Robes. The speed of the spirit boat was not fast, but it was better than being able to drive itself. Simply by embedding a few spirit stones and setting the destination into the positioning spell formation, there was no need to bother with maneuvering. At this moment, Xinxingha couldn't take his eyes off the scenery along the way. Su Lingyin couldn't help but laugh. If senior brother likes it, in the future, senior sister can often take you out for a walk. Let me tell you, senior brother, the Lingyun continent is very big. In terms of scenery, the Star Luo prefecture is the most scenic, followed by the Kanglin and Qingyun prefectures, and as for the other 6 prefectures, they each have their own specialties. Oi, senior sister, why do you keep calling senior brother Qinger on this journey? She's obviously a yellow-bloomed girl. Yi Lianer crossed her arms and yelled in dissatisfaction. Unfortunately, the duo didn't even bother to explain to her. Xinxingha asked curiously, Lingyun 9 states? This master hasn't mentioned it to me. Senior sister Lingyin, which state is our Acacia sect in? Su Lingyin smiled and snapped her fingers. In an instant, a stream of clear water gushed out from her fingertips and flowed and intertwined in the air, soon transforming into a map outlined by the flow of water. She raised her hand to point to an area in the very center of the map and laughed. Senior brother, our Acacia sect is located here, in the Qian Yuan state. By the way, among the 12 Lingyun clans, 3 of them are all located in this state, and one of them even has the Haoran sect, the leader of the 12 clans. Then, her fingertips gently stroked, and a line of tiny text instantly appeared on top of that map. Xinxingha came close to take a look, labeled precisely the name of each state. A little interesting. Boring. You guys are really boring. Yi Lianer muttered as she saw that both of them were ignoring her, and started rummaging through her storage bag. Su Lingyin raised an eyebrow at the sight and asked curiously, Lianer, what are you looking for? Yi Lianer took out 3 chicly cut long dresses from her storage bag and said proudly, Nah, the red color is mine, the light blue color is your senior sister's, and this last one, the moon white color, is Qinger's. This. Xinxingha looked at the long, flag, skirt, robe, in front of him and was momentarily speechless. Su Lingyin was excited, picking up the long light blue dress and starting to study how to wear it. She tried several times but couldn't get it right, the collar always getting stuck at her collarbone and unable to go any further down. Yi Lianer couldn't help but laugh as she looked at Su Lingyin's fumbling appearance. Ha ha, senior sister, the food has been good lately, you've gained a lot of weight. Xinxingha sighed and walked behind Su Lingyin. Elder sister, that's not the way to wear it, let me help you. Su Lingyin turned her head, her eyes filled with gratitude. Then please, senior brother. Xinxingha helped Su Lingyin straighten her skirt, her movements focused and serious. The elegant curves were gradually outlined as the skirt wrapped around her torso inch by inch. After doing so, Xinxingha took 2 steps back, and after taking a look around, he couldn't help but marvel. Slender as a willow, delicate as a picture. Su Lingyin hid her mouth and laughed lightly. A hint of complacency flashed in her eyes as she stepped forward and encircled Xinxingha's arm. If you like it, senior sister will wear it for you every day. Xinxingha smiled faintly, the corners of his lips hooked up. It's not a bad thing to enjoy. Oops, you guys help me. Yi Lianer's anxious cry broke the ambiguous atmosphere. The 2 of them were slightly stunned and sniffed. Only Yi Lianer was tugging at her dress with her hands and feet. The neckline, however, was deadlocked and could not be lifted up, and her cheeks reddened with anxiety. Seeing this, Su Lingyin couldn't help but gloat. Giggle. Still calling me fat? I think you're the one who's fat as a piglet. Xinxingha smiled as he let go of Su Lingyin and came closer, scrutinizing the endless abyss as a hint of surprise gradually surfaced in his eyes. Once upon a time, I only heard Yi Lianer boasting, but now that seeing is believing, my heart couldn't help but be appalled. C, no, D, still no, could it be, E, Qinger, what are you mumbling about? Quickly help me. Yi Lianer complained with a disgruntled face. Su Lingyin had already its front at this point, her jade hand pinching the collar of her long dress, reminding, collect. Yi Lianer took a deep breath. Ha ha, it's finally on, it looks so good. Yi Lianer chirped like a cheerful little magpie. Duong duong. Xinxinghe beat comfortably to that cheerful rhythm. He had originally thought that the trip to the Taiku ruins would be slightly boring. At the moment, it dispels that concern and even enjoys it. Just as he was immersed in this relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, Su Lingyin suddenly came over and said with a smile, "Senior brother, why don't you just help Lianer break through to the Jindan realm?" For this heartless and foolish senior sister, she was still extremely loving and naturally unwilling to let her suffer. Xinxinghe froze. "Let's wait a little longer. This isn't the Acacia sect after all, and with no one to protect you, it's not too safe after all." Su Lingyin beamed and continued to fight. "I can help you conceal your forms, and then you can perform the art of hiding your breath, which is definitely peaceful enough." Xinxinghe fell silent, suddenly lost in thought. To be honest, it was a risk he wasn't too willing to try. In this cultivation world, being cautious is the only way to go longer. Sometimes, one wrong step is all it takes. A moment later, Xinxinghe slowly opened his mouth. "It's better to forget about it. Master said that you still need to be careful when going out. Our Acacia sect, a third-rate sect, would not be able to avoid attracting trouble if two Jindan celestial pride appeared all at once." He said this with extreme sincerity. After all, the cultivation he displayed at this time was only the Foundation Establishment Great Circle. Seeing that Xinxinghe had even moved out his master, Su Lingyin sighed helplessly. Right at this moment, Yi Lianer suddenly pointed to the distance and shouted excitedly, "Xing'er, senior sister, you guys look quickly. What a big boat." The two of them looked in the direction she pointed, only to see a huge spirit ship appear in the distant sky. That ship's body was shining with precious light, as if it was cast from countless bright stars. The sails of the ship were high, and the word Tianin was embroidered on the canvas. Su Lingyin looked at the spirit ship, a hint of yearning flashing in her eyes. "What a beautiful spirit ship. Senior brother, when do you think our Acacia sect will be able to possess such treasures?" Xinxinghe smiled faintly at his words, yet just as he was about to speak, his brows suddenly tightened. He stared at the spirit ship that was getting closer and closer, a cold aura faintly radiating from his eyes. The coming one. Chapter 35, Aggressive. Fong Loner. Laner. The spirit ship quietly stopped 100 paces away from Xinxinghe's trio. At this moment, a grey-robed old man stood at the bow of the boat, overlooking the spirit boat, and said in a deep voice, "You three come up here. My young master has his eye on you." Yi Lianer snorted coldly, puffed out her chest, and said without showing any weakness, "Humph, who are we to listen to you?" The old man's face raised a touch of disdain, coldly pointing at the eye-catching word Tianin on the ship's sails. His tone was characterized by a lofty arrogance. "Just because we're the celestial sound pavilion." Su Lingyin frowned tightly and quietly approached Xinxinghe, reminding him in a low voice, "Senior brother, this heavenly toned pavilion is one of the 12 Lingyun clans. There are countless Yuaning in the clan, and there are not a few god realization powerhouses, so we must not offend them. It's better to make a false start and then look for a chance to get out." Xinxinghe's eyes narrowed slightly, and the coldness in his eyes increased. He originally thought that the 12 Lingyun clans would at least be consistent on the surface and act openly and honestly, but I never thought that it was also this kind of bullying. Just then, a lazy voice came from that boat. "What's the point of talking to them? No woman I've ever seen has been able to escape." The grey-robed old man sniffed and bowed toward his back. "What the young lord said is extremely true. It was the old immortal who was foolish." As soon as the words fell, a thick spiritual pressure suddenly pressed down from the bow of the ship. Su Lingyin's face changed as she immediately mobilized her body's spiritual energy, her hands forming seals at a rapid pace. The spirit boat was instantly wrapped in a light blue light shield. Soon, a fine bead of sweat oozed from her forehead. She droned out, and at once the silken streams of water began to coalesce around her body. "Senior brother, it's a late stage Yuaning. You take Lianer and leave quickly. I'll break your back. Your cultivation must not be exposed, or there will be endless consequences." Xinxinghe did not move, but instead put a hand on her shoulder and gently shook his head. "Senior sister Lingyin, how would I let you face it alone as a woman? Not to mention, you're still my Xinxinghe's woman." When Su Lingyin heard this, her body stiffened and her entire body froze in place. If she remembered correctly, this was the first time Xinxinghe had defined her identity so bluntly outside of cultivation. Her eyes began to redden slightly, and an unspeakable emotion welled up in her heart. Senior, I really wasn't wrong about you." At that, she took a deep breath and continued, "I, Su Lingyin, hereby swear to live this life." The words came out of her mouth as a finger was gently pressed against her lips. Only Xinxinghe said indifferently, "Senior sister Lingyin, your feelings have long been clear in my heart. There is no need to say more. Oh, you're all my family, and I'm determined not to let you all get half hurt." After saying this, the water flow on Su Lingyin began to follow Xinxinghe's palm and lead it to itself. Yi Lianer on the side opened her eyes wide, her vermilion lips slightly opened. Could you guys be That kind of relationship? Xinxingha twisted his head to look at Yi Lianer and winked with a smile. Don't worry, senior sister Lianer, you'll soon be joining the family as well. When Yi Lianer heard this, she was so frightened that she retreated several steps in a row, her head shaking like a rattle drum. Don't, I won't, you have my blessing. Su Lingyin snorted a laugh, thinking, Lianer, let's see if you can still say this word don't when the time comes. However, right at this moment, accompanied by a click sound, the light shield protecting the spirit boat shattered inch by inch. Yi Lianer exclaimed, It's finished. Xinger, senior sister, are we going to die? Xinxingha took a deep breath. A trace of gravity flashed under his eyes, and he secretly said in his heart, this outburst will definitely lead to endless trouble. It seems like we still have to ask Xiao to step in afterward. Alas, when we return to the clan this time, we must help one of them break through the spirit transformation realm as soon as possible, or else we'll be too passive when we shy away from everything. With that, the dragon's body was quietly activated. A huge force of qi and blood quickly filled the entire body. In addition, the cultivation level of the Xianshui spiritual body had soared extremely fast. Xinxingha has a 10% certainty of crushing this. At this time, that old man had long been impatient and could not help but taunt Xinxingha when he realized that his body was overflowing with spiritual light. 2 foundation establishment and 1 Jindan. Still want to show off in front of Lao Fu? Unconscionable. His voice was like cold ice, wrapped in a monstrous might that pressed down again. Xinxingha snorted coldly and wanted to strike. However, at this instant, a white-clothed figure quietly blocked in front of them. The man was holding a metaphysical longsword in his hand, standing steadily on top of the sharp corner at the front end of the spirit boat. In the next moment, she flicked her wrist, and her longsword drew an elegant arc like a swimming dragon. In an instant, that monstrous might was like ice and snow, meaning the sun the moment it touched the sword blade, suddenly collapsing. This all happened extremely quickly, and even Xinxingha didn't react for a moment, but he heard the man speak softly. Don't be afraid, 3 sisters, with me here, even they won't dare to touch you. After saying that, she tilted her head to look at the spirit ship and said in a cold voice, Moonflower Sect's Fong Loner is here. Manhwarecap, why don't you get your ass over here? As soon as these words fell, the gray-robed old man immediately spat out blood from his mouth and took several steps back in a row. Xinxingha raised his eyebrows and secretly said, what a strong spirit pressure. This white-clothed woman clearly only had a mid-Yuaning cultivation level in his opinion. However, the power she erupted with was straight from the Yuaning Great Circle. Is this the strength of a heavenly pride? Xinxingha secretly sighed in his heart. He originally thought that with his own strength, he could already be an invincible existence in the same class, but when he saw it today, he couldn't help but refresh his perception. The 12th sect of Lingyun was truly extraordinary. Right at this moment, a brocade-robed man stepped to the bow of the ship, his brows locked, his face filled with disgust, and he coldly shouted, Fong Loner, are you sick? Why are you against me in every way? Last time in the Haoran sect, you made a move to ruin my good deed for now, but this time you're here again? When Fong Loner heard this, her expression remained indifferent. The long sword in her hand was slightly raised, the blade of the sword glowing with a cold and chilling light in the sunlight. You, Tianyin Pavilion, are one of the 12 Lingyun clans, yet you use this to bully lower-ranked female cultivators. Oh, Manhwarecap, you should be glad that it's me who's here. If it was one of my Moonflower Sect's other senior sisters, you dash. She gave a slight beat. The coldness in her eyes grew 3 times more as she continued. I'm afraid I don't even have a chance to open my mouth. Manhwarecap's face instantly turned ironic as a look of scorn appeared in his eyes. Although he was conceited that his strength was not bad, he was also well aware of the horror of those perverted women of the Moonflower Sect, so he gritted his teeth, forced down the anger in his heart, and said in a cold voice, Fong Loner, Manhwarecap, will take note of what happened today. We'll see. After saying that, he violently waved his sleeve robe, and the spirit ship suddenly shook. It then turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared into the distant sky. Seeing the other party leave, Fong Loner lightly hummed, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Then with a flick of his wrist, he withdrew the longsword into the scabbard at his waist. Then she turned around leisurely, a soft smile appearing on her face as she landed in the spirit boat. You guys aren't hurt, are you? Chapter 36 Spiritual Rhythmic Veil. On top of the spirit boat, the 4 of them sat cross-legged. Elder Fong, that move you just made was so powerful. You broke that late-stage Yuaning spirit pressure with a single sword. Yi Lianer's eyes flashed with admiration as she stared with a burning gaze at Fong Loner across the room, but she smiled and shook her head. That Yuaning cultivator was merely relying on pills to force his way up to the later stages. Its strength is only slightly stronger than an unusual mid-Yuaning stage. At that, she gave a slight pause and continued, Lianer, there's no need to call me senior. Just call me Loner. Okay Loner. Yi Lianer sniffed, the corners of her mouth lifting. At that moment, Su Lingyin spoke softly. Loner, thanks to your righteous assistance this time. If it wasn't for you, we're afraid we'd be in deep trouble today. Fong Loner sniffed and waved her hands sagely, a bright smile on her lips. There is no need to say thank you. The purpose of my Moonflower sect is female cultivators in the world are one family. By the way, the purpose of your trip should be the entrance to that ancient relic in Xianyuan City, right? Oh, I'm going there too. We happen to be traveling together, so we can take care of each other on the way. Su Lingyin's face flushed with gratitude. No one in the entire Lingyun continent knew about the reputation of the Moonflower sect. With the Moonflower sect's disciples protecting them, they could definitely rest assured. At this moment, Fong Loner's gaze suddenly rested on Su Lingyin and Yi Lianer. After a moment, she bit her lower lip lightly with her shell teeth and said with some embarrassment, Lingyin, this dress of yours, so pretty, I wonder where I can buy it. Su Lingyin faintly stared and laughed. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Loner, this skirt is only owned by my Acacia sect. It was my master, senior sister, Xinger, set out to break and paint, and there are only a handful of them in the clan today. Fong Loner sighed, a look of loss on her face. Right at this moment, Xinxinghe smiled faintly and took out the white dress that Yi Lianer had given him earlier from his storage bag and handed it over. Lan, this one is for you. When Fong Loner heard this, she was overjoyed. Really? Is it really possible? Xinxinghe smiled and nodded, his tone gentle, naturally not false. Oh, since ancient times, swords have been given to heroes, and today neon dresses are given to beauties. Fong Loner sniffed and said happily as she hugged Xinxinghe's arm. Xinger, you're so nice. For some reason, just at the moment she touched Xinxinghe, an inexplicable emotion suddenly surged in her heart. This emotion seemed to lead her to want to get closer to the woman next to her. Or, close. Fong Loner froze slightly, secretly wondering in her heart, what's going on here? Why do I feel this way? However, naturally, Fong Loner would not know that this was one of the effects that came with the phantom spirit body. For the opposite sex, there is a powerful attraction. Although the spirit body has been covered by Xinxinghe with the hidden spirit, however, that invisible subtle aura was still difficult to completely conceal, especially since Fong Loner was so close. It was inevitable that she would be affected by a hint of it. Loner, seeing her in a trance, Xinxinghe couldn't help but call softly in a puzzled voice. Fong Loner's body shook violently as she came back to her senses and hurriedly loosened her arms around Xinxinghe. Then, right in front of the three, she began to undo the ribbon around that waist. It's such a nice dress that you really can't resist it for a moment. I'm going to try it on now. You guys stay and help me see if it fits. Xinxinghe's eyes lit up violently, and immediately nodded heavily. That's excellent. Su Lingyin, however, couldn't stand to watch and hurriedly spoke out to stop it. Loner, why don't we find a suitable place to try again? Here, isn't very convenient. Fong Loner sniffed and nodded her head with extreme approval. She pinched her finger with one hand, and her fingertips flashed with a spiritual light, and then a faint mist gushed out from her palm, instantly wrapping the entire spirit boat in a ball. That would be harmless. Oh, it's still Lingyin that you have a delicate mind. Fong Loner smiled faintly, her tone relaxed. With that, her hands flew to untie all the ribbons. Su Lingyin let out a long sigh, grabbing Xinxinghe and dragging him aside. Humph, what are you looking at? Have you seen less? Xinxinghe scratched his nose awkwardly and did not respond. Not long after, Fong Loner had already changed her clothes. She was full of joy as she paced back and forth on the spirit boat, and between the gentle swaying of her skirt, her jade legs were hidden and animated. At this moment, she was a different person compared to her previous valor. Xinxinghe secretly said in his heart that it was a pity to have such a delicate face and that fair skin. Alas, white is truly white, and flat, truly flat. Bah, shameless, Su Lingyin muttered in a small voice. On the other hand, Yi Lianer on the side was proudly puffing out her chest and raising her head, with a few moments of complacency in her eyes, as if she was silently declaring something. At this moment, Fong Loner stopped her steps and looked at the three of them with a delighted expression as she asked, well, was it good? Xinxinghe's eyes contained a smile. His gaze lingered on her for a moment, and he said in a sincere tone, nice, very nice, just a shame. When Fong Loner heard this, she raised her eyebrows slightly and asked curiously, what's a pity? Just as Xinxinghe was about to exit, Su Lingyin covered her mouth and then said, what Xinger means is, although this dress looks good, it might be even more perfect if you add some accessories. But she had failed to guard against the heartless Yi Lianer. Only Yi Lianer straightened her chest and said bluntly, Loner, you're too small. It doesn't look good when you wear it loose. Look at mine. Su Lingyin's face immediately darkened. However, when Fong Loner heard this, she didn't have the slightest intention of getting angry, only to see her gently press her index finger on top of her collarbone, and in the next moment, a ghostly light emerged. In her hand, she already had an extra light pink bodysuit. The material is as light and thin as a gauze, with a hint of spiritual light faintly transmitting through it, and it is obviously not an extraordinary product. But at this moment, everyone's attention was not even on this precious garment. Instead, they were coincidentally attracted by the exquisite curves, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. Xinxinghe couldn't help but marvel in his heart. The size is free, and you can put it away as you like. Wonderful! Seeing the three people's different expressions, Fong Loner's cheeks flushed slightly and she coughed lightly to explain. This is our Moonflower Sect's spirit rhythm veil. Not only is it malleable, it can also assist in the operation of spiritual energy, and is considered a good spiritual treasure. If you guys like it, you can leave the teleportation locator and I'll have the clan's senior sister send you a few pieces. Xinxinghe smiled and cupped his fists. Then thank you, Loner. At this time, Fong Loner once again came to Xinxinghe's side and gently pulled his hand, softly kneading it. Xing'er, why do you always use that man's manners? That's not good. Ahem. Next time for sure. Chapter 37, Finishing the Wish. Statue of the Archaic Ruins. 2 days later, the four of them at this moment were standing on top of a large round altar. Around the round altar, 12 dark stone pillars rose up into the sky, and just above their heads, a black crack stretched across, resembling the mouth of a hideous beast. There were also low growls coming out of it from time to time, as if it came from the 9 hells, which was creepy. Xinxinghe's mouth twitched in suspicion. This is sure it's the entrance to that Taiku ruins? Su Lingyin and Yi Lianer shook their heads. The Acacia sect used to be attended by the patriarch, Wen Ruyun, and several elders, but they never came. Seeing this, Fong Loner's eyes contained a smile. Oh, we'll see when we get in. With that, she took out a white jade token from her storage pouch, and with a flip of her wrist, she threw the token towards one of the stone pillars. The token came out of his hand and drew a graceful arc in the air, eventually embedding itself steadily into the groove at the bottom of the stone pillar. In the next moment, the surface of the stone pillar began to glow with a layer of ghostly light, and the light flowed like water waves, mysterious and bizarre. Immediately afterward, a white beam of light suddenly shot out from the place where the token was embedded, and sped straight toward the crack in the air. Right at the moment the beam of light made contact with the crack, the sky and earth seemed to quake, and the air around it trembled. A trace of doubt flashed in Xinxinghe's eyes as he asked in a low voice, Loner, doesn't the Taiku ruins open tomorrow? What are you? Fong Loner sniffed and smiled faintly. That's someone else. You guys follow me and you can naturally enter a day earlier. When Xinxinghe heard this, he raised his eyebrows and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile of understanding. Got it. Privilege. Fong Loner smiled and nodded, then looked towards the crack in the sky, which was now covered by a cloud of white light. Come on, you can go in now. After saying that, her figure flashed and she took the lead in flying towards the mass of white light, and soon, her figure disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, without the slightest hesitation, Xinxinghe pulled Su Lingyin and Yi Lianer, following closely behind, and disappeared into the white light. Not long after, the white light gradually dimmed, seemingly swallowed by the crack. Above the ruins, countless large statues stood. They are like silent watchers, gazing at the devastated land. At this moment, Xinxinghe's gaze swept over the surrounding statues one by one. However, when his eyes landed on a statue of a woman, his entire body froze in place. Seeing this, the three women looked over there. Su Lingyin lightly covered her vermilion lips, her eyes filled with amazement. This is also too beautiful. Yi Lianer nodded heavily, unable to remove her gaze from the statue for a long time, murmuring in a low voice, Is this a demon race? It's really pretty. Fong Loner shook her head slightly and explained softly, This is not a demon race. Exactly. It should still belong to the human race. With that, she pointed to the 3 pairs of feathered wings behind the statue and continued, You see, the only difference between her and us is these 3 pairs of feathers. Her fingertips gently traced the air as if tracing the outline of the feathered wings, a hint of exploration in her tone. I once heard my master mention that this heaven and earth we are in is vast and boundless. Even the Lingyun continent was just an insignificant piece of land among them, and these people with feathered wings seem to live in the westernmost part of heaven and earth. Yi Lianer blinked, her eyes filled with curiosity. Loner, are they cultivators like us? After Fong Loner pondered for a while, she said with less certainty, I think so. Right. I remember they have their own name, called the sky. Sky something or other. How come I can't think of it when it comes to my mouth? Fong Loner frowned in chagrin, her fingertips gently tapping her temples in an effort to recall. Angels. Right at this moment, Xinxinghe's voice softly sounded. The 3 women sniffed and turned their heads to look at him. A bright light immediately flashed in Fong Loner's eyes as she said with delight, Right. Xing'er is right. It's just called angel. Su Lingyin suspiciously looked at Xinxinghe and asked, Xing'er, where did you know that? Xin Xinghe walked slowly towards the statue and casually replied, "Auntie knows it too." Hearing this, Su Lingyi nodded indistinctly and followed suit. Coming to the statue and getting a closer look, the angel was even more lifelike that day. Her eyebrows were picturesque, her lines soft and majestic. In particular, every feather on those 3 pairs of feathers was carved to perfection. Between the interplay of light and shadow, it's as if you can feel the lightness and agility of the breeze as it passes by. Xin Xinghe had mixed feelings in his heart. He was a little confused as to how an angelic being could appear in the cultivation world. Shouldn't this be a product of the West? Thinking of this, Fong Loner's words just now appeared in his mind. Living in the westernmost part of heaven and earth? Xin Xinghe was suddenly in deep thought. This world seemed to be a bit different from what he had imagined. Somehow, but with his current strength and insights, he obviously couldn't touch those hidden secrets yet. As he thought about it, he vaguely felt a force, if any, that seemed to invisibly invite him to come closer, to touch. His hand, too, had slowly approached the statue, his fingertips only inches away from the cold stone surface. And at that instant, Fong Loner's cry of alarm came out suddenly. "Xinger, stop!" Xin Xinghe's forward finger came to an abrupt halt, hanging just an inch away from the statue. He asked, turning back in confusion, "What's wrong? This statue still can't be touched?" Fong Loner let out a long breath and patted her heaving chest, her expression relaxing slightly. "Xinger, why are you so reckless? Didn't your elders mention to you about the taboos in this ancient relic?" Xin Xinghe shook his head blankly. Wen Ruyun, that woman only said to arrive on someone to tell, the rest no more say something. It was no wonder. How could she have expected Xin Xinghe to enter early through the privilege of the 12 Lingyun sect? Seeing this, Fong Loner let out a light sigh and reached out to pull Xin Xinghe's wrist, pulling him away from the statue. "Alas, it is better for me to first speak with you about the rules of the Swift Ruins." With that, she took a deep breath and continued. "Each statue here contains a wisp of its residual soul from its lifetime, and these remnants of souls awaken every 50 years. What we need to do is to find those statues that belong to the predecessors of the Lingyun continent. By touching their statues, we can enter the nothingness to help them fulfill some wish they had during their lifetime. Once you successfully fulfill your wish, you will be rewarded by these predecessors. The higher the cultivation level, the more difficult the heart's desire that needed to be accomplished would be, but along with that came more generous rewards. Even have a chance to obtain the Heaven's Gate order." The 3 of them nodded with seeming understanding. As for that Heaven's Gate order, they had never heard of it at all. At this moment, Xin Xinghe asked curiously, "Can't we help these Western beings fulfill their wishes?" Fong Loner nodded heavily with a serious expression. "Well, it's best not to. These Western beings seem to treat us with some sort of underlying hostility. There had been quite a few people who had tried, but almost all of them had died trapped in the nothingness. Later on, there were even several Hierophant realm seniors who tried their luck with their bodies and came to the same conclusion upon their return. More to gain than to lose." Xin Xinghe looked skeptical. Didn't it say that the higher the cultivation level, the more generous the rewards? What exactly did those seniors get? Hearing this, Fong Loner's face revealed a look of forbearance as she slowly opened her mouth. "My master's father got a bottle of grape wine, and the senior of the Haoran sect got a crystal cup. To say that the only one who was still somewhat useful is the Xiantian sect senior, who got the drawings for the making of the spirit boat." Chapter 38, It's bad. Your identity will be exposed. Tranquility. A statue of a beautiful woman in a bare-breasted sarong stood silently above the ruins. Her body was voluptuous and elegant, curvy, as if every inch of her was sculpted to life. Fong Loner first bowed towards him with a flourish, then said to the 3 Xin Xinghe, "We female cultivators, we try to still find seniors who are also women to fulfill our wishes. Their heart's desire is much softer and safer compared to those male cultivators," she said, smiling sweetly. "This elder white has a soft nature, and the first time I came was to help her fulfill her wish. Remember, at that time, it was to help her. Ahem. In short, the process went extremely smoothly, and in the end, Senior even gave me the method of refining the spirit rhythm yarn clothes." After saying that, she had pulled Xin Xinghe to the front of the statue. "Elder Bai's completed wish allows for 2 people to travel together. Ling Yin, you and Lianer wait for a moment. After Qinger and I come out, we'll bring you in 1 by 1 inch." Su Lingyin's face showed a tangle of colors, and she was about to open her mouth, but she saw that Fong Loner had already pulled Xin Xinghe into the statue and disappeared. Buzz. In the void, a watery ripple rippled out, and the figures of Xin Xinghe and Fong Loner slowly emerged. It was a small, elegantly arranged courtyard, which was filled with flowers and birds. At this moment, there was a voluptuous beautiful woman in the courtyard, sitting quietly in front of a stone table, looking at the 2 of them with a smile. Her appearance was dignified but with a touch of flirtatiousness, with a mature flavor between her eyebrows. But the most striking thing was those extremely special eyes. Her pupils, after all, were as crimson as blood. "Cluck, girl, we meet again. When Fong Loner heard this, a smile appeared on her face and she bowed with a flourish. Elder Bai, it's been a long time since I've seen you. You still have the same elegance. That beautiful woman let out a light laugh, her voice as pleasant as a silver bell. Giggle, you girl is still speaking in such a pleasing manner. Even after marrying a woman, you still haven't changed this eloquent nature. When she heard the first half of the sentence, Fong Loner revealed a sweet smile, but when she heard the second half of the sentence, she immediately blushed in shame and hastily waved her hand. Elder Bai, you mustn't tease my juniors. My Moonflower Sect disciples spend their entire lives just looking for that one and only love, and I am today, but I'm not even close to being 8. The beautiful woman sniffed, and a smirking look surfaced on her face. Oh, I see. Then this handsome and extraordinary young friend who looks like an immortal is just your fellow cultivator and sleeper? What does senior mean by that? Senior is a female. Fong Loner opened her mouth to explain suspiciously, and her face slowly turned to Xinxinghe. However, the moment she saw Xinxinghe, her voice came to an abrupt halt, her pupils slightly dilated, and a look of disbelief appeared on her face. You, who are you? Where is Qinger? Why are you wearing her clothes? After returning to her senses, Fong Loner immediately drew the long sword at her waist. At this moment, Xinxinghe had a bitter experience. Just as he entered this small courtyard, his appearance returned to its original state uncontrollably. The system's explanation is that it has been affected by some kind of divine power, which has broken his concealment of his appearance. As for cultivation and other abilities, they are not affected. Xinxinghe sighed softly and looked at Fong Loner. Loner, although I am a man, a woman actually lives in my heart. Can you believe it? I believe you. You go to hell. Fong Loner's face was red with anger, tears welling up in her eyes, and her voice carried endless anger and aggression. As soon as he thought of the fact that he had changed his clothes in front of the other party, a wave of shame and indignation welled up in his heart, itching to break Xinxinghe into pieces. I'm going to kill you. The blade of the sword cut through the void and went straight towards Xinxinghe's neck. However, just at the moment when the sword blade was about to touch Xinxinghe's skin, the sword's momentum came to an abrupt end, as if it was bound by an invisible force. Fong Loner's hand trembled slightly, and the blade of the sword stopped at the side of Xinxinghe's neck, but it could no longer advance by half a point. A struggle flashed in her eyes and her voice choked. Why can't I lay my hands on him? Elder White, could it be that you are helping him? Seeing this, the beautiful woman covered her mouth and laughed lightly. LOL, I didn't do anything. It's the love in your own heart that you can't lay your hands on. Girl. Xinxinghe's expression was calm, but his heart had already panicked a batch. The reason why Fong Loner couldn't do anything was because the phantom spirit body was in effect. He took a deep breath and said in a sincere tone, Loner, I really didn't mean to do it. I have my reasons. Also, I gave you the dress out of sincerity. Never any dirty thoughts. And think about it, when have I ever approached you? You. Fong Loner was speechless, because what Xinxinghe said was the truth. There was no way to refute it. In these 2 days, every time she took the initiative to pester Xinxinghe, approaching him and getting close to him. Now that she thought about it, Xinxinghe had intentionally dodged many times during this period without her being aware of it. I only think it's because the other person is introverted and shy. Last night, she had even teamed up with Yi Lianer and forcefully kissed Xinxinghe. Thinking of this, the anger in her heart gradually faded away, leaving only that intense shame. At this moment, she just wanted to find a crack in the ground and dive headfirst into it, because it was too humiliating. Slap. Just then, a crisp round of applause rang out. Xinxinghe carefully moved his neck and turned his gaze to that senior by. However, he slowly got up and came to the two of them. LOL, funny. With that, she reached out and removed the sword in Fong Loner's hand, pulled a sword flower, and then inserted it into the scabbard at Fong Loner's waist with a clang sound. Xinxinghe was relieved and bowed toward Bai Zitran. Thank you, Elder. Bai Z Tranquility smiled a light laugh and said towards Fong Loner, Girl, the sword is a sharp weapon, but also a heart weapon. It's easy to make a sword, but hard to put it away yo. When Fong Loner heard this, she sighed and said gratefully towards Bai Z Tranquility, Many thanks to Elder Bai for pointing it out. My junior understands. Speaking here, she looked at Xinxinghe with a complicated expression before continuing to Bai Z Tranquility. Elder Bai, I wonder what your wish is at this time. Seeing that he had entered the main topic, Xinxinghe also turned his gaze to Bai Z Tran with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. To put it mildly, this was the first time he had really come into contact with the hidden secrets of the cultivation world. Who dash? Bai Z stretched lazily, her body posture stretching between the curves exposed. Every inch of her skin exuded the unique charm of a mature woman. Xinxinghe, who was on the side, unconsciously glanced at him, then quickly averted his eyes, seemingly noticing Xinxinghe's gaze. The corner of Bai Z Tran's mouth hooked up slightly. and his body intentionally straightened up another 3 points. Then, her beautiful eyes swept over Xinxinghe and Fong Loner one by one. A wry look gradually rose on his face as he slowly opened his mouth. My heart's desire is simple and not too difficult. Speaking here, she reached out one finger to gently pick Fong Loner's chin, the corner of her lips hooking into a meaningful smile. As long as you endure, not only will you have no fear for your lives, but you will also be able to obtain a Heaven's Gate order. Fong Loner's eyes snapped open when she heard this. The Heaven's Gate order. What Senior said is true. Bai Zitran smiled and nodded. LOL, naturally. Fong Loner's fingers unconsciously clenched. Her chest rose and fell violently, and the look of excitement on her face became more and more obvious. However, Xinxinghe's focus was not on this so-called Heaven's Gate order. He frowned slightly and whispered to himself, endure. What it means. Chapter 39, if you can't bear it, you have to bear it. The dim candlelight wavered in the chamber, the faint glow elongating the two figures and casting them on the mottled walls. Xinxinghe sat on his knees, his gaze cast towards Fong Loner, who was a full 3 feet away from him, and opened his mouth without a good mood. Loner, I'll be honest with you, I didn't see anything at the time. As you saw, at that time, Senior Sister Lingyin pulled me aside. You still say that? Fong Loner sniffed, her cheeks instantly colored with a layer of redness, and her eyes were also filled with shyness. Xinxinghe sighed and said helplessly, alas, my Xinxinghe's character is at least in the top 3 when placed in the Acacia sect, and if I said I didn't see it, then I didn't see it. Fong Loner snorted coldly and stopped paying attention to Xinxinghe. Xinxinghe smacked his lips, no longer dwelling on this issue. He changed his words. Loner, don't you think that this wish of Elder Bai is too simple? Just by staying in this secret room for 7 days, one would be able to obtain a Heaven's Gate order of that what? By the look on your face at the time, that thing seemed pretty expensive. Fong Loner cast her head aside, not looking at Xinxinghe, and responded indifferently. Elder White has a soft heart, and her wishes have never been spontaneous, so there's nothing strange about keeping it simple. At that, she paused, a hint of inquiry hidden in her eyes. It's just that I also didn't expect Elder Bai to use a Heaven's Gate order as a reward. Xinxinghe asked curiously, what exactly is this Heaven's Gate order? Can it make you so excited? Hearing this, Fong Loner's willow brows knitted slightly as she asked with some surprise. You haven't heard? Xinxinghe spread his hands and shook his head. Fong Loner nodded slightly. I had forgotten that you were in a third-rate sect, so it's normal that you haven't heard of it, said the woman. A flash of longing surfaced in her expression. This Heaven's Gate order is actually a pass to the spirit world. As long as the cultivation level of the person carrying the token reaches the spirit transformation realm, he or she can invoke the Heavenly Gate with this token and open the passageway to the spirit realm. It directly saves 991 thunderbolts. Hearing this, Xinxinghe raised his eyebrows slightly. He couldn't help but ask as he remembered the incident from 20 years ago. If you say so, I remember something. About 20 years ago, the Puryang Palace Master raised his clan to ascend, only to end up having his clan slaughtered by a thunderbolt. If I remember correctly, that day above the mountain gate of the Puryang Palace, there was precisely a huge portal that could not be seen at a glance. Could it be? Fong Loner nodded slightly, a trace of awe flashing in her eyes as she took a deep breath and replied, that's right, the Puryang Palace at that time did obtain a Heavenly Gate order and used it to summon the Heavenly Gate. It was a pity that Palace Master Shin was unwilling to ascend alone, and even used the entire clan's strength to bombard the Heavenly Gate in an attempt to allow all the clan's disciples to step into the spirit realm together. Alas! It ultimately drew the wrath of the spirit realm's upper sects, descending the 9 heavens divine thunder to erase this once one Lingyun sect. With that said, she sighed again. Xinxinghe's brows furrowed slightly as a wave rippled through his heart. He had thought that the destruction of the Puryang Palace was a divine punishment sent down by the Heavenly Tao, but he had never imagined that it was man-made. Speaking of which, his relationship with this Puryang Palace Master was still extraordinary because the other party was none other than his birth mother. Xinxinghe slowly tilted his head up, his eyes gazing at the dark ceiling, his thoughts turning over like a tidal wave. A moment later, he swore silently in his mind, if one day, I am powerful enough to fight against the spirit world, I will make sure you get back this bad breath. Thinking of this, he returned his gaze to Fong Loner, only to see that the other party had already settled down and started cultivating. Ugh, another practice freak. Xinxinghe got up with a disinterested face and went to the wooden couch on the inner side of the chamber, and comfortably lay down on it. Phew, this Elder White is quite considerate. Then I won't be polite. Sleeping, I'm the best at it. With that, he pulled the quilt over his head and covered it tightly, and in the twinkling of an eye, he fell into a deep sleep, snoring gradually. After a long time, Fong Loner in the corner slowly opened her eyes, cast her gaze to the wooden couch, and spat. Pig head, only know how to sleep. No wonder the cultivation level is only foundation establishment. It's really a waste of such a good-looking pair of blah blah blah. What's the point of looking good? For some reason, between words, Fong Loner's cheeks were gradually colored with a touch of scarlet, and a slight sensation of dryness came from her body as well. She looked puzzled, her eyes scanning the modest chamber alertly, trying to find the source of the abnormality. It wasn't long before her eyes settled on the wooden table in the center of the chamber. There, a small, delicately shaped incense burner was curling up with a faint smoke, the very culprit that had unsettled her mind. So she got up and walked slowly to the incense burner, gently uncovered the lid, pinched up a pinch of incense ash with her fingertips, and carefully covered it on top of the still burning incense powder. The smoke gradually dissipated, and she flicked the remaining ash off her fingertips with satisfaction, turning to return to the corner to continue her training. However, in the very next moment, her mind jolted and her gaze quickly fell to her fingers. Only a wisp of pink mist lingered on her fingertips, and in the blink of an eye, it silently seeped into her body. Not good, she cried out in her heart, and her yuanings might instantly erupted in an attempt to force this foreign force out of her body. Unexpectedly, that powerful might even overturned the wooden table in front of him, and the incense burner fell to the ground with it. Immediately afterward, large clouds of pink mist erupted out of the incense burner, quickly spreading like a tidal wave and completely engulfing her figure in the blink of an eye. In the secret room, only the fog is left, and the increasingly rapid gasping sound. 4 hours later, Xinxinghe woke up leisurely. He stretched out, secretly saying that this sleep was not really comfortable enough. It's a far cry from the ease and comfort of being in your own lair. Here, he only felt heavy all over. Sleeping felt like a ghost pressurizing the bed. Even turning over was extraordinarily laborious. In the next moment, his movements suddenly stalled, and his brows furrowed slightly. He felt as if there was something, and the feeling was familiar, extremely familiar. Xinxinghe scanned around the chamber, but saw that the room was cluttered, and even more so, he did not see Fong Loner's figure. He took a deep breath and gently lifted a corner of the covers. In the next moment, 2 burning gazes suddenly met him. He saw Fong Loner's stunningly beautiful face. At this moment, her cheeks were scarlet, her expression was confused, but her eyes were filled with tears, as if she was torn between struggle and helplessness. However, as if her body was out of control, she slowly climbed upwards, her voice breaking in a shaky voice. I tolerant not. Before the words fell, Xinxinghe pushed Fong Loner's face away with a palm, without the slightest hint of pity, and angrily rebuked. Can't help it but give it to me. Mad. I knew this Yuaning realm heart's desire wasn't that easy, but I just can't figure it out. A hallowed swift cultivator. Is that all he's after? In the middle of the small courtyard, the corners of Bai Zitran's mouth lifted slightly, and an urgency flashed in his eyes. She licked her lips gently, as if she was reminiscing about something, her expression full of playfulness. This ecstasy incense is a strange item that even the transformation god realm has trouble resisting, but I didn't expect that it would have little effect on this little guy. LOL, looks like it's not a big enough portion, so let's do it again. I don't believe it anymore. How much longer can you hold back? Chapter 40 By Z Tranquility's Obsession. In the secret room, the powerful spirit pressure of the Yuaning realm filled every inch of space like a tidal wave, suffocating. At this moment, Xinxinghe was leaning against the corner in disheveled clothes. At this moment, Xinxinghe's clothes were disheveled. His back was against the corner. One hand was pressed dead center on Fong Loner's face, trying his best to keep her at a safe distance from himself. Loner, Fong Loner, calm down. Do you still want that Heaven's Gate order? Nay. No matter how much he called out, it was always difficult to awaken Fong Loner from that disoriented state. Only her breathing was rapid, her cheeks flushed with an unnatural flush, and she murmured something vaguely under her breath, her entire being completely dominated by that inexplicable power. What was even more alarming was that Fong Loner's cultivation was actually climbing extremely fast at the moment, and was about to reach the late stage of Yuaning, and the thickness of its spiritual energy was clearly not comparable to an ordinary late Yuaning stage. Xinxinghe cursed as a stream of water came out of nowhere and instantly wrapped his body. Then he unleashed his Xianshui spiritual body and his cultivation began to grow. It was just that compared to Fong Loner's speed, it was much slower. Right at this moment, Fong Loner's cultivation finally came to the late stage of Yuaning, and all of a sudden, she occupied the upper hand, and Xinxinghe's bondage to her was also declared to have disintegrated at this moment. In the heat of the moment, Xinxinghe did not hesitate to unleash the Jiao Dragon body again. In an instant, the qi and blood in his body surged, and a powerful force erupted, filling his entire body. Damn! How can I take advantage of you so easily? Xinxinghe shouted angrily and blasted out a fist, striking straight towards Fong Loner's chest. This punch he deliberately left the force, worrying that if it was broken, it would not be easy to explain when she woke up. Unexpectedly, Fong Loner moved her feet gently and dodged the punch with ease. Seeing that the strike missed, Xinxingha hurriedly pulled away and leapt to the wooden couch. He stabilized his stance and gazed at Fong Loner. Not a sword cultivator. This stance is truly outstanding. However, his eyes then became stern. But before absolute power, I'll see what you can turn over. Before the words fell, the power of qi and blood in his body erupted once again, and his Jiao dragon body was pushed to the extreme. Even his figure seemed to have been pulled up a few more points. In the middle of the room, two light shadows intersected at extreme speeds, so fast that it was almost difficult to catch them. A quarter of an hour later, Xinxingha's cultivation smoothly arrived at the Yuaning Great Circle. At this moment, his breath was like an abyss and his spiritual energy surged, as if he was a god of war. He only saw one hand violently probing out, precisely grabbing Fong Loner's collar. Immediately after a downward pressure, dead press him on top of the wooden couch, let him use all his strength, but also unable to break free. After successfully subduing him, Xinxingha let out a long breath. But this is not a permanent solution. Although his strength had skyrocketed now, he could manage to fully press Fong Loner. However, because of the simultaneous operation of the Jiao dragon body and the Xianshui spiritual body, his spiritual energy was rapidly depleted. Xinxingha silently calculated in his heart. According to this degree of consumption, he was afraid that he could only last less than 3 days. On the contrary, Fong Loner's spiritual energy seemed endless, as if someone was constantly replenishing it for her. Without thinking, Xinxingha had already guessed who it was. Who else could it be but that incredibly boring Bai Zitran? Thinking of this, he let out a cold snort in his heart. Playing around like that, huh? Then I will accompany you to the end. Swallow the spirit. In the next moment, an invisible vortex emerged in front of Xinxingha. The vortex slowly rotated, and a powerful suction force suddenly erupted. In an instant, the spiritual energy around Fong Loner's body was forcibly stripped away and turned into a wisp of streaming light, which did not enter the vortex. At the same time, Xinxingha's face looked much better. It should be said not to say that this swallowing of the spirit is, at certain times, as good as it gets. Only not long after, his complexion changed violently, and he quickly withdrew his spirit swallowing. Well, playing so dirty, huh? Only Xinxingha's cheeks suddenly flushed with an unnatural flush. His eyes flinched, and without hesitation, he bit the tip of his tongue, and blood immediately seeped out slowly along the corner of his lips. With that pain, the flush on his face instantly faded a trifle. Xinxingha smiled coldly, his voice dripping with disdain. Incorporating enchantments into spiritual energy. Elder Bai, you are truly despicable. Before the words left his mouth, the room suddenly resounded with a chirpy laugh. Little fellow, you're quite capable of carrying it, however. This is just the beginning. As she spoke, the air in the room began to turn sticky. Within a short time, the entire room was completely enveloped by a pink mist. That foggy mist with a hint of sweetness. Xinxingha only inhaled a trace of it, and felt a dry heat in his body, as if there were countless tiny flames traveling through his blood veins, searing his sanity. Drink! With a bellowing cry, he violently operated his spiritual energy, instantly forcing the surrounding mist back several feet. However, in just the blink of an eye, the mist once again came from all directions. In the next moment, Bai Zitran's figure leisurely appeared in the secret room, only to see that she slowly came on top of the wooden couch and lay beside Fong Loner, stretching out a jade finger, gently hooking up a strand of Fong Loner's hair and twisting it around her fingertips to play with it. Little fellow, don't waste your efforts. This mist of enchantment is using my spiritual energy as a guide, and it's unending. Xinxingha snorted coldly. Elder Bai, what exactly do you mean? Bai Zitran smiled sweetly, her voice soft and charming. Good times and good company. I give you such an opportunity. Why be so uninterested? Xinxingha, however, was not moved in the slightest, his gaze as cold as ice, and his voice was even vaguely translucent with a hint of sarcasm. Xinxingha, since the moment I stepped out of the secret room, everything I have will belong to me. His voice was low, but his words were resounding, and his gaze was like a torch as he looked straight at Bai Zitran. No one will ever try to manipulate me again. Bai Zitran sniffed and let out a disdainful light laugh. Men are like that. They talk a good game, but in their hearts they don't know what they're playing at. She gently ruffled the hair in front of her forehead, and the corner of her lips hooked into a wicked smile. Tell you what, now I've changed my mind. As long as you follow your instincts, I'll count you as fulfilling your heart's desire. I will also give you the Heaven's Gate order as promised. But if you continue to endure, LOL, then you'll just have to stay here forever then. Xinxingha frowned and sneered. What exactly do you want by doing this? Is it hard to be alone for 10,000 years and be too lonely? So you want to have some fun? Bai Zitran covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Little guy, you are good at guessing. However, the fun is not to talk about. Loneliness, well, there is really a little bit. Xinxinghe frowned deeper and said in dissatisfaction, Elder Bai, Loner and I have only known each other for a mere 3 days, so for you to make lovebirds like this is a bit too much of a child's play, isn't it? As soon as these words came out, the smile on Bai Zitran's face instantly froze. Only the flirtatiousness in her eyes gradually faded away, replaced by a faint touch of coldness. Messing with the lovebirds? Oh, he said the same thing about me at first. There was a touch of self-deprecation in her tone, as if she was caught up in some memory. I only used the enchanting incense to fulfill them, so why should they resent me? You two love each other, and I'm an adult, so what's wrong with me? Her emotions grew agitated, and her eyes flashed with a complex light, as if she was questioning heaven and earth, and as if she was questioning herself. Speaking here, her gaze steeply met with Xinxinghe and she asked in a cold voice, You tell me what's wrong with me. Xinxinghe could hear that the other party was not referring to him and Fong Loner, but someone else. At the same time, Fong Loner's urgent voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Quickly, do what she says. Do it, it's her obsession. Later, we'll be forever. Can't get out. Chapter 41, Specialized Talents. Discovering that Fong Loner's consciousness had awakened, Xinxinghe hurriedly replied back, What the hell is going on? I thought you said she was soft-natured? Soon, Fong Loner's voice sounded again. I don't know. Anyway, hurry up and go along with her. Don't provoke her. Xinxinghe's heart tightened, realizing the seriousness of the matter. It could make Fong Loner so nervous that she even disregarded her dignity as a woman. It was conceivable that if one disobeyed Bai Zitran's wishes, the consequences would be unimaginable. Discovering that Fong Loner's consciousness had awakened, Xinxinghe hurriedly transmitted his voice in response. What the hell is going on? I thought you said she was soft-natured? Soon, Fong Loner's voice sounded again. I am not sure. Anyway, quickly go along with her. Never provoke her. Xinxinghe's heart tightened, realizing the seriousness of the matter. To be able to make Fong Loner so nervous that she couldn't even care about her reserve as a woman, it was evident that if she disobeyed Bai Zitran's wishes, the consequences would be unimaginable. He heard Fong Loner mention that if he couldn't break away from this nothingness, he would be trapped here forever, waiting for death to come. How come it's so hard to want to control your own destiny? Xinxinghe couldn't help but curse in his heart. Just then, the system's voice rang out leisurely. Hint, host, the spirit body you have at your disposal is not useless. Xinxinghe's eyes lit up and instantly reacted. Right, how could I have forgotten about the Een underworld spiritual body? It has a natural control over Een fiendish things. After he said that, a cold aura suddenly surged out from his body, quickly enveloping Bai Zitran. Bai Zitran's eyes flashed as he spoke angrily. Junior, how dare you detain my soul? A mere yuaning, an ant-like existence, is worthy to fight against me? Before the words fell, a majestic force of divine sense suddenly erupted, striking directly at Xinxinghe's sea of consciousness. In the nick of time, Xinxinghe activated the phantom spirit body, and the cold aura quickly condensed into a barrier in the sea of consciousness, dissolving all of the violent divine sense attacks. Immediately afterward, the barrier collapsed with it, and the backlash caused blood to gush out as his throat became sweet. Xinxinghe took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the discomfort in his body, and fully activated the Een underworld spiritual body. Soon, Bai Zitran's body gradually became illusory, and the anger in her eyes became more and more intense. Don't you dare! Why not? Xinxinghe did not give in, the ghostly light flowing around his body, at one point suppressing Bai Zitran's tranquility as he retreated. Even though she was once a god transformation powerhouse, she was now nothing more than a wisp of a residual soul and had long since lost her power. However, a hint of a smile flashed steeply in Bai Zitran's tranquility's eyes, and with a flash of his figure, he actually directly drilled into Fong Loner's brow. Fong Loner's body stiffened, her eyes were instantly occupied by a flash of crimson. The corners of her mouth rose slightly as she looked at Xinxinghe, her voice icy cold. Junior, what are you going to do now? Kill me? Then she doesn't want to live either. I told you earlier, as long as you cooperate, I will let you all go. Xinxinghe's hands were pressed firmly on top of Fong Loner's shoulders, and the colors in his eyes shifted. At this moment, one of Fong Loner's eyes slowly turned clear as she said brokenly under her breath. Answer her. It was I. Dragged you into danger and I don't blame. Alas! Xinxinghe let out a long sigh, seeing that Xinxinghe seemed to be about to compromise. Fong Loner's that other crimson eye flooded with laughter. That's right, I, Bai Zitran, love to do this adult thing. With that said, the crimson eyes began to fade, and it appeared that they had already departed. Xinxinghe sighed again and shook his head helplessly. In the very next moment, countless golden lights surged out of Xinxinghe's body, instantly flooding the entire chamber. At the same time, he gave up his resistance to the mist and allowed it to burrow into him unhindered. Just then, Xinxinghe was shocked as he realized that the mist was actually beginning to be compatible with his pure yang power. In an instant, the intensity of the power instantly soared. Fong Loner's eyes, which were originally crimson, stuttered as Bai Zitran's voice came out of her mouth in shock. Pure yang saint body. You're actually a pure yang saint body. Wait, you. 7 days later, Xinxinghe looked at the system panel in his mind with a confused expression and fell into deep thought. Fong Loner / Bai Z Tranquility. Identity, inner disciple of Yuehua Sect / Taiku Spirit World, first daughter of Bai family. Age, 130, current, /3450, at the time of the fall. Cultivation, late Yuaning / late transformation. Physique, peerless sword body, grade red. With an exceptional understanding of the sword path, the power of swordplay is increased by 2 to 10 times. Restriction, activated in Fong Loner's state. Exclusive talent, soul fusion, grade red. 2 souls merge together. Cultivation increases dramatically. No longer restricted. Each aptitude can be activated at the same time. Avatar, pupil of Dharma breaking, grade red. Can break avatars of the same rank and below. Dismantle all prohibitions and barriers. Restrictions, activated while in white tranquility state. Face value, 96. A mouthful of cool air was inhaled, and Xinxinghe's brain gradually woke up from the chaos. Reminder, Fong Loner / Bai Zitran has awakened the exclusive talent Soul Melting Red. Will you start carving the servant's mark? Xinxinghe nodded blankly and replicated the abilities. Why can't this talent be replicated? Hint, Soul Melting is an exclusive talent that cannot be duplicated. Oh, by the way, how is my cultivation and the progress of the realm breaking pool? Host, Xinxinghe, cultivation, middle Yuaning, breach pool, 35%. Seeing this data, Xinxinghe nodded in satisfaction. Before coming to the swift ancient ruins, he had worked hard and plowed for half a year before he had pushed the progress of the boundary breaking pool to 20%. I didn't expect that after this battle, not only had my cultivation increased by a small realm, but the boundary breaking pool had directly skyrocketed to 35%. It was important to know that Fong Loner hadn't broken through the great realm. The gains brought to Xinxinghe just by cultivation were surprisingly so huge. He guessed that the problem would come from the pink mist. The spiritual energy contained in that mist was extremely thick and appalling, greatly enhancing the effect of cultivation. Lord Xinhe, it's been deleted. Please let Fishy out. Chapter 42, The Statue Breaks. The ancient ruins had officially opened, and cultivators from various sects were entering one after another, with many of them having excellent luck. Less than 7 days after the relics were opened, there were people obtaining top-grade techniques, spiritual treasures, and other opportunities one after another. This caused Su Lingyin and Yi Lianer to be anxious in their hearts. Looking ahead at Yi Lianer, who kept pacing around the statue, Su Lingyin was annoyed for a while. Lianer, can you stop for a while? You've been circling it for a few days now. Aren't you tired? Yi Lianer had a worried look on her face as she stepped on her feet. Senior sister, Qinger and the others have been in there for so many days now, and there's no movement at all. Could something have happened? Su Lingyin glared at her and reprimanded. Shut your crow's mouth. Anything can happen to anyone but Qinger. Yi Lianer shrunk her neck at the admonishment and muttered in a small voice. But elder sister, I'm also worried. Su Lingyin's expression eased slightly. Qinger, he's been blessed with a deep fortune. Maybe he's encountered some great opportunity and that's why he's been delayed. Let us wait patiently, and perhaps in just a few days he will be able to return with a full load. Yi Lianer nodded, and although she was still apprehensive in her heart, she did not dare to say anything more. I don't know if it was guessed by Su Lingyin. The statue suddenly began to flicker with a faint fluorescent light. Seeing this, Yi Lianer joyfully pointed at the statue and called out, Sister, senior sister, look, is it Qinger and the others coming out? Su Lingyin's gaze froze, and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. However, in the next moment, the large statue actually issued a click. Click, 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 click a small sound. Soon, on top of the stone surface, densely packed tiny cracks actually surfaced. It's not right. Su Lingyin's complexion suddenly changed, and she wrapped her arms around Yi Lianer's waist and retreated at great speed. A blinding light burst out from the crack, followed by a deafening boom. The gigantic statue crumbled in the light, splattering debris in all directions. The commotion couldn't help but draw sideways glances from the others waiting to enter the statue. For a moment, countless gazes were cast this way in unison. What's going on? How did the statue suddenly collapse? Could it be that someone triggered some kind of prohibition? Or is it, there's a heavy treasure out there? As soon as these words came out, the crowd suddenly boiled over, each one of them rubbing their fists with a greedy light in their eyes. Among the crowd, the corner of a cultivator's mouth lifted slightly as a stern color flashed in his eyes. Su Lingyin's eyes stared deathly at the collapsed statue, an unspeakable grief surging in her heart. The destruction of the statue meant that the passageway to detachment was completely cut off, and Xin Xinghe would no longer have the possibility to come out. At this time, 2 law enforcers also hurriedly arrived here. What's going on? How did the statue suddenly collapse? A middle-aged cultivator asked in a deep voice. Another enforcer quickly examined the remains of the statue with a frown on his face. Just then, a figure flew in from the distance and soon landed at the wreckage. Seeing this, the 2 enforcers hurriedly bowed respectfully towards him. Greetings, Senior Brother Lu. Lu Yun waved his hand. No need to be polite. What happened here? The 2 enforcers looked at each other in dismay, and then one of them turned his gaze toward Su Lingyin. You come here. Su Lingyin took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She came before the enforcer and bowed with a flourish. Acacia Sect Su Lingyin. Greetings to Senior Enforcer. The enforcer nodded slightly and inquired. Do you recognize the man who entered this statue? Su Lingyin nodded, her voice trembling slightly as 2 lines of clear tears could no longer be controlled and slid down her cheeks. Seniors, please save my senior sister. She hasn't come out yet. When the enforcer heard the words Acacia Sect, a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes, which passed in an instant. What is your senior sister's cultivation level? If she intentionally damaged the relic statue, I'm afraid your Acacia Sect will have to pay for it. Su Lingyin's face turned white. Elder, my senior sister only has foundation establishment cultivation. She definitely doesn't have the ability to destroy the statue. Saying this, as if she suddenly remembered something, she hastily added, Right, senior, traveling with my senior sister. There's also Fong Loner from the Moonflower Sect. What? The 2 enforcers' faces instantly turned white, their eyes filled with shock. Who was Fong Loner? That's the Moonflower Sect's contemporary #1 heavenly pride. If she folded here, then they, the enforcers, would definitely not be able to see the sun tomorrow. At this moment, a cultivator walked out from the crowd. Yo, I said, why do I look so good? It's not those chicks. Oh, where's Fong Loner? Can't really be in there and not come out, right? Su Lingyin sniffed and looked, realizing that this person was none other than the Tianyin Pavilion disciple who had blocked their way some days ago. Manhwarecap. Lu Yun gave him a faint look and said, Wyvern, isn't that you? Manhwarecap hurriedly waved his hand. Senior Brother Lu, don't you dare accuse me. I'm only a few pounds. The external defense of the statue was comparable to that of a yuan in great perfection, and the only way to destroy it was to strike from the inside. I guess, it must be that crazy woman who has lost her head. As soon as the words fell, Yi Lianer's voice suddenly rang out. Quick, look, the sky. The crowd sniffed and looked, only to see that directly above the statue, 2 figures were standing in the air, their clothes floating, like immortals descending to the earth. And those 2 people were none other than Xin Xinghe and Fong Loner. Master, Qinger, Su Lingyin exclaimed, her voice carrying excitement that was hard to hide. Yi Lianer was even so excited that she jumped up. Great, Qinger is fine. Above the sky, Fong Loner glared at Xin Xinghe with a flushed face before pulling him down slowly. Su Lingyin's 2 daughters hurriedly surrounded and carefully examined Xin Xinghe's body. Alas, it's fine, my 2 good senior sisters. With Loner around, what could happen to me? Xin Xinghe smiled and flirted. Seeing this, Su Lingyin wiped away the tears on her face with a grimace. I must accompany you next time. How am I going to explain to Master and the others if you have a slip-up? Xin Xinghe smiled and scratched his head. At this moment, the 2 enforcers came running all the way to the near front. They looked at Fong Loner and said carefully, Fong, senior sister Fong, are you alright? Why is this statue? Seeing these 2 enforcers, who were hundreds of years older than herself, being so respectful, Fong Loner responded with a somewhat unnatural look on her face. No harm done, just a little accident, not enough to worry about, let them disperse. Saying that, she looked around with a disgruntled face at the cultivators who were arriving one after another. The 2 enforcers were relieved when they heard this, and hurriedly nodded their heads and said, Yes, it's good that senior sister Fong is fine. If there's anything you need, feel free to order us. Fong Loner nodded her head slightly and no longer bothered with the duo, instead looking towards Lu Yun and Manhwarecap who were walking towards her. Lu Yun wore a smile on his face and said in a gentle tone, Senior sister Fong, congratulations. The corners of Manhwarecap's lips were slightly raised, and there was a smirk on his face. Yo jumped from the early stage of yuaning to the late stage of yuaning. Fong Loner, this chance of yours is truly enviable. When these words came out, the cultivators present had different looks. Chapter 43, Fong Loner's Concerns. Watching Lu Yun and his duo leave, Xin Xinghe spat. This is the character of the contemporary Lingyun 12 Sect's heavenly pride? Su Lingyin, who was beside her, had a stern look in her eyes and a slight chill in her voice. That lecherous stick clearly saw Loner's intention to hide her cultivation, yet he still broke it down with a single word, which is trying to put us on the cusp of the storm. As she said that, she scanned the surrounding area and realized that there were quite a few people staring this way intentionally or unintentionally, with greed in their eyes. Fong Loner sighed. Xinghe, why don't I send you guys back to the clan first? I'm worried about you. Xinghe smiled slightly and directly interrupted her. Loner, you'd better worry about yourself. Do you have an answer in your heart as to why the statue is broken? When Fong Loner heard this, her expression was slightly frozen in thought. A moment later spoke slowly. At that time, Elder Bai and I were practicing and you couldn't pull yourself away. Then there is only one possibility that someone has moved externally. As she said this, her tone turned abruptly cold. The only one I've never gotten along with is Meng Huiran of the Celestial Sound Pavilion. But his cultivation level was only at the early yuaning stage, so even if he used his spirit treasure, it would be difficult to cause damage to the statue. Not to mention godless. Xinghe rubbed his eyebrows and said, that's hard to say. He should be the most suspicious at this point. When he said this, he paused, as if he suddenly thought of something, and laughed. By the way, I just realized something else interesting. The one called Lu Yun had actually reached the Yuaning Great Circle. Oh, it's really a heavenly pride. I can't help it. Just a moment ago, Xinghe had quietly unleashed the pupil of Dharma breaking, a divine ability replicated from Bai Zi tranquility, on Lu Yun and the two of them. He had only been idly testing the effects of the divine ability, but he hadn't expected to accidentally discover Lu Yun's hidden cultivation. What? Hearing Xinghe's words, Fong Loner's pupils shrunk violently. Yuaning Great Circle. How is this possible? He's not even 100 years old. Xinghe suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, do you think it could be him? You see, he has cultivation if he wants it, and his battle power is also a one-of-a-kind existence amongst the Yuaning. And he secretly hides his cultivation, which smells suspicious everywhere. Fong Loner gently shook her head with a rather serious expression. I don't think so. The Haoran sect has always had strict disciplinary rules, and has extremely strict requirements for the character of its disciples, so it should not be able to do such underhanded things. As she said that, her words changed, and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes as she snickered. Also, didn't you also hide your cultivation? A Yuaning cultivator, but you're pretending to be a Foundation Establishment minor cultivator. Are you ashamed of yourself? This is called caution. What do you know? Xinghe skimmed his mouth. Right at this moment, Fong Loner's eyes suddenly turned from black to red, and her face quietly transformed. Immediately afterward, her slim figure became more and more voluptuous and round. The white dress, which had originally fit, seemed unable to withstand the sudden change, and was stretched tightly. The fabric was also taut and slightly shiny, outlining the blood-curdling curves, and each bulge exudes a strong sense of sophistication. The next moment, Bai Zi Tran's voice leisurely sounded. LOL, I do strongly agree with this approach of the little one, hiding the sharpness in order to live longer. It's still Elder Bai who has vision, so you'd better shrink back. After saying this, Xinghe activated the Yin underworld spiritual body, and at the same time quietly triggered the suppression of the servant seal, forcibly forcing Bai Zi Tranquility's soul back into Fong Loner's body. Loner, this is. Su Lingyin on the side had looked dumbfounded, shock and doubt written all over her face. As for Yi Lianer, she didn't even think about it that much, because her attention was entirely on Fong Loner's suddenly large and small breasts. Everything else seemed to have nothing to do with her. Seeing this, Xinghe said softly, Senior Sister Lingyin, this is a bit complicated, so I'll talk to you about it in detail later. At this moment, Fong Loner regained control of her body and said towards Xinghe with a sad face, Xinghe, am I going to share a body with Elder Bai forever? Xinghe smiled faintly and said in relief, Loner, the pattern opens up. Think of it this way, not only has your own cultivation reached the late Yuaning stage now, and if Elder White is in control of this body of yours today, your cultivation is even closer to the transformation god realm, and if the two of you were to join forces, I'm afraid that if you were to meet the early stage of the transformation spirit, you would still have the power to fight, so why not? Fong Loner sighed, her face filled with worry. Then what if in the future she moves to take over my body, and there's nothing I can do to restrain her? Xinghe patted her shoulder and laughed. Don't worry, if she forcefully occupies your body again in the future, just call out my name silently in your heart. Fong Loner asked suspiciously, then what if you and I are separated by the ends of the earth? When Xinghe heard this, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Oh, I can help you out no matter how far it is. Seeing that Fong Loner was going to continue asking, Xinghe directly interrupted her. Don't ask, just trust me. Fong Loner nodded her head slightly. For some reason, even though how outrageous Xinghe's words were at this moment, she just believed them. It was a very wonderful feeling, as if Xinghe was all she had in this life. At the same time, two faint balls of golden light flickered faintly in her eyes. If you look closely, you can find that in that golden light, there seemed to be two servant characters floating. Xinxinghe took a long breath. He really did not want to use the servant seal, but it was too much trouble to explain, so it was also a helpless move. As for what he said to Fong Loner, it was all the truth. With the existence of the servant seal, even at the ends of the earth, he would be able to hold Bai Zitran to death. Time flew by. A month's worth of time rushed by, and the moment when the swift ancient ruins were about to close came. During this period, the four of them, Xinxinghe, entered more than 10 more statues one after another. In order to get Su Lingyin and Yi Lianer more involved, he specializes in wish fulfillment tasks that can be coordinated by multiple people. As far as the process is concerned, let's just say it's a walk in the park. Facing those relatively weak remnants of ancient cultivators, Xinxinghe directly launched the underworld spirit body to threaten. If the other party is not from, it will then use the power of the pure sun to forcefully suppress. The means is crisp and clear, without dragging their feet. With these two excellent physiques, Xinxinghe was simply like a fish out of water in the ruins. Of course, they've run into tough competition. For example, yesterday, he met a terrifying existence that had reached the refined void realm in his lifetime. Even if there was only a wisp of a remnant soul left today, it was not something they could match. Fortunately, Bai Zi Tranquility timely intervened, and after negotiating with him, not only did he not end up in a conflict, but he got another Heaven's Gate order for nothing. Such a result really made Xinxinghe a bit surprised, and he couldn't help but be a bit more curious about Bai Zi Tranquility's identity as the first daughter of the Bai family in the spirit world. Chapter 44, The Overbearing Xian Bing Sword Exalt. Ancient Ruins, Place of Exit. After these few days together, Su Lingyin had already guessed the relationship between Fong Loner and Xinxinghe nowadays. After a moment's thought, she reached out and took Fong Loner's hand, a soft smile floating on her face as she said softly, "Loner, we are all sisters in the future. Don't carry any difficulties alone. Let's support each other." Fong Loner was slightly stunned, her small face fluttering up a scarlet red. She naturally heard the strings in Su Lingyin's words. This scene made Yi Lianer, who was on the side, look confused. Yi Lianer blinked her big watery eyes, turned her head to look at Xinxinghe and asked, "Xinger, what are they saying? Why can't I understand?" The corner of Xinxinghe's mouth hooked up a bad smile. Taking advantage of his unguarded position, he hugged Yi Lianer from the back, and in the process, he also gently stole a hand on her breasts. This immediately caused Yi Lianer to let out a gasp. "Oops, Xinger, it's not like you don't have one yourself, though it's a bit flat." Saying that, she hurriedly raised her hands to protect her chest, but her hands were so small that they couldn't even cover 70% of the area. Seeing that Yi Lianer hadn't seen through her identity until now, Xinxinghe couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha, senior sister Lianer, you're really cute as hell." "Humph, inexplicable." Yi Lianer snorted, taking the opportunity to deftly break away from Xinxinghe's embrace, feigning an angry glare at him. Just then, a monstrous spiritual pressure suddenly erupted from the exit of the ancient relic, instantly spreading to the entire relic. Fong Loner's complexion was stark, and she hurriedly held up a spiritual power barrier, covering herself and Xinxinghe's trio in it. Immediately afterward, an old voice resounded through the heavens and earth. "Who is it? Who is the one who harmed my dust child? Dare to deceive my sword Dao sect that there is no one?" As the voice fell, an old man in a green robe slowly appeared in the crowd's line of sight. He stepped on the void, a dense sword aura surrounding him, and every step he took seemed to make the air tremble. Fong Loner said in a low voice with a grave expression, "This person is the Sword Dao sect patriarch, Xian Bing Sword Exalt." Xinxinghe frowned, puzzled. What is this old bastard mad about? Listening to his words, isn't it just a dead disciple? Isn't that common in the cultivation world? Fong Loner hastily raised her hand to signal him to be silent. "Keep your voice down. Senior Xian Bing is a late-stage spirit transformation cultivator. If he hears us, we'll be in trouble." Xinxinghe skimmed his mouth, and although he was a bit unimpressed in his heart, he still lowered his voice. Alas, the path of cultivation is inherently perilous, and for him, as a god of transformation, to not even be able to think of this reasoning is truly a waste of so many years of living. Fong Loner sighed as she sniffed, a few moments of regret in her tone. "Xinghai, you don't know. This senior Xian Bing has 7 children, but only the Xiao Jianchen is the only son. Alas, senior brother Xiao perished here. I'm afraid this matter will be difficult to settle." Xinxinghe was slightly stunned, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. "I see. No wonder he's so crazy." Fong Loner tugged at his sleeve and warned in a low voice, "Xinghai, we'd better leave as soon as possible before we draw fire." Xinxinghe nodded slightly, his gaze cast towards the exit, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. "We are afraid we won't be able to leave right at this moment," only to see that the exit place, slowly floating 10,000 flying swords, densely arranged into a sword formation. Each of those flying swords exuded a harsh, cold light, as if they would chop down at any time. strangling all intruders into pieces. Xin Xinghe was able to envision that if he rashly approached the exit now, I'm afraid that next year, the grass on his grave could leap up to 3 feet high. At this moment, the voice of the green-robed old man in the sky above exploded like thunder. Where are the enforcers? Get the hell out of here! His voice echoed throughout the entire relic, and the heavens and earth shook. Not long after, more than a dozen cultivators dressed in Haoran's Sect attire swept in from all parts of the ruins. The person in the lead was none other than that Haoran Sect's heavenly pride, Lu Yun. He was seen bowing and bowing, with his face. Senior Xianbing's condolences. Brother Zhao's heavenly talent and his untimely death is a great loss to my Lingyun continent. The late generation and Brother Xiao are like brothers and sisters, and their hearts also feel a great deal of grief, he said, 2 lines of tears sliding down his cheeks. When the Xianbing sword exalt saw this, the coldness in his eyes seemed to melt by 3 points. He slowly raised his hand, and a soft spiritual force gently lifted Lu Yun. Xian nephew, the matter of Dust Child has nothing to do with you. You don't need to blame yourself. I, Xianbing, am not the one who doesn't know what's right. If Dusty died from a lack of skill, I have nothing to say. It was his destiny on the path of cultivation. But if he was assassinated by someone and died of conspiracy and trickery, then no matter who it is, Lao Fu will definitely make him pay for his blood. In the last sentence, his voice steeply rose, and the aura around him instantly exploded. Seeing this, Lu Yun hurriedly operated his spiritual energy, and his figure slightly retreated half a step, barely stabilizing himself. The Xianbing sword honored one's gaze was as cold as ice as he swept over Lu Yun. Xian nephew, this Taiku ruins has already been sealed by me. No one can enter now, and no one presumes to go out. He gave a slight lurch, a hint of unquestionable determination in his tone. I'll give you 1 day. If you can find out the truth about Dusty's death, I'll forget about it. But after 1 day, if it can't be found out, then the old man can only let these juniors be buried with Dusty's son. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire Taiku ruins immediately fell into a dead silence, and even the air seemed to freeze. The faces of thousands of cultivators were white, their eyes filled with panic and unease. At this time, a Jindan cultivator suddenly braved the situation and shouted, Senior Xianbing, we are merely here to seek some opportunities. We have never been involved in any fights, and we have even less to do with Duke Zhao's death. Please also be clear with your seniors and let us leave. However, before he could finish his words, a cold light suddenly swept by. In the blink of an eye, he was transformed into a crystal-clear ice sculpture. Seeing this, the surrounding cultivators hurriedly dispersed in all directions, fearing that they would draw fire to themselves. The Xianbing sword venerable coldly swept the crowd, his gaze like a sword. No one will leave until the truth is known. If anyone dares to say anything more, this person will be the end. His voice wasn't high, but it was as chilling as thunder in everyone's ears. Lu Yun's throat involuntarily moved as he took a deep breath and looked at the Xianbing sword exalt. Junior nephew will go and investigate the cause of Brother Zhao's death and will definitely give an explanation to senior. After saying that, he turned around and quickly left with a group of enforcers. Alas, Xinger, it looks like we'll have to stay here for a while, Yi Lianer muttered in a low voice. As soon as the words fell, a stern sword light suddenly attacked, as fast as lightning, straight to her throat. Seeing this, Xin Xinghe pulled out the long sword on Fong Loner's waist, and with a flash of his body, blocked in front of Yi Lianer. Clang! A clear sound of gold and iron clashing rang out, and sparks flew in all directions. Xin Xinghe was shocked and spat out blood from his mouth. His body staggered backward and nearly fell to the ground. Fong Loner hurriedly took out the elixir and sent it into Xin Xinghe's mouth. Kyo ha, are you okay? Xin Xinghe wiped away the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth and shook his head, and Yi Lianer was already scared out of her wits by this sudden turn of events. Su Lingyin quickly stepped forward and gently swept her into her arms, softly soothing her voice. Lianer, don't be afraid, there's senior's sister. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Xin Xinghe's eyes, and he looked up to the sky in anger. Old bastard, my senior sister was just making a casual remark. Why did you do such a poisonous thing? Chapter 45, Bringing the Wolf into the Room. A look of surprise appeared on the face of the Xianbing sword exalt. He never expected his sword move to be blocked by a Foundation establishment cultivator, although that move only had the power of a Jindan. Even so, it was by no means something that a Foundation establishment cultivator could block. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and after his gaze lingered on Xin Xinghe for a moment, he said in a cold voice, to speak disrespectfully to a Hierophant cultivator, this is a capital offense. Is it possible that your elders have not taught you what it means to have order in respect and inferiority? Xin Xinghe spat, anger burning in his eyes, and he wanted to go toe-to-toe with that old bastard passionately. To be honest, if he had all his cards, he might not be able to defeat them, but this old bastard wouldn't be able to keep him easily either. Just as he was exiting, Fong Loner hurriedly pulled him back. then said towards the Xianbing sword exalt in the sky above. Senior Xianbing rests his anger. I am Immortal Moonflower's own disciple, Loner Fong. I still hope that Senior will forgive their thoughtless words for the sake of the family master. The Xianbing sword exalt's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he raised his hand and gently stroked it. In an instant, an irresistible suction force surged and swept towards Shinshingha and Fong Loner. The two of them suddenly felt a lightness of the body, completely uncontrollably rose up in the air. The body cannot help but fly towards the direction of the Xianbing sword zone. Within a short time, the two of them had flown in front of the Xianbing sword exalt. In an instant, the suction force dissipated. The Xianbing sword exalt's gaze was icy cold as he quietly watched them. Then his eyes fell on Fong Loner and he opened his mouth to ask, "You're the girl with the peerless sword body?" When Fong Loner felt the oppression in that gaze, her heart flinched, but her face remained calm. She bowed slightly and replied respectfully, returning to Senior's words, "It is precisely the late generation." A smile quietly surfaced on the face of the Xianbing sword zone. At this moment, where else could one see half the meaning of the pain of losing a son? Not bad, not bad. Fairy Yuehua is so lucky to have received such a good disciple. It makes me envious. With that, his gaze turned to Shinshingha and asked with a smile, "Little girl, I wonder what school you come from again?" Shinshingha's waist was straight, his expression was calm, and he replied without being overbearing, "Acacia Sect, Shinshingha." It must be said that the effect of hidden spirit is really subtle to the extreme. At this moment, Shinshingha, just like a valiant woman, with picturesque eyebrows and outstanding temperament, could not see the original man's appearance in the slightest. When the Xianbing sword venerable heard this, an undisguised joy flashed in his eyes and he stroked his beard and laughed. He, what a subtle concealment method. If it wasn't for the sharpness of my eyes, I would have really missed a sword Dao genius. When Fong Loner heard this, her eyes widened in shock and she looked at Shinshingha incredulously. She recognized that although she and Shinshingha had only known each other for less than a month or so, but she knows a lot about it. To say that Shinshingha had outstanding natural talent, she agreed with both hands. However, if she were to say that Shinshingha was a genius in the way of the sword, she truly did not dare to agree. At this time, Shinshingha's heart was tight. Just now he just launched in a split second the replica of Fong Loner's unparalleled sword body. At that moment, he used the hidden spirit to completely conceal his breath, but he didn't expect to be discovered by this old bastard. He was silently calculating in his mind, his thoughts racing like electricity. At such a close distance, if you first use the dragon mighty swell to fix his body, then use the pupil of Dharma breaking to break his defense, and finally launch the body of the dragon to deal a fatal blow. The last thing to do is to launch the dragon body to deal a fatal blow. Perhaps, I'm sure I'll be able to get a 30% chance. This 30% of certainty, although it seems remote, but it is the only chance of survival in the desperate situation. Just as he was thinking about it, Xianbing sword exalt's voice came again. "Would you like to worship the old man and become his close disciple?" The Xianbing sword honored one's voice was soft, and his gaze was full of expectation, as if he was waiting for an answer that had long been predetermined. Shinshingha raised an eyebrow, and without even thinking about it, he was about to speak out and refuse. However, without waiting for him to open his mouth, Xianbing sword exalt's next words caused him to stall. The refusal that had been in his throat was instantly choked back, and his thoughts came to a screeching halt, uncontrollably reweighed. "And don't worry, the old man knows your concerns." The Xianbing sword exalt smiled faintly and said in relief, "Looks like you've heard about it as well." "Ha, it's true that the old man has been in seclusion for many years and is unable to do anything personally, but I have 6 daughters at my knee, and all of them are at the level of a grandmaster in the way of the sword. Your eldest sister, second sister, and third sister have all reached the transformation spirit realm. You can ask them all you want in my absence, and they will treat you like family, without fail." Venerable Xianbing's words had clearly acquiesced to Shinshingha's agreement to his invitation to take on a disciple. After all, at his level, who dares to refuse? Who would be willing to refuse? This, Shinshingha faltered, but he wasn't because of those 6 sect-level female sword cultivators. Rather, it was because he thought of the future development of the Acacia sect and the 100-year plan that his master mentioned at the council. At this moment, he wanted to do his part for the clan, even if he knew that he might suffer. He would not hesitate to do so for the sake of the clan. Seeing Shinshingha's indecision, Fong Loner on the side was anxious and kept pulling his clothes. "Kyo-ha, quickly agree." The strength of Senior Xianbing's sword Dao is so strong that it's hard to find an opponent in the entire Lingyun continent, and he has never accepted disciples with foreign surnames. If you have this chance, you will certainly have a great future. Hearing this, the Xianbing sword exalt nodded in an extremely receptive manner. Shinshingha touched his chin and fell into thought, and after a moment, he opened his mouth. "Senior Xianbing, I am willing to become your disciple, but I have one request. When the Xian Bing sword exalt heard this, the tips of his eyebrows slightly raised. A hint of playfulness flashed in his eyes as he stroked his beard and laughed. Oh, tell me more. As long as it's not too much, I'll agree. Xinxinghe took a deep breath and ignored Fong Loner, who kept making eyes at him from the side. It is the hope of the latecomer that while worshipping under you, I can still retain my identity as a disciple of the Acacia Sect. The Acacia Sect has saved my life, and the various uncles and sisters have treated me like family. The late generation cannot be ungrateful and abandon them. As soon as his words fell, the Xian Bing sword exalt burst into laughter. That laughter was full of appreciation. Good, good, good. The Xian Bing sword venerable said 3 good words in a row and said with relief, Old me really didn't look at the wrong person. Not only do you have outstanding talent, you are even more compassionate and righteous. Rare, rare. At this point, he paused and continued, not only did I promise you to keep your identity as a disciple of the Acacia Sect, I will also lay down a teleportation spell formation in your Acacia Sect. This will also make it much easier for you to travel between the 2 clans. Moreover, if the Acacia Sect was in trouble, the Sword Dao Sect would also be the first to help. Oh, are you satisfied? Xinxinghe's jaw dropped when he heard this. I'm afraid that such conditions are unrivaled when looking at the entire Lingyun continent. He couldn't have been more satisfied. Immediately, he clasped his fists and bowed. Master is above. Please accept my disciple Qinghe's obeisance. The Xian Bing sword exalt smiled broadly, looking as if he had already forgotten the purpose of this trip to the Taiku ruins. He reached out to help Xinxinghe up. Just the moment his hand touched Xinxinghe, his eyebrows raised slightly, and his tone was thick with surprise. Apprentice, you're only double 10 years old now? A hint of cunning flashed under Xinxinghe's eyes, and he replied in a calm manner. Master, what's wrong with that? Yes, he deliberately revealed his true bone age. Only then can the benefits be expanded indefinitely. After all, a genius with such achievements at only 20 years of age, no matter which clan, would do their best to cultivate it. And at this moment, Fong Loner felt like she was going crazy and exclaimed in her heart, What? He's only 20 years old? 20 years old at the Yuaning realm? What a joke! Venerable Xian Bing sword stroked his beard and laughed long and hard. Ha ha, good, good, good. If you can condense your Jin Dan before the age of 30, then I'm afraid that your future accomplishments will be difficult for even old me to gauge. Xinxinghe nodded his head seemingly understanding, and in his heart, he said, this wave of ancient relics is worth it. Chapter 46 Sword Transforms Ice River. Instantaneous miles. The next day, at the top of the dome of heaven, above the vast sea of clouds, a flying sword crisscrossed the river, gradually outlining a majestic glacier. The river flows slowly, but the surrounding scenery is changing rapidly. At this moment, above the glacier, Xian Bing sword exalt had a gloomy face and stood with his hands folded. Behind him, the 4 of them, Xinxinghe and Fong Loner, stood side by side. Lu Yun of the Haoran sect did not identify the murderer yesterday, and the Xian Bing sword honored one was not on a killing spree as he himself had said. The reason he said that yesterday was to force the person in the dark to reveal his footsteps, but unfortunately it didn't work. At this moment, Xinxinghe stepped forward and said, Senior, there must be something fishy about this. Some days ago, Loner and I encountered the same thing, and if it wasn't for the 2 of us doing our best to get away, I'm afraid we would have already lost our lives in the Yellow Springs. Fong Loner nodded heavily. That's right, Elder Xian Bing, those statues were definitely tampered with. According to what Master Lu said yesterday, the total number of people who were assassinated was 4. Me, Senior Brother Xiao, Senior Sister Chu from the Hegemony Sect, and Senior Sister Chun from the Everlasting Pavilion. The opponent's target is clear, specializing in our Lingyun 12 sect's children. The Xian Bing sword venerable took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said in a deep voice, Other than that 6th sect of the Devil Dao, I can't think of anyone else who would dare to be so bold. Xinxinghe frowned. These 6 clans of the Devil's Way were ferociously famous in the Lingyun continent, an existence that one would hear about. He had heard Wen Ruyun mention that these 6 clans were the most powerful forces in the Devil's Way. They acted ruthlessly and unscrupulously, and had always been at odds with the righteous path led by the 12 Lingyun sect. However, it had been hundreds of years since there had been a large-scale encounter between the righteous and demonic paths. This time, if it was really the work of the Devil's Way, then the Lingyun continent, I'm afraid, would be plunged into another bloody storm. At this moment, Xinxinghe had a trace of doubt and couldn't help but ask, Master, don't you think this matter is too strange? The Xian Bing sword venerable heard this and asked, What do you mean by that? Xinxinghe said in a deep voice, The Taiku ruins are presided over by the 12 Lingyun clans every 50 years on a rotating basis. So why did such a big event happen while the Haoran clan was in charge? Is this really just a coincidence or? His voice came to an abrupt halt, a deep misgiving in his gaze. The Xian Bing sword exalt was silent for a moment and slowly said, You don't have to doubt this. The Haoran sect is the first of the 12 Lingyun sects, and has always acted in an open and honest manner. My master also has 1,000 years of friendship with that Haoran realist, and I still trust his character. At this point, he paused and continued. Utilizing the opportunity of the Haoran sect hosting the relics to blend in and assassinate the heavenly pride of the various sects, and favored intentionally or unintentionally omitting the Haoran sect's children. This kind of stirring up trouble is extremely consistent with the style of the 6 sects of the Devil's Way. Xinxingha wanted to say something, then sighed, thinking that perhaps he had thought too much. So respectfully, what the master said is very true. Xingha was nearly confused by appearances. The Xianbing sword exalt nodded slightly. Apprentice, you have not fought with the Devil's Way, so naturally you are not clear about their methods. There was a slight pause in his tone, and then his words changed. However, there is no need for you juniors to worry about this matter for the time being. Your immediate priority is to do everything you can to impact the Jindan realm. He flicked his sleeve robe and a storage bag appeared out of thin air. Disciple, Master has prepared these pills and spirit stones for you, which are enough to help you reach the Jindan Grand Circle in the shortest amount of time. Once your cultivation is complete, head to the sect's sword transformation pool. At that time, your 6 senior sisters will personally protect you and help you impact the Yuaning realm. Xinxingha took the storage bag and subconsciously examined it. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. You'll be shocked. The depths of the Lingyun 12 sect were truly as terrifying as this. Only to see this storage bag, not to mention the pills that were not extraordinary at first glance. The endless amount of spirit stones alone was enough to make his jaw drop. Those white flowers could be top-grade spirit stones, each of them crystal clear and so rich in spiritual chi that they were almost overflowing. What was even more shocking to him was that there were even 3 pieces of existence whose purity was suspected to be at the level of extreme-grade spirit stones interspersed among them. You have to know that the extreme spirit stones, that's a legendary treasure. Even the top powerhouses in the cultivation world might not have much, and this cheap master of his, surprisingly out of such a generous, visible its importance to him is extraordinary. This could not help but make Xinxingha have a strong expectation for that peerless sword body. Xinxingha naturally didn't know that in the thousands of years of the Lingyun continent, only Fong Loner had emerged as a cultivator with a peerless sword body. However, it was Fairy Yuehua who took the lead and accepted it as her personal disciple. At first, this matter made Xianbing Jianzun sigh with his wrists, and his heart was full of remorse. Now, in a reversal of fortune, he had met Xinxingha, who was also a peerless sword body. How could he not let his heart surge? Master, the teleportation array will be placed there. Above the clouds, Xinxingha pointed remotely to a house of the Acacia sect, which was precisely the scripture pavilion. The Xianbing sword venerable nodded steadily, waving his hand as more than 10 array flags whistled out, carrying a harsh air-breaking sound, transforming into streams of light that landed directly around the scripture pavilion. As soon as those formation flags hit the ground, they quickly merged into the ground, as if they had become one with that space. Immediately afterward, an invisible barrier suddenly rose around the house, and between the flow of aura, there were faint flashes of runes, as if the entire Bible pavilion was completely isolated from the outside world. A moment later, Xianbing Sword Honored One looked at Xinxingha and said, Disciple, the teleportation spell formation has already been laid, and set up a spirit gathering formation in passing for master to help you cultivate quickly. When Xinxingha heard this, he hurriedly bowed and respectfully said, Thank you, master. The Xianbing Sword Venerable nodded slightly. A gentle smile swept across his eyes. Alright, why don't you return to the sect? Master is going on a trip to the Great Wasteland to kill people. The words did not fall. His wide sleeve flicked up. The crowd under the feet of the glacier suddenly surged. Cold light flow between, turned into a body blue flying sword. With a clear sword chirp, the flying sword steadily landed at the feet of Xianbing Jianzun. In the next moment, his figure shifted slightly, and he rushed up like a stream of light, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye, leaving only a faint chill in the air. Looking at the direction in which Xianbing Jianzun left, Xinsheng he was envious in his heart, and his eyes were filled with longing. TSK, a transformation godsword cultivator's compulsion is high. I also don't know which sect of the Devil's Way is about to endure this wrath from Senior Xianbing. Fong Loner mumbled, then her tone changed and she laughed. Xingha, when you reach the transformation god realm, you will also be able to do what Senior Xianbing did, when his sword transformed into a river of ice and traveled 10,000 miles in an instant. When Xinxingha heard this, his fists unconsciously clenched, and a blazing light appeared in his eyes. To be honest, this was the first time he had truly taken such a strong interest in cultivation. In the past, he might have just been passively practicing to fulfill her, but at this moment, a flame was burning in his heart. It was a longing and a quest that was his own. Chapter 47, The Reception. Today's Acacia sect is decorated with lights and colors. Inside and outside the mountain gate, red silk is hanging high and joyful. At this point in time, the cultivation dojo had already been filled with a sumptuous feast with a mouth-watering aroma. Above the high platform of the dojo, Wen Ruyun raised her cup and stood, a gorgeous purple dress, a change from the usual colorful and flamboyant. When he raised his hands and threw his feet, the might of the patriarch was revealed. Gentlemen, this time, at the swift ancient ruins, my Acacia sect has not only harvested many heavenly treasures and Gongfu books, it was even supported by the Sword Dao sect, one of the 12 Lingyun sects. And the credit for all of this comes from this seat's beloved disciple Xinxinghe. Wen Ruyun's voice was clear and bright, with a hint of pride that was hard to hide. Upon these words, the crowd raised their cups, their gazes swiping to Xinxinghe, their eyes full of admiration. Wen Ruyun had a smile in her eyes and did not say too much as she raised her wineglass high and said aloud, "Let's toast the Acacia sect, to Qinghe." The disciples responded in unison, and although there were only 100 of them, they still moved heaven and earth with their voices. Between the banquets, the disciples were laughing and smiling, one by one coming to Xinxinghe's table to toast. The atmosphere was warm and cozy. "Xinger, quickly tell us what's in the Taiku ruins." The one who spoke was a cute-looking outer disciple wearing a long green-colored dress. She was carrying a wine cup, her cheeks slightly drunk. With a bit of drunkenness, she even directly squeezed into a chair with Xinxinghe, who was an inner disciple. Xinxinghe smiled faintly and snatched the wine cup in the other party's hand and drank it all in one go. "It's boring as hell there, but it's not as good as our Acacia sect. By the way, Hai Tang, what about that new style of small clothes? Why haven't I heard you guys mention it?" Seeing this, the inner disciples at the same table, Nangong Yueji, shook their heads helplessly. Xinxinghe had always been easygoing and unassuming in the sect. Even if it was a disciple who had just been initiated, he could mingle with him. At that moment, Haitong's chin lifted slightly and a confident smile appeared on his face as he proudly said, "With me, Kaito, it's still a handful?" Saying that, she drunkenly leaned headfirst on Xinxinghe's shoulder. Then stretching out a hand, he pulled at the collar of his coat, revealing a touch of delicately embroidered edges. And with a few moments of triumph on his face, he continued, "No, is it exactly what you asked for? To be honest, this new style of choker is quite comfortable to wear. Not only is it lightweight and breathable, but it's also pleasing to the eye." Xinxinghe nodded with satisfaction after a moment of serious appreciation. This woman, called Haitang, was the leading outer disciple of the Acacia sect. The other day, after taking the golden spirit pill, he was the first to break through to foundation establishment. He has also awakened the talent craftsman White. This ability might be of little help to cultivation, but it was an excellent talent that refiners and array makers could only dream of. Xinxinghe had high hopes for her. Of course, this kind of excellent talent, naturally cannot be wasted. Do some pleasing gadgets, or very necessary. Begonia is not a puppet for my Acacia sect's #1 embroiderer. Xinxinghe couldn't stop smiling. He couldn't wait to see the stunning scene. At this moment, Fong Loner, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, asked curiously with a puzzled expression, "A new style of small clothes? Is it hard to be the same as the spirit rhyme sorry?" When Xinxinghe heard this, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Nonetheless, the spirit rhyme veil is meant to be introverted and not show its edge. And this new style chambray is a great way to show off your style, inside and out. The latter compares favorably with the two. Fong Loner's mouth widened slightly, and she couldn't help but become more and more curious about that new style of small clothes. Seeing this, Su Lingyin blankly glanced at Xinxinghe without any good humor and laughed towards Fong Loner. "Loner, don't listen to his nonsense." Xinxinghe sniffed and spread his hands innocently. "Senior sister Lingyin, you've misunderstood me on this. I have just noticed that Haitang has carved a small spirit-gathering formation on top of this small garment. May I ask, under this sky, which little clothes can be like our Acacia sects, which can show off their poise and aid in cultivation at the same time?" Su Lingyin spat delicately and turned her head away from Xinxinghe. Yi Lianer, on the other hand, had already squeezed her way to Haitong's side with great interest and reported her body circumference with her. At this moment, Nangong Xiaoyun, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "Qinghe, I wonder if this sister is." Saying that, her gaze shifted to Fong Loner. Only in those eyes, there was a hidden hint of jealousy. Xinxinghe coughed lightly, thinking that this Xiaoyun senior sister's jealousy altar was getting easier and easier to knock over. He introduced himself with a slight smile and a calm demeanor. "Senior sister Xiaoyun, this is the inner disciple of the Moonflower sect, Fong Loner. This trip to the Taiku ruins was thanks to Loner. If she hadn't helped us along the way, the three of us would have been afraid that it would have been difficult for us to retreat in one piece, not to mention bringing back these heavenly treasures." Fong Loner's small face was red, but she was very clear in her heart. Even if Xinxinghe didn't get her help, I'm afraid that he would still be able to reap a full harvest. And she contributed little in this, not to mention that she even got the selfless help from the other party. and her cultivation broke through to the late stage of yuaning in one fell swoop. This is a big favor to owe. Hearing Xinxingha's words, Nangong Xiaoyun's face eased up quite a bit, and a smirk colored her brows. She picked up her wineglass and looked at Fong Loner, softly saying, "So it's a high disciple of the Moonflower Sect. I've heard a lot about you." Fong Loner timidly raised her cup and then took a sip. She was puzzled in her heart. Somehow, she was clearly more profound than the other party's cultivation, but vaguely gave birth to a trace of fear, which made her very puzzled. Looking at the duo in this scenario, Su Lingyin's eyes dribbled, the corner of her mouth hooking up into a playful smile as she snickered. "Loner, there's no need to be so formal. Senior sister Xiaoyun has always been soft in nature. Today perhaps she has her menstrual period and is in a poor mood. She is not usually like this." Nangong Xiaoyun glared at her without any good reason. Then she snorted a laugh and took Fong Loner's arm, her expression instantly softening. Soon, the three women hit it off with one word from you and one word from me, with the feeling of hating each other. On the contrary, Xinxingha couldn't interject a word. Helplessly, he picked up his wineglass and headed towards Wen Ruyun's table. The mind was muttering, "Not good. Why is senior sister Xiaoyun becoming more and more like that woman Wen Ruyun? This is not a good sign. Well, have to take some time to knock some sense into it." At this time, Wen Ruyun's cheeks were scarlet, and she had obviously drunk a little too much. Xinxingha couldn't help but skim his lips and flirt. "Master, you're drinking agar as water." Wen Ruyun sniffed and let out a light laugh, licking the wine stains at the corner of her mouth and smiling. "Thousands of dollars can't buy my mother's happiness, so what's the harm in having a few more drinks?" Saying that, she was so bold that she grabbed the wine pot and took a big mouthful into the spout, completely disregarding the majesty of the head of a clan. Xinxingha's brows furrowed slightly as a trace of doubt swept across his eyes. He looked sideways at the several master uncles at the same table, only to see that they all looked embarrassed and wanted to speak. This made his heart even more puzzled, so he quietly transmitted his voice to Murong Yuxian. "Aunt Yuxian, what's wrong with my master?" Murong Yuxian sighed softly at his words, but did not reply. It was just that on her face, a look similar to Wen Ruyun's actually surfaced, which was an unspeakably complex emotion. Just as Xinxingha was pondering, Wen Ruyun suddenly got up and wrapped her arms around his neck, looking at him with drunken eyes. "Little clear river, will you go?" Her voice held a touch of drunkenness, a touch of anticipation, and a touch of imperceptible vulnerability. Xinxingha froze for a moment. He had never seen Wen Ruyun look like this before. He then turned his gaze to the other several master uncles, but saw them all looking at him in unison, as if they were all waiting for his response. _____. Brothers, fishy, you become a monk in the past 2 days? Salty, nonetheless. Everything is for the greater good. Don't worry, brothers, when it's midnight tonight, when day and night turn. Ahem. The last fish boy begged brothers point attention, by hand to a favorable comment. Chirp. Chapter 48. Do you want to join the Acacia Sect? Patriarch's Hall Harmony Pavilion. Master. More. Xinxingha dashingly stroked his long hair to the back of his head and looked at Wen Ruyun, who was already blushing in front of him, with a playful face. Me. Wen Ruyun sniffed and raised her head slightly, a trace of struggle flashing in her eyes. She bit her lower lip lightly with her shell teeth and finally shook her head in resignation. No. Wanted. The corners of Xinxingha's mouth rose slightly, and he looked at Nangong Xiaoyun on his left again. Senior sister Xiaoyun, what about you? Nangong Xiaoyun pondered for a moment and shook her head as well. Xinxingha once again moved his eyes to look at Murong Yueji on his right and said teasingly, Auntie Yueji, do you still dare to take it? Murong Yueji snorted coldly, and between her hands, 2 black silk socks had been slapped on the table. I want it. Not only do I want it, and also stud. I just don't believe it. I can't keep letting you win. As soon as these words came out, Murong Yuxian behind her shook her head helplessly and made a wink towards Xinxingha. Xinxingha blinked very innocently, then turned his head to look at Su Lingying and gently nodded, signaling her to continue dealing the cards. Su Lingying smiled faintly, and with a flick of her finger, the jade card rotated a few times on the smooth tabletop, eventually coming to a steady stop in front of Murong Yueji's body. Murong Yueji glanced down at the jade plaque on the table, and without saying a word, he directly lifted it. Ha ha, 3 sixes. Seeing this card face, Murong Yueji sat up straight in excitement and stared at his card face dead in the face. Xinger, I don't believe you can still be 3 sharp. A hint of cunning flashed under Xinxingha's eyes, signaling Su Lingying to deal the cards. Su Lingying hid her mouth and laughed lightly as she pushed the jade tablet towards Xinxingha. However, just as all the women's eyes were focused on Murong Yueji's cards, she quietly activated her divine ability sneak and switched the jade card to another one in an instant. Xinxingha forced a smile and turned over a corner of the jade tablet to glance at it, then smilingly looked at Murong Yueji. Aunt Yueji, I'm really sorry that you said that. Before the words left his mouth, he directly flipped the jade card over, and it was exactly a tip, together with his original 2. It was straight up the biggest deck in the house. 3 tips. Seeing this, Murong Yueji's pupils shrunk slightly. The expression on his face instantly solidified, and he sat paralyzed in his chair. Xinxingha scratched his nose in embarrassment and scanned the room for a group of defeated generals, only to see them at this time. None of them lost only small clothes. Yi Lianer, in particular, had her arms wrapped around her and was beaming with a defiant face. Xinxingha gave a dry cough and reminded towards Murong Yueji. Ahem, Aunt Yueji, you should know what stud means. His voice was light, but it clearly reached Murong Yueji's ears. Murong Yueji snorted coldly. Humph, admit that you've lost the bet. With that, she moved crisply and without delay. However, just as her hand rested on the concealed clasp behind her, there was a warm palm on her shoulder. Murong Yueji looked up, but saw Xinxingha staring at him with a smile. Okay, Aunt Yueji, that's enough for today. A joyful color flashed in Murong Yueji's eyes. Honestly, she didn't want to be honest in front of so many people, especially if there was also Xinxingha present. At this time, seeing that Xinxingha had given a step, she naturally could not let it go. LOL, Xinger, counting you still have some good. However, before the words left his mouth, 2 white lights suddenly lit up, very shaky. Xinxingha sucked in a mouthful of cool air, not expecting to see only a month or so, but even more agile. Haha, Uncle Yueji, you're the one who said you'd admit to the bet. At this moment, only Yi Lianer could be seen blocking her body with one hand and holding a small garment high in the air with her other hand. Her face was full of smugness. After saying that, she fled out of the Harmony Pavilion at great speed like a gust of wind, leaving behind only a string of silver bell-like laughter echoing in the air. A touch of shame surfaced on Murong Yueji's face. Yi Lianer, you wait with me. How dare you tease your elders like that? The room erupted in laughter at these words. The sound of laughter was like a spring breeze, and the whole room was filled with a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Looking at the smiles on everyone's faces, Xinxingha smiled slightly. He quietly got up and came to Wen Ruyun's side as if nothing had happened. Wen Ruyun, let's think of some have no. I want to go. Don't want to go. Don't go. You blindly worry about a what? Hearing these words, Wen Ruyun's body trembled slightly as a touch appeared in her eyes. She turned her head and gazed gently at Xinxingha, the corners of her lips curling into a faint smile. Little Kyoha, I really wasn't wrong about you. Hidden scriptures, teleportation spells. At this moment, Fong Loner stood in the center of the large formation. She looked at the group of Acacia Sect disciples and smiled as she saluted. At the end, her gaze slowly fixed on Xinxingha, and there seemed to be thousands of thoughts tumbling in her eyes. Ryoko softly lamented. Xingha, I envy you guys so much. I envy that your Acacia Sect is united as one. Such camaraderie. In the cultivation world, I'm afraid I can't find a second place even if I were to hit the lantern. Her words trailed off, as if she had fallen into a distant memory. Truth be told, ever since I can remember, my life has been filled with cultivation. Day after day, year after year, it was as if practicing was the sole purpose of my existence. But since I met you guys, I was surprised to realize that life can be so vivid and full of laughter. This cozy day is like a dream. My heart, toward it, Xinxingha sniffed, and in his heart, he actually felt some heartache for this girl. He secretly sighed. It seemed that the days of those heavenly prides were not as glamorous as outsiders had imagined. Thinking about it, he said coldly, Loner, do you want to join the Acacia Sect? Fong Loner's expression stagnated as a complex look swept across her eyes. She bowed her head slightly, her fingers unconsciously rubbing her sleeves, with a few moments of hesitation and struggle in her expression. Soon, however, it lifted its head, full of apologies. Xingha, I appreciate your kindness, but I owe too much to the Moonflower Sect in this life. I owe too much to my master, and this responsibility, I can't let go of. Seeing this, Xinxingha smiled and shook his head, then took a step forward and gently hugged Fong Loner. Fong Loner obviously didn't expect him to be like this. Her body slightly stiffened, and her small face turned red in a flash. Xingha, you quickly let go of me. So many people are watching. Xinxingha, however, did not let go and instead held her a little tighter. Loner, Xinxingha, may not be considered a good person, but if one day you meet a difficult situation, please be sure to let me know and I will do my best to help. Fong Loner's body trembled slightly, and there seemed to be tears welling up in her eyes. When the women saw this, soft expressions appeared on their faces. Even Nangong Xiaoyun was the same, and was actually rare in not being jealous. A moment later, Xinxingha let go of Fong Loner and reached out to gently wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Fong Loner choked with pity. Xingha, your boy's flowery language is really jaw-dropping. Clucking, I'm afraid that if you say a few more words, this girl, before the words were finished, Xinxingha hurriedly covered her mouth. However, at this moment, Fong Loner's eyes had turned a reddish color at some point. It was obvious that the body had been taken over by Zitran. Xin Xinghe burst into a coughing fit and quickly withdrew from the range of the teleportation array. The spells in his hands pinched quickly, and in an instant, he catalyzed the array. In the next moment, the teleportation array suddenly blossomed with golden light, and the radiant light shot straight up to the sky, as if illuminating the entire night sky by a few points. Fong Loner's figure, too, gradually became blurred in the golden light, and eventually disappeared completely as the light dissipated. Little Xinghe, just now she. At this moment, Wen Ruyun asked suspiciously. Xin Xinghe coughed lightly and deliberately tilted his head to the side, as if he hadn't heard Wen Ruyun's words. Immediately afterward, with hurried footsteps, he quickly drilled into the hidden scriptures and returned to his secret room. This secret of Fong Loner was currently known only to him and Su Lingyin. This was Fong Loner's bottom card, and likewise his bottom card. In the future, once Fong Loner broke through the transformation god realm, then by Z Tranquility's cultivation at the late transformation god stage would be able to break free from the shackles of the physical body and completely regain its peak. And with the existence of the servant seal, Xin Xinghe is no different from having another powerful helper at the goddess of transformation stage. Chapter 49 Begonia's Visit. The bright moon slowly climbed up the branches, and the night sky shone with stars. In the residence area of the Acacia Sect's outer disciples, most of the houses had long since had their lights extinguished. Only one hut, still flickering with faint candlelight, stood out in the night. Inside the house, Kaito stopped moving her hands and let out a long breath. It's finally done. She couldn't wait to change into her long, tailored dress and take a light step, dancing and swaying. After a few moments, she slowed to a stop, the corners of her mouth rising as she couldn't help but let out a light laugh. It's still early. Why don't I go find Qinger to share my results? If she sees it, she'll be envious. With that, she blew out the candles and bounced out of the house. Hidden scriptures, secret room, Zia. I don't know if no one cared or if it was difficult to repair, but the sound of the doors of the cache opening and closing has never been dealt with. At this moment, the secret room was filled with a spiritual chi so dense that it was almost substantial. Xin Xinghe sat cross-legged on the warm jade couch, his eyes slightly closed, his entire body and mind immersed in the nourishment of the aura. He breathed deeply, feeling the silk of aura running down his nose and pores, slowly integrating it into his body, and whispered softly to himself, "Phew, this spirit-gathering formation is really a good thing." In this environment, every breath was like a cultivation session, and the aura circulated through the body, bringing a comfortable and fulfilling feeling. Xin Xinghe knew that the Acacia Sect currently only had a medium-grade spirit vein, and if it was replaced with a top-grade spirit vein, the aura would only be more mellow and majestic. At this moment, Wen Ruyun slowly opened her eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, her breath gradually smoothing out, apparently completing a round of deep cultivation. She looked at Xin Xinghe and smiled. Little Xinghe, the effect of this spirit-gathering formation is indeed remarkable. This cultivation is more than several times stronger than usual. Xin Xinghe nodded slightly in response. You're quite good at picking the right time. The spirit-gathering formation has only just been set up and you're already here. Wen Ruyun hid her mouth love-light laughter, stood up, organized his clothes, paced to the side, picked up the spirit tea on the stone table, rinsed his mouth, but had swallowed. With regards to cultivation, she had always been rigorous and serious, not letting go of any opportunity to improve. After doing so, Wen Ruyun looked around and said to Xin Xinghe, "Master will go back first. You also rest early." Thud, the stone wall slowly closes. Seeing Wen Ruyun leave, Xin Xinghe readjusted his sitting position and called out the system in his mind to check the benefits of this cultivation. Breach pool, 36%, while the first ray of pure yang power per day, plus the addition of the spirit gathering formation, boosted it by 1%. That's not a bad effect. Xin Xinghe was more satisfied with the result. According to past experience, without the assistance of the spirit gathering formation, even when in good condition, the enhancement was extremely limited. Being able to have such an improvement now made him confident in his future cultivation. Xin Xinghe pondered over his next cultivation plan and decided to devote more energy to the study of Sword Dao. It wasn't just because of the power of the sword moves, but more importantly, he realized that there was a shortcoming in his own strength. He was well aware that if he put aside the various special physiques, talents, and divine aptitudes, his own reserves in terms of feats and martial arts were extremely scarce, which was a huge hidden danger for long-term development. When he thought of this, a flash of spiritual light flashed in his hand, and an azure-colored jade slip suddenly appeared in his hand. Xin Xinghe took a deep breath and slowly poured his spiritual energy into the jade slip. In the next moment, countless words flooded into his mind like a tidal wave, and they were from one of the Sword Dao Sect's Jinzong code, the Xin Bing sword code. Xin Xinghe closed his eyes and concentrated fully on the words. His brows were sometimes locked and sometimes stretched, as if he was exploring a mysterious and profound world. As time passed, his face gradually became grave. A moment later, he opened his eyes and muttered, "What's going on? Haven't I replicated the peerless sword body? So I should have an understanding of the Tao of the sword that is beyond the ordinary? Why is the content in this sword codex so obscure and difficult to understand?" His heart was filled with doubts and incomprehension, and he couldn't help but ask in his mind, "System, what the hell is going on here?" A few moments later, the system's voice came lazily, "Host, the peerless sword body grants you sword Tao enlightenment, but the fulfillment of enlightenment needs to be based on a certain level of cognition. You previously knew very little about the sword Tao, and naturally had difficulty comprehending such a profound sword Tao technique." "I see." Xin Xinghe came to a realization, realizing that he had misunderstood the system, and scratched his head awkwardly. "Alas, it seems that we have to head to the Sword Tao sect as soon as possible to ask the senior sisters for some good advice." Dum 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 dum. Just then, a sound of pounding on the stone wall rang out abruptly. Immediately after that, a sweet voice came in leisurely along the tiny cracks in the stone wall. "Chinger, chinger dash." This call was full of intimacy, and Xin Xinghe recognized the visitor as soon as he heard it. He grabbed a robe off to the side and draped it nonchalantly over his body. After cleaning up the mess in the chamber, he came to the stone wall. Click click, a dull sound of the machine bracket sounded, and the door of the chamber opened leisurely. In the next moment, Xin Xinghe's eyes lit up, only to see Hai Tang wearing a green strapless dress. She was dancing lightly in front of the door. The fabric of that dress was light and soft, undulating like running water as she moved. Beautiful. It's the dainty kind of beauty of a small family. Xin Xinghe couldn't help but be mesmerized, and couldn't help but applaud and laugh. "Ha ha, I didn't see it, Hai Tang. You girl piece also has some good looks. So quiet. It feels like I'm coding in a single machine. My brothers don't have anything to post some segment reviews, so drop by and give a favorable review if you can. Everyone's support is the motivation for Fishy to code. Thanks." Chapter 50, Acacia Sect's First Embroiderer. Hai Tang stopped dancing, those soulful eyes blinking with a hint of anger. "Humph, what kind of person compliments people like that? What do you mean by having a few moments of beauty, making it sound as if they are ordinary on a regular basis?" Hai Tang crossed her arms and pretended to be angry, but the uncontrollable smirk at the corner of her mouth betrayed her mood at the moment. Seeing this, Xin Xinghe busily walked up and compensated with a smiling face. "Ha ha, it's me who can't speak. Our begonia. That's a sunken fish, closed moon, shy flower, unrivaled in the world is right." Hearing this, Hai Tang's chin lifted slightly, and then as soon as she took Xin Xinghe's hand, she asked with a smile, "Xinger, isn't this dress nice?" Xin Xinghe nodded, his eyes swept over the green-colored skirt and answered, "It's great, it just looks a little familiar." Hai Tang couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw him in this state. "You can see that? Had ha. This is something I adapted from our Acacia Sect's uniform clothing. The original was too stereotypical, so I secretly changed it and added some of the ideas you mentioned to me before." Saying that, she let go of Xin Xinghe's hand and spun around in place, displaying the agile and flowing nature of her dress. After turning in a circle, Hai Tang stopped and walked to Xin Xinghe, smiling crookedly. "If you like it, I'll make you one too." Seeing this, Xin Xinghe waved his hand and coughed lightly twice, saying, "Ahem, I don't need it, I still like the way I dress now." "Are you kidding? Let him wear that kind of clothes, don't even think about it." Kaito beamed, loss written all over her face, but in the twinkling of an eye, the quirky look returned. She reached out and pulled Xin Xinghe's arm, tugging him towards the secret room. As she approached the jade couch, she cheerfully removed her embroidered shoes, her white feet stepping on the ground, and then jumped onto the couch like a little rabbit. Then she hugged the covers and started rolling around, making a mess of the bed that had just been made up and smoothed out, with her mouth agape. "Wow, Xinger, your place is simply a cave of bliss. If only I could live here every day." Xin Xinghe shook his head helplessly, sat down on the stone chair, poured a cup of tea and savored it. That said, he was quite fond of this girl, Hai Tang. Thinking back to the first time they met, her whole person was budding and silly, and she even spoke with a bit of timidity on weekdays. Later, with the help of the golden elixir, she successfully awakened her skillful craftsman talent, so the whole person is like being opened up the two veins. Sex is also much more lively, no longer shy and twisted in the past. Due to the special nature of her talent, Xin Xinghe would often seek her out to discuss the formulation of improvements for new costumes. Every time they exchanged ideas, Hai Tang was able to speak wittily and offer many new and original insights, which made Xin Xinghe impressed with her. Over time, the two became more and more familiar with each other, and at one point they became close friends who had nothing to talk about. Of course, this was Xin Xinghe's own opinion. As for Hai Tang, it was obvious that he regarded him as a bosom friend. At this point, Xinxinghe didn't bother to correct it. After all, he was now simply showing himself in his original appearance. As for people still treating him as a female cultivator, it could only be said that they had bad eyes. Thinking about this, Xinxinghe really had a bit of a headache. Sometimes having too much face value might not be a good thing. That's right, Xinger, come quickly. I'm also wearing the improved new style of choker today. Referencing, what's it called? Right, pen machine mud, that's what it's called, right? Put. Hearing this name, Xinxinghe spewed out a mouthful of tea. He jerked his head toward Kaito with a look of incredulity. A moment later, Xinxinghe coughed lightly and said, it does look quite chic, though it might be more coordinated if the lace here at the neckline was tweaked a bit. Begonia's eyes lit up as she said, Xinger, you are so right. Why didn't I think of that? You quickly help me take a closer look and see if there are any other places that need improvement. Xinxinghe stood up and walked over to Haitang, giving some advice on the overall proportions and smoothness of the lines of the costume. Haitang listened very carefully, and from time to time put forward their own ideas. The two of you a word and I a word, immersed in the clothing in depth discussion. At this time, Haitang turned around, turned her back to Xinxinghe, and said, Xinger, help me look at the lacing in the back. I always feel like it's not tied very well. After Xinxinghe carefully examined it, he helped Haitang adjust the position and tying method of the lacing. After the adjustment, Haitang turned around and said happily, Xinger, you're amazing. This looks so much better. Here, Xinxinghe wanted to affirm. He just had been passionate about for clothing design in his previous life. He has always believed that every unique piece of clothing is a crystallization of art, a gathering of the creator's heart and inspiration. Therefore, the first thing that came to his mind just now was not any charming images, but about the material, cut, color matching and other elements of this costume. Everything, it's art. Xinger, make a score. Haitang suddenly laughed playfully. Xinxinghe's eyes narrowed slightly, stroking his chin and looking up and down for a moment before opening his mouth. Kaito, I'll give you a 9 out of 10, and the 1 point deducted is for fear of your pride. Hearing this, Haitang joyfully pulled over Xinxinghe's hand and with a gentle tug, pulled him onto the jade couch, smoothly snuggled into Xinxinghe's arms. The movements were natural and intimate, as if this was a perfectly ordinary move between them. Xinger, if only you were a man. Chapter 51 Haitang promoted to the inner sect. Xinger, if only you were a man. Begonia tilted her head slightly, a hint of longing in her eyes, and murmured softly. Xinxinghe asked with a smile, why do you say that? Instead of answering, Kaito changed the subject. Xinger, do you know? Actually, a lot of senior sisters and elder sisters like you. She didn't finish her next words, just bit her lip slightly, a flash of complexity in her eyes. I'm kinda honored then. Xinxinghe listened to the clouds and scratched his nose in embarrassment. The smile on his face was a bit stiff. However, just as he was pondering the meaning of Kaito's words, he was abruptly pecked on the cheek, soft and delicate, with a faint sweet fragrance. Xinxinghe was slightly stunned, not sure what kind of drugs Haitang was selling in her gourd. At this time, Haitang's small face was red, as if it was a ripe apple, and that redness spread all the way to the roots of her ears, as if it could drip out water. Her eyes were evasive, not daring to look directly at Xinxinghe, and her hands unconsciously clasped up her nails in an uncomfortable manner. Xinxinghe didn't say anything, but instead cast his head aside because he didn't know what to say either. His feelings were somewhat mixed, even bitter. I don't know how long it took, but Begonia's voice came lazily. Xinger, I don't know why, but I just can't help but want to be close to you. It's even hard to control my emotions. Haitang was filled with chagrin. Her hands clenched so tightly that her knuckles were slightly white from the exertion. I don't know what's wrong with me. Maybe I'm crazy. Xinger, can't we be good friends anymore? Her voice got lower and lower, and finally it even took on a few chokes. Seeing the other party's appearance, Xinxinghe naturally guessed the reason, only to see him sigh long and softly ask, Kaito, what did you just say? Haitang was slightly stunned at hearing this. What? Xinxinghe continued. What did you just say? Say it again. Begonia repeated what she had just said with a bewildered look on her face. I said, are we not able to be good friends? Before the words were finished, Xinxinghe interrupted, and a couple sentences ahead, Kaito's willow eyebrows slightly raised, her fingers gently tapping her temples for a moment before saying tentatively, I say, if only you were a man. As soon as the words fell, Xinxinghe did not hesitate to open his mouth. I would have been. The following noon, Xinxinghe stretched lazily. Last night, with the wisp of supreme pure yang at the stroke of midnight, and the support of the spirit-gathering formation, Haitang smoothly broke through to the Jindan realm. Even her gift of skillful craftsmanship was transformed by accident. From the original white rank, it soared to the purple rank. This has saved Xinxinghe's few refining points. Meanwhile, last night's returns were a bit of a bust. Perhaps it was because of the vast difference in their realms, or perhaps it was because it was harder to increase the realm breaking pool the further back you went. Half of last night's night was only a 2% increase, bringing the progress of the realm breaking pool to 38.5%. But Xinxinghe didn't care about that. The path of cultivation was meant to be a long and arduous one, and it was only by taking one step at a time that the foundation of cultivation could be laid more firmly. Shutting down the system, Xinxinghe slowly opened his eyes and looked to his side. Realizing that Haitang had already left, he quietly activated his immortal servant sensation, and his consciousness instantly sped towards where Begonia was like a wisp of invisible light smoke. When he saw what she was doing at the moment, he couldn't help but have a faint smile on his face. Division Court. Haitang looked 100 times better today than on any previous day. The spirit is also extraordinarily sufficient. The usual pair of soulful eyes, at this moment is even more glittering. She was only seen walking briskly, like a joyful deer, through the long corridors of the secretary's pavilion. Soon enough, he arrived in front of the door to the room of the head of division, Gu Qingwan. She slightly collected the smile on her face, straightened her clothes, and raised her hand to gently knock on the door of the room. Elder Gu, outer disciple Haitang seeks an audience. I wonder if it's convenient for you at this moment? A slight movement came from inside the house, followed by Gu Qingwan's gentle voice. Come in. Kaido pushed the door open and walked in with a slight bow. At this moment, Gu Qingwan was sitting at the table, holding a brush in her hand, slowly writing on a bamboo slip. As the last stroke fell, she placed the pen on top of the holder and let out a soft sigh of relief, rubbing her somewhat sore neck. And then he raised his eyes to Haitang, his gaze sizing her up, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, a breakthrough? Hearing this, Haitang revealed a sweet smile, nodded, and Ying bowed. Yes, Elder Gu. Last night, under chance and coincidence, the bottleneck that my disciple was lucky enough to break through reached the Jindan realm. I came here today to report to you. And, Elder Gu, am I ready to be promoted to inner disciple? Gu Qingwan looked at Haitang's expectant eyes and said with a faint smile, that's right. According to the new rules of this sect nowadays, reaching the Jindan realm qualifies one to be promoted as an inner disciple. Receiving Gu Qingwan's affirmative reply, the smile on Haitang's face could no longer be suppressed. The corners of her mouth raised high, revealing two cute pear swirls. Gu Qingwan nodded with a relieved expression. Only her heart was curious. In her impression, this girl Haitang had clearly only just stepped into the middle stage of foundation establishment not long ago, but she had broken through the Jindan realm so quickly. After thinking for a moment, he had an answer in his heart. It seems that the potency of that golden spirit pill is truly extraordinary. Thinking about it, she continued, Haitang, tell me, which Yuaning you want to worship? When Haitang heard this, her whole body was a bit confused, and after a while, she asked tentatively, Gu, Elder Gu, our Acacia sect, isn't there only one Yuaning, the patriarch? The corners of Gu Qingwan's mouth gently raised, blooming into a gentle smile as she softly said, since you're about to become an inner disciple, there's no need to hide some secrets from you. She raised her eyes slightly, her gaze calm and open as she continued methodically. In my Acacia sect's upper echelons, besides the patriarch, there are our 4 elders, and your senior sister Qiaoyun. All of them are Yuaning realm cultivators. Haitang's eyes were wide open, her face filled with disbelief, her mouth slightly open, and for a moment she was unable to speak. Chapter 52, It's enough to be there for you. Late at night, Acacia sect, back of the mountain. At this time in the back of the mountain, all was silent. The only sound was the slightest whimper of the wind, wandering and echoing through the mountains. In the next moment, 2 figures suddenly surfaced like ghosts. In an instant, the sword lights were like running thunder breaking through the night, violently colliding and erupting into deafening sounds of gold and iron. The sound is not yet over. The 2 have already killed each other with swords, their figures moving and staggering, and their swords flashing with cold light. After more than 100 rounds, both of them withdrew their swords at the same time, and each of their figures retreated several steps, standing firmly. Clank! Yun Miaoing flicked her wrist and sheathed her long sword. She raised her eyes slightly, her gaze crossing over the darkness to look at Xinxinghe, who was not far away, only to see that at this moment, his hair was messy, his clothes were torn in many places, and he was simply in a sorry state. Xinxinghe was filled with helplessness and let out a long sigh as he thrust his long sword into the ground. Immediately afterward, he grabbed the broken shirt with both hands and yanked hard. With a hiss, the fabric crumbled and was then tossed onto the grass at his feet. In a flash, the well-defined body was bared and eye-catching, and all that was left of him was a pair of big, baggy pants, flapping in the wind. This sword technique is also too troublesome. Not only requires the sword moves to be smooth as a rock, the pace also has to be dynamic and changeable. The slightest mistake, there will be a lot of cracks, really gives people a headache. Uncle Yun, How many years do you think it would take for me to reach the level of a zongsher with my qualifications? He said as he wiped the sweat off his face with his arm. As he moved, the well-proportioned and powerful arms, sometimes tightened, sometimes loosened. This scene full of masculine beauty was like a current that hit Yun Miaoyin's heartstrings straight away. Her eyes, on the other hand, were uncontrollably glued to Xinxing's body, her heart thumping. Seeing Yun Miaoyin's delayed response, Xinxing had dashed to her nearness and asked suspiciously, "Uncle Yun? Uncle Yun?" The call was like a breeze, instantly blowing away the charming thoughts in Yun Miaoyin's mind. She snapped back to her senses, and her cheeks burned like fire. I squared away. Yun Miaoyin secretly took a deep breath, tried to suppress the fumbling deer in her heart, steadied her breathing, and continued, "Xinghe, just now, neither you nor I used our cultivation, but instead, we crossed swords with pure swordplay. This seems simple, but in reality it was a great test of sword strokes, stances, and reactions. And although your sword stance has already glimpsed the meaning realm, it has no form, and your pace is even more disorganized. Xinghe, you still need to sink your teeth into practicing the basic sword styles diligently. There's still a long way to go if you want to reach the Grandmaster level." Hearing Yun Miaoyin's comment, Xinxing has sat on his butt on the ground, like an eggplant that had been frosted, without any spirit. Seeing this, Yun Miaoyin gently bit her lower lip, and thought to herself if her words were a bit heavy, so he lifted up his skirt and sat down as well. She slowly took out her handkerchief and tenderly wiped the sweat from Xinxing's face and softly said, "Xinghe, in fact, your understanding of the way of the sword already exceeds that of a 90%er. It's just that you've only been practicing sword cultivation for less than a month or so, and it's already not easy for you to reach such a point." Xinxing sighed, his face slightly better. Master Cloud. He had just opened his mouth when a green jade finger gently pressed against his lips. However, he saw Yun Miaoyin's mouthing a soft voice, "Xinghe, it's just you and me here. Just call me Miaoyin." After saying that finger slowly slid down. The fingertip seemingly brushed the corner of Xinxing's mouth, leaving a trace of warmth. She lowered her head slightly, her hair falling in just the right amount to hide her blushing look at the moment. Xinxing smiled faintly, taking the small hand that was about to slip away in his palm and kneading it tenderly. Yun Miaoyin's delicate body swayed lightly, like a fine willow in the breeze swaying with the wind. She only felt a warm heat flow from the back of her hand quickly spreading throughout her body, and wherever the heat reached, it flooded her with tingling. The marvelous sensation made her weak and her mind go blank. "Kiyoshi, Ki-oh-ha." Xinxing spoke softly with a soft face. "Miaoyin, it's been hard to make you accompany me day in and day out to practice with the sword all these times." Saying that, he gently smoothed Yun Miaoyin's hair in front of her forehead, and his tone steeply changed to a smiling one. "Hey, do you have any treasures you want? To be honest, I made a fortune at that swift ancient ruins, and when I turned it over to the clan, it was only a mere 30%. He raised his eyebrows triumphantly, a sly gleam in his eyes, and then said with a light cough, "Ahem, don't tell my master teacher about this, she's a petty person, lol." Yun Miaoyin was amused by his appearance, and the blush on her face dispersed for a few moments, her pair of beautiful eyes curving into a crescent moon. "I don't want anything, it's enough to be there for you." Hearing this, Xinxing was slightly stunned. It was the first time he had heard such a heartfelt confession from Yun Miaoyin's mouth. Contemplating for a moment, Xinxing leisurely got up, then with a long arm, he picked up Yun Miaoyin steadily. Yun Miaoyin let out a soft cry and subconsciously wrapped her arms around Xinxing's neck, her heartbeat steeply accelerating. "Xinghe, let's go back to the secret room to cultivate." Xinxing tensed his mouth and shook his head, the corners of his mouth unconsciously skimming downward. "It's better not to. I'm worried that the master will come over to stir things up again with a thick skin." Saying that, he hugged Yun Miaoyin in his arms tightly, his arms secretly exerting force to make her lean more steadily, and then walked in a direction. The night in the mountains was quiet and deep, and the moonlight shed dappled light through the sparse branches and leaves. Yun Miaoyin leaned in Xinxing's arms, feeling the scent coming from his body. Her heart rippled. She tilted her head slightly and looked at Xinxing's side face. That face, which was like an exiled immortal, made her look a little smitten. "Xinghe, I don't want to cultivate." Xinxing raised his eyebrows, and after pondering in his mind, he came to a sudden realization. "Oh, it is I who have been abrupt, not having thought that you would come to the moon." No. Seeing that Xinxing misunderstood her meaning, Yun Miaoyin immediately blushed and explained, "I want not to practice for the sake of practice." After saying that, she dove headfirst into Xinxing's arms, not daring to look at him again. Immediately after that, her Yuaning realm cultivation closed in extremely fast, and she transformed into a mortal in a matter of moments. Chapter 53, You're also too peaceful, like a wooden plank. Lian. When Xinxing saw this, he was slightly stunned. Yun Miaoyin had actually sealed all of her cultivation. Thinking back to the words she said just now, Xingha understood. Cloud Myrtle this is. Moved. Xingha, I want you to know that my feelings for you have nothing to do with cultivation, nothing else, just because you are you. After an unknown amount of time, a deep blue-colored pool appeared in front of the duo's eyes. Walking closer, Xingha gently placed Yun Miaoyin on top of the green stone on the bank and immediately sealed his cultivation. Yun Miaoyin's gaze spilled into this pool of water, her heart leisurely swirling with it. At this moment, Xingha smiled as he stepped into the water, the cool pool water roaming over his ankles, bringing a pleasant relief. He turned back to Yun Miaoyin and extended his palm towards her. He didn't say anything because, well, it was all in the air. Seeing this, Yun Miaoyin raised a touching smile on her face. She slowly got up and put her small hand on Xingha's palm. Then the two of them moved lightly on their feet and disappeared into the water. Feeling the cool and hot mixed touch coming from his body, it was as if she had fallen into an ethereal and unfathomable dream. This marvelous touch felt as if it were alive, slowly crawling and spreading along the skin, a faint scarlet color flaring up wherever it passed. As time passes, more and more detached from the real world, thoughts drift wildly through this dream. The breathing was also involuntarily rapid, while each inhalation carried the slightest tremor. The feeling was wonderful. Consciousness began to blur, and his feet felt as if they were stepping on a cloud, limp and weak. It was a dream she didn't want to wake up from. The three of them are really something. One is a cultivation fanatic and the other is addicted to forbidden picture books. And that damn Chinger, is there nothing else you can do all day but sleep? Not even one to play with me. Backwoods, secluded forest. Yi Lianer was filled with displeasure and kicked a stone away with disinterest. I saw the stone whoosh, smashed in a tree next to it, and immediately startled the two birds perched on the branch fluttering wings. Even you have company. Looking at the direction the bird flew away, a trace of strong envy flowed from Yi Lianer's eyes. After a few moments, she shrugged it off, puffed out her chest, and took a step towards the deeper part of the forest. After walking for an unknown period of time, she came to a slice of water before the pool of water, and a look of doubt gradually appeared on her face, only to see that at this time above the water, floating a long purple dress and a set of new-style belly bibs, and a pair of big loose pants. Yi Lianer cocked her head, her willow brows slightly knitted. Strange, this is my newly discovered pool. I've never seen anyone come here before, and I don't know which senior sister it is. Saying that, she lightly hooked her fingertips and slowly slid along the edge of her lapel, and her clothes were just like flowing water, quietly slipping down. Immediately afterward, she moved her lotus steps lightly and slowly stepped into the water. Soon, the cool pool of water was like a pair of gentle hands, starting from her ankles and gently submerging her body inch by inch. It was just the right amount of coolness, and she couldn't help but let out a cozy whisper. She is no longer formal. In the water slowly stretching limbs, like a flexible fish, the posture of the light swing. The boredom that was still lingering in his heart just now was instantly dissipated without a trace under the gentle soothing of this pool of water. Gradually, she closed her eyes, her mind completely relaxed. Then the body slowly floated upwards, eventually floating leisurely on the surface of the water. A few moments later, the sound of even breathing gently overflowed. Only a slight rise and fall of her chest up and down was visible, and she had apparently fallen into a deep sleep. Pop, pop, pop. At some point, sporadic raindrops began to fall from the sky, and the drops of rain are like naughty elves, picking the soft and tender place to land. Yi Lianer, who was originally immersed in her dream, only felt a penetrating coldness suddenly attacking her. Instantly waking up from her sleep, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and lifted a hand to brush the raindrops off her chest. Annoying, that was a rough night's sleep. Yi Lianer spat lightly and muttered in a low voice. Fawn was in a dream, and it was as if she was above the clouds. Instead, a woman's wailing voice always lingered in his ears. The sound was faint and sporadic, disturbing her and shattering her dreams. At that moment, she realized that on the water, the long purple dress and bib were still floating unclaimed. In his heart, he couldn't help but wonder where the senior sister was hiding, so she looked around quickly with her beautiful eyes, not missing any corner. Just then, her eyes settled on a body of water not far away, only to see the surface of that piece of water, rhythmic layers of ripples, as if there were fish swimming happily in the water. Yi Lianer's heart stirred, the corner of her lips hooked up slightly, and a wry smile crept onto her brows. Hey, so it's hidden here, let's see if I don't catch you red-handed. However, just as she was about to head there, the water suddenly churned, and a figure slowly surfaced. It was also at this moment that the gazes of the two instantly collided. In an instant, shocked colors crept onto their faces at the same time. A moment later, Yi Lianer was the first to speak. Chinger, why are you here? Xingha hurriedly stopped his body, which continued to float upwards, and stopped where his chest was. Immediately afterward, he quickly pressed one hand toward the water, seemingly pressing something down. Ahem, I have nothing to do today, so I came out for a walk. Rather, it is senior sister Leonor who is so elegant, enjoying a rare and pleasant time in this landscape. As he spoke, he feigned composure, and without a trace of his arm, he pressed underwater again. Out of the corner of his eye, he blinked hard through the water, toward the underwater. In the next moment, Xinxing's body violently trembled, and his heart exclaimed, I don't mean this, Xinger, what's wrong with you? Even Yuaning cultivators are afraid of the cold? Yi Lianer cocked her head slightly with a puzzled expression. Her gaze, however, was slowly fixed on top of Xinxing's chest that was exposed on the surface of the water. She was slightly stunned at first, and then laughed out loud. Ha ha, Xinger, I told you that you need to eat more. You're also too flat. Like a plank. She puffed out her chest proudly as she spoke, not noticing Xinxing's increasingly embarrassed expression. At this moment, Xinxing's cheeks were slightly red, but in his heart, he was screaming, Xinxingha, it's already this time. You still have this mind? Just then, the water unexpectedly began to violently churn and splash. Chapter 54, Trauma. At this time, Xinxingha was really a social death to the extreme. He awkwardly slapped his hand against the water, trying to calm the churning waves, but the move was purely futile and made the water splash higher. At this moment, he hated to immediately unseal his cultivation, but he didn't dare to do that, because mortals can't withstand that thick pure yang power. Xinger, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Xinxingha did not look right, Yi Lianer asked with concern. With that, he swam this way. Wait, don't you come over. Seeing this, Xinxingha hurriedly spoke out to stop him, but with Yi Lianer's obstinate nature, it was obvious that she wouldn't listen to him. Seeing that it was only a matter of a split second, their distance was drastically shortened, and they were already less than 3 feet away. Xinxingha is full of helplessness. Knowing that things have come to this point, it is futile to struggle again. It is better to face it frankly. After all, her own special status in the sect, Yi Lianer will have to know sooner or later. Yet just the next moment, Yi Lianer, however, turned a corner without warning, like a nimble fish, circling around behind Xinxingha at great speed. Immediately after that, she violently hugged Xinxingha from the back and stole a vicious attack on top of his chest. After getting her way, Yi Lianer proudly hugged Xinxingha tightly, her chin gently resting on his shoulder, smiling. Hey, I finally got my chance. I've always remembered the last time you teased me like that at the Taiku ruins. Humph, I won't let you off easily this time. At this time, Xinxingha only felt as if he was involved in a gentle cloud, and for a while, he was in a trance. It was also the next moment that the movement of the water quietly dissipated, and Xinxingha clearly felt himself free. He couldn't help but let out a long breath of relief, and immediately, without any further hesitation, he decisively unsealed the seal. As the seal was lifted, the majestic cultivation quickly returned, and his own abilities were instantly sensed. After doing so, Xinxingha wanted to break free from Yi Lianer's entanglement. Unexpectedly, he was hugged a few points tighter. In an instant, Xinxingha only felt a heat behind him, and it seemed that a trace of warmth was rapidly spreading. The strange feeling was like an invisible feather that gently tugged at his heartstrings. It made originally calm state of mind ripple again. Xinxingha slightly looked sideways, but saw that at this moment Yi Lianer was looking at him in fascination. Senior sister Lianer, what's wrong with you? Yi Lianer did not respond immediately. She just looked at him so quietly. Snap snap. Just then, the rain that was originally sporadic in the sky began to gradually become denser. Droplets of water hit above Yi Lianer's long eyelashes and fluttered slightly. She blinked, and water droplets instantly slid slowly down those delicate cheeks, leaving a crystalline trail of water. In the next moment, Yi Lianer seemed to have gathered enough courage and said softly, already gone? Hearing this, Xinxingha was first stunned, then he let out a bitter smile and nodded. Senior sister Lianer, in specific cases, please listen to me and I'll talk to you in detail. Ahem, until then, let go of me. However, Xinxingha had not finished his words, only to see Yi Lianer's feet gently stomping, using the buoyancy of the water. Her stance was as light as a fish. In an instant, the entire person came directly in front of Xinxingha's body, once again tightly locking him in place. No, I'm not letting go. Xinxingha raised a hand and gently pushed her shoulder, trying to pull away from her, and Yi Lianer locked tighter without relenting. When Xinxingha saw this, his expression stagnated and he said in a slightly embarrassed manner, elder sister, let go. Xinxingha secretly screamed in his heart. His heart was suddenly mixed. His thoughts were like hemp. This complex emotion was really about to be suppressed. Uncle Yun, Uncle Yun, you've gone off in style, but I've suffered. Looking at Xinxingha's tangled expression, Yi Lianer's flushed cheeks floated up with a smile. Xinger, I understand. A woman as beautiful as you, not to mention them, just even elder sister me, my heart yearns for. Xinxing's face suddenly changed drastically, and the next moment he opened his mouth with a trembling voice. Lien, senior sister Liener, if you want to blame, just blame senior uncle Yun. The Hall of Transfers. The road of cultivation is long and difficult, and if you want to become a party of great power, you have to do your best to go up to the top. Only then can we reach the top, look down on all beings, and achieve the supreme way. Alright, the gongfu that was imparted to you today, go back and make sure to study it attentively, without slacking off in the slightest. Release the class. As Gu Qingwan's words fell, the crowd of disciples bowed neatly and responded in unison. I honor the teachings of the elders. And then, in an orderly fashion, they turned and fishtailed out. Gu Qingwan rubbed her somewhat sore neck and muttered, Senior Sister Yun is really something as well, actually forgetting about today's transmission. Saying that, she seemed to have thought of something, her face flushed and she spat delicately. He then left the transmission hall in large strides. Backcountry, Yi Liener exclaimed. Xing'er, you, how are you? Xin Xinghe was full of helplessness, his tone was full of grievances. I was just going to say that, but you didn't even give me a chance. Yi Liener was humiliated and annoyed, and subconsciously reached out to push Xin Xinghe, but just at the moment when she was about to touch its shoulder, her body steeply softened, instantly losing her strength. You, Xin Xinghe was so aggrieved that he wanted to find a block of tofu and crash it. Unjustly, senior sister, it's really not my fault. I told you, if you want to blame me, you have to blame Uncle Yun. Yi Liener, how willing to listen to his words. At the moment she is weak and feeble, can only forcefully support with the remaining trace of strength. Trembling voice, you are not allowed to. Xin Xinghe was helpless to the extreme and could only freeze in place, hands facing the sky, not daring to move a single muscle. And right at that moment, the water of the pool even suddenly began to churn. Immediately afterward, a wave several feet high violently lifted up, like a furious white beast, wrapped in the force of 1,000 pounds. It was about to slap towards them. Xin Xinghe has subconsciously held Yi Liener tightly and used his back to block the impact of the water waves. Put. As the waves dissipated, Xin Xinghe's throat was sweet and a mouthful of blood gushed out. He was horrified in his heart. A mere wave of water can be so powerful? Is this reasonable? Seeing Xin Xinghe spitting blood from his mouth, the shaman Yi Liener's heart suddenly dissipated and was replaced by a full of worry. Xing'er, are you alright? Xin Xinghe forced himself to endure the discomfort, took a deep breath, and slowly shook his head. Although he had suffered a considerable amount of internal injuries, it was a good thing that the dry heat in his body had subsided. At this moment, Yi Liener also felt that her limbs gradually regained their strength. Heart gave birth to an empty feeling. It was as if something important had been lost, and even she, herself, couldn't say why. 3,000 zhang below the back of the Acacia Sex Mountain, Xiao's willow brows knitted lightly, and a touch of chagrin surfaced on her face for a split second. She stomped her foot and muttered in a small voice, it's broken, making too much force. Oops, little guy, you're not allowed to blame people, they were originally trying to help you. Chapter 55, What's all the noise? Come here, all of you. Today, the hidden scripture pavilion was called a bustling place. Numerous disciples with full flower baskets in their hands, as well as carefully prepared snacks, came one after another to visit Xin Xinghe, who had been injured due to inadvertent cultivation. But the space in the chamber was really limited, so they could only enter and visit in batches. At this moment, in the secret room, Wen Ruyun and the others were already present. Alas, little Xinghe, desire for speed is not enough. You should feel at ease to recuperate for a few days lately, and it's not too late to continue practicing with the sword when your injuries have completely recovered. Wen Ruyun sighed softly and comforted Xin Xinghe in a serious tone. Suck it. On top of the jade couch, Xin Xinghe weakly rested on Su Lingyin's lap, only to see him open his mouth and receive the grapes handed to him by Nangong Xiaoyun, and then smack his lips with a cozy expression. All for the sake of the clan. This injury won't hurt. Cough. Before he could finish a sentence, he was interrupted by a violent cough, followed by a slight tremor in his body and a frown. Xing'er, Yi Liener, who was hiding in the corner, saw the situation and quickly came to the couch, her eyes reddened, full of self-blame and guilt. Xin Xinghe tremblingly stretched out a hand, gently resting on the back of Yi Liener's hand, squeezing out a smile on his face, saying, Senior Sister Liener, what are you doing? It's just a small injury. Besides, the injury is due to my lack of strength. It has nothing to do with the others, but all because of. Yi Liener's eyes grew redder and redder with anxiety, crystal tears swirling in her eyes, her voice choked with thought. Hey, it's a big deal. Don't worry about it. The surrounding crowd looked puzzled, but they did not speak out to ask questions. If he wanted to say it, Xin Xinghe naturally wouldn't hide it. Yi Liener sobbed, cupped Xin Xinghe's hand in front of her chest, and choked. Xing'er, This time it's all senior sister's my fault. When you recover from your injuries, senior sister will definitely give you an explanation. When she said that, a faint blush floated up on her face. Xinxingha's eyes lit up. Then he forced himself to cough lightly. Ahem. Senior sister doesn't have to be like this. We are all family. It's out of place for you to say that. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he felt a sharp pain coming from his backside. He couldn't help but raise his head and look towards Su Lingyin over the hill. There were no words, just a smirk that seemed to hang at the corners of her mouth. Xinxingha returned the smile and winked. Half an hour later, Wen Ruyun and the others left. Not long after, a pure and sweet figure appeared in a hurry, and it was none other than Haitang, who had just been promoted to the inner sect not long ago. Her face was full of heartache, and she locked onto Xinxingha with a glance, her footsteps becoming more and more hurried, and behind her, a dozen outer sect sisters followed at a tight pace, each carrying bamboo baskets filled with condolences. Meanwhile, the entrance to the chamber had long been crowded. A group of sisters stretched their necks, tiptoed on tiptoes, and pushed their way in with all their might. Nay, the door to the chamber was that big, and even if they pushed and shoved, they could only get in a handful of people. Xinxingha weakly leaned against Nangong Xiaoyun's arms, her body slightly curled up. Perhaps the position he was leaning on was not too comfortable. He subconsciously rubbed gently a few times and slowly moved his body. This unintentional move had caused a ripple in Nangong Xiaoyun's heart lake. Her cheeks suddenly colored a scarlet red, her eyes flustered with a hint of stealing. Nangong Xiaoyun silently counted in her heart. It seemed like it had been almost a month since she had practiced with her senior brother. Thinking of this, she peeled off a full and soft grape and carefully sent it into Xinxingha's mouth. Xinxingha contentedly swallowed it in one mouthful, the slightest bit of crystal still remaining at the corner of his mouth. He was just about to stick out his tongue and lick it, but Nangong Xiaoyun grabbed it first. She was seen tenderly wiping away the juices with her fingertips, then placing them between her lips and sucking gently. Seeing this scene, the group of senior sisters first stagnated, but they quickly reacted, with a heartfelt smile on their faces. Haitang, on the other hand, beamed, her willow brows slightly furrowed, but she still gave a polite bow. Greetings, eldest sister. Behind them, all the senior sisters saluted at the sight. Nangong Xiaoyun waved her hand and said faintly, "Today, Xingha is already tired, so you guys leave." Everyone looked at each other when this statement was made. However, the eldest senior sister had given her word, and it was not good to disobey, so she could only reluctantly turn around and leave. In the end, only Haitang was left standing in the same spot, hesitant to move. When Nangong Xiaoyun saw this, her eyebrows gently raised and her gaze looked at her suspiciously. "Kaito, you have something else?" Haitang bit her lip, then raised her hand and gently closed the chamber door. "Senior sister Xiaoyun, Xingha's body is weak now. He can't." Her words were only half spoken, but her face was as red as a ripe apple. Hearing this, Nangong Xiaoyun's willow brows knitted slightly. She looked down at the silent, innocent-looking Xinxingha in her arms, and then turned her gaze back to Haitang, her heart dawning. "I see, I should have thought of that. Senior brother, you are so greedy." Cough cough. Senior sister Xiaoyun is not saying anything. Everything is for the sake of the clan. Xinxingha hurriedly coughed twice, a righteous look on his face. Nangong Xiaoyun let out a light rant and said towards Haitang, "And you are relieved. Senior sister, I have my heart in the right place. I won't let Xingha get tired. You leave first." "No, I'm not leaving. I want to watch senior sister." There was an obstinacy in Haitang's eyes as she stared tightly at Nangong Xiaoyun. Seeing Haitang's lack of oil and salt, Nangong Xiaoyun frowned even more. She carefully stroked Xinxingha from her arms to the top of the jade pillow, then walked to Haitang with bare jade feet. "Begonia, if I tell you to go, just go. Why are you talking so much nonsense? It's hard to believe that you, this girl, still can't rest assured that I'm okay?" Haitang met Nangong Xiaoyun's gaze without fear, her head held high and her eyes filled with stubbornness. "Right, I'm just not sure about you, senior sister Xiaoyun." She was going out on a limb. For the sake of Xinxingha's body being able to recover peacefully, she could no longer care less about her reverence for her senior sister. It didn't care if it would upset Nangong Xiaoyun. Seeing this, it was Xinxingha who looked a little confused, thinking, when did Nangong Xiaoyun's temperament become so overbearing? After a few moments of thought, the answer came to mind. Close to the ink is black. Xinxingha secretly lamented in his heart. Senior sister Xiaoyun spends the most time with that woman Wen Ruyun on weekdays, and having been exposed to her all day long, I'm afraid that she has also been influenced by her. Thinking of this, he decided with a straight face that he was going to do a good job of breaking this nature of hers back. One must know that the former Nangong Xiaoyun was a lovely existence that would shed tears of aggression when he said one word. As it is now, it's not okay. Seeing the atmosphere of saber rattling, immediately about to make a move, Xinxingha's face sank, and he said in a cold voice, "What's all the noise? Come here, all of you." When these words came out, the two women's bodies couldn't help but tremble. This is naturally the result of the seal of the servant. Nangong Xiaoyun glared at Haitang with a reluctant heart. Then he rejoined the couch and held Xinxinghe in his arms. Begonia saw this and was not to be outdone. Quickly taking off her embroidered shoes, she leaped and flew up to the jade couch, sitting steadily in front of Xinxinghe, her eyes staring at Nangong Xiaoyun in death. Ugh! Xinxinghe let out a long sigh. He originally wanted to pretend for a few more days and enjoy the treatment of a sick person. But in this case, I'm afraid I can't pretend anymore. Forget it, no more pretending. Go to work. Chapter 56, of all the thousands of fruits, only grapes quench the thirst the most. Senior Sister Xiaoyun, I'm thirsty, help me bring the grapes over. Master, Sister, I want it too. Well, you guys, that's really enough. You don't have any legs, do you? Give, all of you, suck it hey. Of all the thousands of spiritual fruits, only grapes quench the thirst the most. Aha, Changha's right, I see. You guys are not thirsty at all. Eating fruit can't even plug your mouths. The Z hour had passed, and the power of the Yuan Yang was once again refreshed. Xinxinghe stretched out comfortably, and his body's exhaustion was relieved in the right amount as he refreshed at the same time. After unremitting cultivation, although the realm remains unchanged at the mid-Yuaning stage, the boundary-breaking pool has literally come to 41%. All in all, Xinxinghe was quite satisfied. At this moment, Nangong Xiaoyun and Haitang were sitting cross-legged on the ground, trying to refine the abundant Yuan Yang power in their dantian. Xinxinghe couldn't help but sigh. By reason, the two had clearly cultivated to the point of exhaustion, and one of them could not even stand up. Yet just as soon as it was over, he immediately couldn't wait to meditate and run. Xinxinghe felt doubly helpless about this approach of theirs. With that thought, he left the chamber in stride. It's September, the fall is high and crisp, and a gentle breeze is blowing through. Xinxinghe squinted his eyes cozily, his footsteps unconsciously slowed down, and he walked aimlessly and faithfully among the paths of the mountain gate. At this point in time, the entire clan was afraid that he was the only one who was a great idler. As for the others, they were all practicing hard. This was also all thanks to the massive amount of techniques and martial arts texts he had brought back from the swift ancient ruins. In the past, the Acacia Sect disciples could only bitterly cultivate lower-grade techniques, struggling to grope their way through the limited resources and making slow progress. Even in front of other clans there was always a little bit of difficulty in raising one's head. But now, with these superior feats, the situation was instantly reversed. The whole clan was like a drought with sweet rains. Each and every one of them made rapid progress, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was 1,000 miles a day. Let's just talk about the two ants, Murong Yuasian and Murong Yueji. Now the two of them had switched to the most superior ice attribute and fire attribute techniques respectively. These two techniques were a near-perfect fit with their own awakened special physiques, complementing each other. Their strength has increased by more than 100 times compared to the past. Let's put it this way, with their cultivation in the middle stage of Yuaning today, even without the help of spiritual treasures, they are already considered top-notch among cultivators of the same rank. Once they used their spiritual treasures, even if they faced some veteran late Yuaning cultivators, they still had the power to fight. In time, when they had cultivated their gongfu to a great completion, it would be absolutely not difficult for them to fight across the ranks. Xinxinghe thought in this way, and Wen Ruyun's face suddenly appeared in his mind. Nowadays, up and down this Acacia sect, the most cheerful and pleased person is afraid that she is not the only one. Unconsciously, Xinxinghe had ghostly arrived at the sovereign hall. He raised his hand and gently pushed open the door to the temple and crossed the empty hall, then turned into the porch on the left. That's where the court of Acacia is located. Why are the lights out? Can't it be that Wen Ruyun is slacking off today? Saying that, he quietly came before the door of the room, and just as his fingers touched the doorway, a burst of rapid and disorganized breathing suddenly came into his ears. Xinxinghe raised his eyebrows slightly and unleashed his divine ability sneak. In an instant, his body was like being swallowed by the air, and his silhouette gradually vaporized until it completely faded into nothingness. Immediately afterward, the door to the room opened and closed without a sound. Damned little Kyoha, can't control himself even when he's injured. One isn't enough. Gradually, the tone of the voice became more and more high-pitched, just like the exciting strings climbed up the layers. Waves of sound rolled, straight to the heart. Before about a cup of tea arrived, the sound gradually weakened. Wen Ruyun lethargically reclined on the wooden couch, looking out of the window in fascination. Where that line of sight reached was exactly where the hidden scripture pavilion was located. After a long time, she murmured with her vermilion lips, "Little Qinghe, you know what? It seems that Master can no longer leave you." The 3 chapters were presented. The brothers did not evaluate the hand to a favorable comment. If possible, to a free power. Thank you. Fishy to the brothers kneeled. Chapter 57, Traveling with a Sword. Saying that, Wen Ruyun's cheeks quietly floated with a touch of redness. Subconsciously, she lifted her silky, glistening fingers and pressed them against her chest. Beneath his fingertips, his heart thumped and seemed to burst through his chest. Ching-ha, in this life, Ruyun is glad to have met you. With that, she got off the wooden couch and headed in the direction of the bathroom. A few moments later, the sound of crashing water rang out, seemingly washing away all traces of it. At this moment, Xinxingha's figure slowly emerged. He glanced in the direction of the bathroom, then at the wretched house, and bristled. Disheveled, how can you look like the head of a clan? Punish you with another half-month's share. After speaking, his body instantly vaporized and disappeared without a trace. When the realization of the body was condensed again, it had already arrived at the divisional court. At this time, the candles in the pavilion were flickering, and Gu Qingwan was so busy that she didn't notice Xinxingha who appeared in the house. Looking at the various types of dossiers piled up on that table, Xinxingha couldn't help but feel a numbness in his scalp. It was hard for him to imagine how Gu Qingwan spent her days. In his heart, he couldn't help but deduct Wen Ruyun's half-monthly share once again. Hallowed patriarch, you don't know how to sympathize with your subordinates, causing Uncle Gu to labor like this. With that, his figure disappeared once again. Gu Qingwan abruptly stopped the pen in her hand, her eyes casting to the location of the sound just now. However, there was nothing unusual in the room except for the slightly flickering candle flame and the neatly arranged scrolls. He continued to review the file in his hand, but the movement was much slower. Speaking of which, I haven't been to Qingha in nearly 2 months. Thinking of Xinxingha, Gu Qingwan's eyes unconsciously softened, and a trace of ineffable emotion flooded her heart, seeming to be attached, but also seeming to be. In front of the small pavilion of the bamboo building, Xinxingha appeared again. He had intended to head to the 2 Murong ants, but his footsteps unconsciously stopped here. Deep inside him, there seemed to be an invisible thread tugging at him, making him hesitate. Although Xinxingha and Murong Yueji are getting along quite well, but whenever he cultivated, he would always fall into an inexplicable trance. It's too similar. Murong Yue and Murong Yuxian, really too similar. As for Murong Yuxian, Xinxingha was mesmerized, but helplessly, between the two of them as if there is a gap like a rift in the sky that is difficult to cross. So much so, that every time Murong Yuexian's figure surfaced in his mind, it stirred him up. Ching, senior brother, why are you here? Right at this moment, Yi Lianer's voice leisurely entered Xinxingha's ears. He raised his head in confusion, but he saw that in front of the second-floor window of the small pavilion, Yi Lianer was wearing a sarong and was looking at him curiously. Yi Lianer's hair was wet, and a few strands of broken hair were plastered on her fair cheeks, as if she had just finished bathing. Senior sister Lianer? Why are you here at senior sister Lingyan's place? As soon as Xinxingha's words fell, Yi Lianer leaped in the air and flew down lightly from the second floor. Coincidentally, a gust of wind whipped by, causing the already light sari to rise high and blip. I'm going to. Xinxingha's face changed, and his mind nearly lost control. Yi Lianer's face instantly turned red as soon as her toes touched the ground, and she subconsciously quickly tugged on the hem of her skirt. After a few moments, she spoke in a mouthing voice, as thin as a fly. The other day senior sister begged for the newly refined bathing cream from senior uncle Yueji, so I came to try it out. By the way, senior brother, are you here to see senior sister Lingyin? She went to the Divine Farmer's Pavilion with Uncle Yun to pick up spirit rice, and I'm afraid she won't be able to make it back until tomorrow. As she said that, she slightly lowered her head, a few strands of her hair falling down, covering the complicated look on her face. In the next moment, that white jade hand of hers was coldly clutched by Xinxingha. Yi Lianer's figure froze violently, and a trace of surprise flashed across her face. She looked up at Xinxingha, her vermilion lips slightly opened, wanting to say something, but she was momentarily speechless. The corner of Xinxingha's mouth lifted as he laughed aloud. Senior sister Lianer, when did you become so squirmy? This isn't like how you should be. Yi Lianer's shell teeth lightly bit her lower lip, and those long eyelashes fluttered slightly, dispersing the waves within her heart. A moment later, a look of guilt appeared on her face and she said, Senior brother, that day, it was senior sister who was abrupt and disturbed your cultivation with Uncle Yun. After saying that, her arm gently exerted force, wanting to break her hand out of Xinxingha's palm, but unexpectedly she was clenched a little tighter. Senior brother, Yi Lianer spoke with some embarrassment. Xinxingha grinned, his fingertips crossing the storage bag on his waist. In a flash, a green flying sword leaped out. He moved sharply and steadily stepped on top of the flying sword. Then with a slight force from his arm, Yi Lianer was instantly pulled onto the flying sword by him. Yi Lianer stumbled and hurriedly encircled Xinxingha's waist. This scene was like going back to a few days ago, only at this moment, the two of them were much more decent. Seeing that Yi Lianer had stabilized herself, Xinxingha said with a smile at the corner of his mouth, Senior Sister Leonor, what's the point of thinking about that? Why don't you join me on a sword trip to see the great mountains and rivers? How about it? A joyful color flashed in Yi Leonor's eyes as she nodded repeatedly. She rarely had this kind of opportunity to step out of the sect on weekdays. The last trip to the Taiku ruins had gone and returned in a hurry, which really filled her with regret. Naiha Master Wen Ruyun strictly ordered the clan's children below Jindan may not step out of the clan. No matter. In a sect like the Acacia sect where beautiful women were like clouds, if the disciples traveled, it was inevitable that they would be stared at by some people with an ulterior motive. In this seemingly calm cultivation world, there were actually dark currents, and it was far from as safe as it appeared on the surface. But at this time Yi Leonor was not afraid, although she only had the cultivation of the late stage of foundation establishment. But Xinqinghao was a genuine Yuaning powerhouse. With such a superbly strong senior brother accompanying her, she felt a sense of confidence. Thinking of this, she subconsciously wrapped the arm around Xinqingha's waist a little tighter, and her entire body followed the trend and pressed tightly against his broad back. Feeling that strong masculine aura, Yi Leonor only felt as if her cheeks were set on fire, and her heartbeat became more and more rapid, thumping against her chest. In the next moment, Xinqingha's bright voice suddenly sounded. Ha ha, senior sister, hold on tight. We're taking off. As his voice fell, his hands quickly formed seals, and spiritual energy surged out around him, continuously injecting it into the flying swords at his feet. In an instant, the flying sword was like an arrow that had left the string, and with a whoosh, it carried the two of them towards the night sky. Soon, it disappeared into the night. Chapter 58, Swordquake. Above, the flying swords traveled through the clouds and sped through the night sky. In a short period of time, the two of them had already traveled 1,000 miles away. At this moment, Xinqingha's face was overflowing with uncontrollable excitement. Ha ha, it's true that sword cultivation is the most correct way to open cultivation. Yi Leonor behind her tightly hugged Xinqingha's waist and sighed. Yes, this is simply more than 100 times faster compared to a spirit boat. Saying that, Yi Leonor slightly poked her head out, her gaze instantly attracted by the ever-changing scenery in front of her. A moment later, she spoke softly with a hint of anticipation in her tone. Senior brother, can you let me stand in front? I want to get a better view of the beauty. Hearing this, the corners of Xinqingha's mouth rose slightly, then he clutched Yi Leonor's small hand. In the next moment, his arm violently exerted force, and Yi Leonor's entire body was like a leaf falling in the wind, drawing a light arc in the air. This sudden movement startled her with an ah, and she subconsciously closed her eyes. Xinqingha laughed aloud and pulled back his hand gently, steadily placing Yi Leonor on the front of the flying sword. Then he smoothly extended his arm and naturally wrapped it around her slender waist. Senior brother, Yi Leonor, who was standing firmly, glared angrily back at Xinqingha. A slyness flashed under Xinqingha's eyes, and his fingertips quietly scratched gently at his waist. Yi Leonor's body violently trembled, laughing out loud. While laughing, she twisted her body to dodge, and the flying sword under her feet also followed the slight swing. Ouch! Ha ha, it tickles. Stop it. She laughed so hard that tears came to her eyes and cried out with a few pleas for mercy. But Xinqingha seemed like he was deliberately teasing her, and not only did his hand movements not stop, but they intensified. Yi Leonor laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back and her body subconsciously fell forward. Xinqingha was so frightened that he hurriedly pulled her arm and yanked it back. Only that look, it was slightly stagnant. Sensing that Xinqingha was no longer teasing her, Yi Leonor was slightly stunned. She slowly twisted her head, but found that Xinqingha's face was a bit off, as if he had something on his mind. Senior, what's wrong with you? Xinqingha gave a dry cough and explained. It's fine, the first time I flew with a sword, I was a bit unable to press the hilt. With that, he bowed back slightly before stepping hard on the hilt of the sword with his foot. Yi Leonor looked at him with a suspicious face, but that bowed body refused to straighten up. Xinqingha tugged on her arm and said, Senior sister, why don't we stand up first? You're like this. I can't control the sword well. Yi Leonor hummed delicately. Humph, I don't want it. Don't think that senior sister doesn't know that if you stay up when I get up, you will definitely continue to tease me. With that, she twisted her body gently, swaying her waist in triumph. Alas, Xinqingha let out a long sigh, his face coloring. Seeing that Xinqingha's face did not look right, the smile on Yi Leonor's face gradually tightened. Okay, I'll get up, okay? Saying that, she took Xinqingha's hand and slowly got up. Between movements, the hair swept across Xinqingha's cheek. This tickling sensation spread down his cheeks. After Yi Leonor stood firmly, she slightly turned her face sideways, her gaze falling on Xinqingha's face with a hint of concern, and softly asked, Senior brother, are you really alright? Don't hold on hard. Xinqingha gritted his teeth and responded, It's fine. Yi Leonor seemed to be convinced as she skimmed her head forward again and continued to enjoy the beautiful scenery. At this time, Xinxingha only felt that his heart seemed to have countless ants, and the taste was hard to describe. A moment later, Yi Lianer's voice came leisurely. Senior, am I really stupid? Xinxingha froze, and his long sword smoothed out a bit. Why did senior sister say that? Yi Lianer bitterly lowered her eyes. Anyone can see the identity of your man, but I'm the only one who's been kept in the dark, and I'm still foolish enough to think of you as a little sister. Am I stupid? There was a hint of self-deprecation in her voice, her tone full of chagrin. Xinxingha let out a dry laugh. Senior sister, you're not the only one. None of the sect's outer disciples know my identity. Yi Lianer's complexion was slightly better when she heard this. Senior sister Chaoyun and senior sister Lingyin always say that I have big breasts, but it's not like it's my fault. Seeing this, Xinxingha hurriedly spoke out to comfort him. Don't worry senior sister. That's them being jealous. What's wrong with having big boobs? It's an advantage. A joyful color flashed in Yi Lianer's eyes. Humph. Yeah, it's just jealousy. Especially senior sister Lingyin. She's the worst. She's the one who loves to say those hurtful words the most. Xinxingha coughed lightly twice, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Ahem, reasonable. Senior sister Lingyin is indeed not too big to have the possibility of jealousy. The corners of Yi Lianer's mouth lifted slightly as she slowly turned her head, her eyes containing a smile. It's still senior brother you're the best, so tell senior sister, what are the advantages? Hiss. Xinxingha was momentarily stopped by the steady question, and the knot in his throat involuntarily rolled up and down. In an instant, the longsword trembled violently, and the two of them shook violently in the air. In the heat of the moment, Xinxingha hurriedly stabilized his mind, but the flying sword under the feet is like being cast a bad spell, completely disobedient, carrying two people crazy up and down bumps. As for Yi Lianer in front of her, her body was shaking like a sieve, and fear made her almost forget her words. At this moment, bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from Xinxingha's forehead. At that moment, a cloud of fireworks rose steeply from the distant sky. The fireworks, with a long tail flame, went straight up into the sky, and then with a bang exploded into a colorful firework. Chapter 59, Sword Quake. Below, it was a dense jungle, out of reach. Perhaps it was because it had just rained. The branches and leaves were still covered with watery dew. In a flash, a cold light flashed, only to see a long sword wrapped in a ferocious and biting aura, swiftly stabbing towards the depths of the jungle like a shooting star. In an instant, it was gone into the deep darkness. However, in the next moment, the long sword suddenly folded back, only to see the sword above. Fine water mist dense diffusion, as if just experienced a fierce water battle. From this, it was not difficult to deduce that his opponent must be a supreme expert who was proficient in water attribute martial arts. Buzz. Suddenly, the longsword emitted a sharp sword sound, which was as if it was substantial, shaking the surrounding air with layers of ripples. Immediately afterward, the sword expanded dramatically at a speed visible to the naked eye, seeming to break through the sky. In an instant, the longsword had finished building up its momentum, and the sword's body glowed greatly, and soon it was swiftly stabbing towards the jungle with the force of a thunderous thunderclap. Put! The attack worked. However, the person who was wielding the sword was exceptionally cautious, and he did not slacken off in the slightest because of the one strike, only to see him draw back. The long sword followed, landing steadily in his palm. When he saw the trace of blood above the blade, his eyes narrowed slightly and a wave of frustration welled up in his heart. This sword has been with him since he was a young man, like a dear friend and an arm. In the long years that this sword had been in his hands, it had been stained with countless amounts of blood, countless times in the life and death duel. It is sharp, cutting the enemy in an instant. Each bloodstain splattered on the sword carries the glory and hardships of the past. Today, the sword is already bloodthirsty, so there is definitely no reason to stay. In an instant, the long sword left his hand, like a stream of light, weaving between the jungle and heaven and earth at great speed. Rumble. As a thunderclap descended, a torrential downpour roared in. The man with the sword snorted coldly. The same moves are no longer useful to me. Ha! I'd like to see how much longer you can last. As soon as the words fell, the golden light above the long sword was as if it had turned into substance. Appalling. If one sword doesn't work, then 10. And if 10 doesn't work, then 10,000. He, you memorize it well. This next sword technique is called 10,000 swords technique. An hour later, several urgent and trembling pleas for mercy came from below. The man with the imperial sword towered over him, a cold smile of disdain surfacing on his face, his eyes full of arrogance. It's no good ending it now. Take my last sword again. If you can hold it, I will spare you. If you can't, then it is the fate of God. A sword to the stars. As soon as the words fell, the long sword trembled violently, and a stream of radiant spirit liquid gurgled out from the sword. It was as if a river of stars was flowing, and every drop was wrapped in the majestic power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. In an instant, the liquid starbursts converged and fused at a rapid pace. In an instant, it turned into a raging torrent, wrapped in endless might, like the Milky Way hanging upside down, pouring down towards the enemy. In the next moment, a mournful voice tore through the sky and echoed for a long time. After a long time, the surrounding area fell into a dead silence. Only the remnant of the wind in the forest whimpering seems to be sighing for this cruel duel. Yalin Air. Identity, Acacia Sect Inner Disciple. Age, 133. Cultivation, Early Jindan Stage. Physical, none. Talent, none. Avatar, Divine Royalty, Grade Red. Ignores attacks from transformation gods and below. 3 times a day. Non-accumulative. Face value, 93. Cultivation extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Ability replica in progress. Duplication complete. Minion seal engraving in progress. The night was fading and the sky was a shade of fishbelly white. A flying sword descended from the sky and crashed towards the Acacia Sect's mountain gate. At this time, the clan's children went one after another to the cultivation dojo to inhale the first wisp of spiritual chi in this heaven and earth. As the flying sword got closer and closer, it instantly attracted the attention of everyone, who stopped in their tracks and cast their gazes into the air in unison, only to see that above the flying sword, the 2 men's sleeves were flipping recklessly in the strong wind, and one of them was slightly pale, body swaying, nearly unsteady, relying on another person to help, just barely on the flying sword to stand steady. So it's senior sisters Chinger and Liener. A rhyming outer disciple lightly opened her vermilion lips, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. As soon as these words came out, the crowd came together and surrounded the fallen duo. Chinger, have you recovered from your injuries? Chinger, when are you going to enjoy looking at that Lolita set? It's been a long time since it was made. That's right, we've even invited the superbly crafty sister Haitang to personally work on the revisions. Xinxingha had a smile on his lips and busily nodded his head in response to the crowd before carefully assisting Yi Liener and hurriedly fleeing. In no time, he arrived at Yi Liener's residence. It was a small, elegantly furnished courtyard. Stepping into the courtyard, the eye is a beautiful purple and red. In the corner, a few roses climbed along a wooden frame, their pink and white blossoms clustered in beautiful clusters. Such a view Xinxingha had seen, simply the same as when by Z Tranquility that small courtyard. The mind couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that voluptuous women have this particular hobby? Then the 2 of them came to the house, and Yi Liener carefully leaned on the couch with Xinxingha's assistance. She looked at Xinxingha blankly, her shell teeth lightly biting her lower lip, and her eyes were filled with the color of resentment. Xinxingha gave a dry cough, came to the table and poured a cup of tea, returned to the wooden couch once again and sat on the edge. Senior sister Liener, moisturize your throat. Yesterday's breakthrough was really a bit tiring. Yi Liener's small face flushed and she cast her head aside. Humph, now you know that you feel sorry for your senior sister? I see that your 10,000 swords technique and 1 sword star river aren't quite powerful, right? Xinxingha's old face blushed as he explained. Ahem, I've been practicing a lot of sword arts lately, so senior brother is just bragging nonsense. With that, he turned his words around and continued. Rather, it is you, senior sister, who has somewhat impressed senior brother. One must know that under that kind of biting sword skill, even Senior Shio had to weigh the situation and even call for a halt on the spot. But you, Senior Sister, actually lasted a full hour long. Senior Brother is really admired to the extreme. When Yi Liener heard this, her small mouth slightly opened wide, and a flash of surprise appeared in her eyes. She subconsciously raised her hand and ran the hair at her temples, her voice slightly surprised and unable to hide her delight. Is it really as powerful as you say? I'm just gritting my teeth and thinking that I can't admit defeat easily. Xinxingha nodded solemnly, seriousness written all over his face, and sighed in his heart. Isn't it? The boundary-breaking pool had unexpectedly skyrocketed by 3% with no aura to add to it. Good lord, this is something that even 3 Wen Ruyuns can hardly reach. Full of positive energy. Chapter 60, The Kanglan Date. 6 months later, Su Lingyin's heart was burning with anxiety, and she hurried to the front of the secret room with hurried footsteps, calling out in a loud voice. However, the chamber was silent and unresponsive. What's going on with senior brother? Is it possible that he's cultivating again? Su Lingyin secretly pondered, thinking twice. She couldn't care less. Her fingertips embedded in the cracks of the stone wall and snapped. The next moment, the door to the chamber opened with a bang. How come it's not there? Seeing Haitang lying on the jade couch in the secret room huffing and puffing, but only Xinxingha's figure was missing. Su Lingyin was so angry that she stomped her foot. This greedy senior brother. Where did he run off to fool around again? With that, she placed the sword-shaped token in her hand on the stone table and sighed. Alas, the people from the Sword Dao sect will be here in 3 days. My good senior brother, you really aren't paying attention at all. With those words, she unleashed a strand of divine sense that instantly covered the entire Acacia sect. A moment later, Su Linging murmured with a slight frown on her willow brows. Not in the clan? Lingyun Continent West Sea, Kanglan Prefecture. Xinxingha like a first time in the city of the two little cute. Xinxingha is like a second child who has just entered the city for the first time, his eyes darting left and right, full of novelty. This appearance made Fong Loner beside her giggle, and she gently encircled Xinxingha's arm and scolded. Xingha, you are at least a dignified late Yuaning cultivator nowadays. How can you act in such a childish manner? Xinxingha skimmed his mouth noncommittally. I've never seen the world. Loner, I'll tell you, the furthest place I've been since I was born is Qianyuan City. This is the first time I've left the Qianyuan state. Fong Loner was slightly stunned, then she spread her face and smiled. Then you can come and play more often in the future. In Kanglan Prefecture, with my Fong Loner covering you, no one will dare to bully you. Oh, he. Loner has a big mouth. Xinxingha had a sly smile on his face. Fong Loner raised her chin proudly. Master had said that when I reached the God Transformation realm, he would let me take over the position of the Moonflower Sect's patriarch ahead of time. In this Kanglan Prefecture, although there is still the existence of the everlasting pavilion, in reality, my Moonflower Sect is the #1 power here. Xinxingha picked up with a face full of praise. I see you now. You've already touched the threshold of the Yuaning Great Circle, right? Why haven't you broken through yet? Fong Loner's small mouth pouted, and a few moments of distress passed through her expression. It's so close, but no matter how much I pound on it, I can't break through this shackle. Alas, in these 6 months, I've taken countless pills and soaked in the spirit spring every day, yet it's still difficult to advance an inch. Xinxingha pondered for a moment and seemed to have an answer in his heart, and in the very next moment, he felt as if his arm had been hit by a massive softness, and unconsciously moved 2 inches to the side. He curiously took a sideways glance, only to see that Fong Loner's originally slim long skirt was actually bulging at the moment. Without having to think about it, it must be that Bai Zi tranquility had seized control of the body again. Bai Zitran laughed softly. LOL, breaking 2 minor realms in a row in such a short period of time. One's cultivation is definitely unstable, and how can more resources make up for that? Xinxingha nodded slightly. What Bai Zitran said coincided with what he had in mind. In fact, a similar situation had already manifested itself in the Acacia sect, especially when Ruyun, who had managed to break through to the late stage of Yuaning. Currently her cultivation was almost at a standstill. No matter what she tried, it was still difficult to inch forward. As for the other several master uncles and sisters, this has not happened yet, but Xinxingha had a premonition that he was afraid that when they reached the late stage of Yuaning, they would also face the same situation. The good thing is that the impact of these on his cultivation progress is not too great, just the speed, inevitably slower than usual. During this multi-half-year period, Xinxingha had successfully broken through to the late stage of Yuaning, and the boundary-breaking pool had come to 56%. After pondering for a long time, Xinxingha opened his mouth and asked, White front. Just as the words left his mouth, they were cut off by shallow tranquility, only to see her eyes flowing, as if she were a spirited fish leaning over. Her voice was even more delicate, as if she could wring out honey. Kyo-ha, call me Asahi. Xinxingha shook his head helplessly. He had to admit that this Bai Zi tranquility was really a soul-seducing special thing. Xinxingha hurriedly collected his mind and opened his mouth to ask, Ahem, do you have a solution? Bai Shanyuan's eyes flowed. The corner of her mouth hooked up with a meaningful smile, and she delicately said, Naturally I know. Just, why should I tell you? What would I gain by telling you? As she spoke, she stretched out a finger and gently poked Xinxingha's chest. Xinxingha sighed as he subconsciously rubbed his still somewhat sore back. The last half-month had really worn him out. In order to quickly push Su Lingyin, Yi Lianer, and the 3 of them, Haitang, to the Yuaning realm, he had sold his strength without the slightest reservation. Even last night, it was dawn before he took a moment to rest. Early this morning, Fong Loner, who was far away in Kanglan Prefecture, was summoned urgently. Helplessly, at the cost of 10 top-grade spirit stones, he took a teleportation array to come to this distant Kanglan Sea. Xinxingha calmly glanced at Bai Zitran and pushed her away from his side. Love to talk and spoil you. Hearing such rude words from him, Bai Zi tranquility couldn't even give birth to a single thought of displeasure in her heart. It was as if Xinxingha's appearance, when it fell into her eyes, turned into another picture of light. Bai Zi tranquility, like a pampered little girl, once again tightly hugged Xinxingha's arm and delicately said, Little Qingha, my Bai family has a technique that can condense cultivation and compress spiritual energy, and its efficiency is 10 times better than spending a great deal of time on your own. If it's coupled with Ray, Giggle, the effect can even be enhanced more than 100 times. Here, she stopped abruptly, blinking her almond eyes and staring straight at Xinxingha. Xinxingha rubbed his brow and secretly thought to himself that he was afraid that it would be really hard to get that gong method from her mouth without giving her some benefits. Say what you want. Bai Zi Tranquility's eyes were happy, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he slowly said, I want to make a bet with you. If you win the bet, I'll give you the technique with both hands. If you lose the bet, then stop helping that girl to suppress me, and take me with you in the future. Xinxinghe sneered. He, am I still afraid of you? As soon as the words fell, Bai Zitran pulled his arm and headed ahead, passing an alley and turning in. The place was extremely gorgeously decorated, and the large glazed chandeliers flashed with colorful light under the urging of the spirit stones, and by the window facing the sea, there is an extremely wide couch. On the couch, Xinxinghe leaned lazily against the edge of the window, holding a chicly shaped wine cup in his hand and took a sip, saying faintly, the betting begins. I'll call first. The corners of Bai Zitran's mouth hooked up slightly, and cunning flickered in his eyes. LOL, I'll pike it then. Why can't I get out yet? Changed a whole day off. Oh fish boy blue thin shiitake. First a chapter. Tomorrow if you can get out. Then rush a chapter. Too hard. Chapter 61, Defending Against the Thunder Tribulation Together, realizing a win-win situation. The day rushes by, the dust settled from the bet, and Bai Zitran frankly admitted that he had lost, and he willingly offered the White family's method of condensation, the spirit tempering technique. Of course, Xinxinghe wasn't all unkind. In the way of the imperial court, he had always understood the principle of grace and mercy, and some benefits naturally had to be given. This would not only show his generosity, but would also make Bai Zitran more obedient to him in the future. Late at night, Acacia Sect Hidden Scripture Pavilion, Teleportation Array. A bright pillar of light blasted down from the sky above, instantly illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. The light dispersed, and Xinxinghe walked out from it with a yawn. Almost as soon as he had taken a step forward, there were several silhouettes coming from all 8 sides of the sect. Xinxinghe couldn't help but be staggered when he looked at the visitors and realized that it was actually a gathering of high-ranking officials. Is it really true that the moon has struck the south, and the competition is so fierce? As soon as the words fell, Wen Ruyun's voice suddenly rang out. So it's Little Clear River. I thought it was a senior from the Sword Dao sect visiting. Alas, it's an empty joy to be scattered. Soon, the silhouettes scattered, leaving Xinxinghe alone once again. He frowned slightly, wondering to himself, the Sword Dao sect? How come I don't know? With that, he stepped into the hidden scriptures and entered the secret room. Almost as soon as the door to the chamber was opened, a silhouette peeked out slightly from the curtains behind the jade couch. It's been a long time, little one. Yo. 1 hour later, Xinxinghe took a long breath. He went to the bathroom and briefly rinsed off the sweat stains on his body, threw on a robe and stepped out. In front of the dressing mirror, Xiao twisted her waist full of joy, her eyes full of love for this dress on her body. Hey little guy, do you see how good I look in this? Spinning around, he shook his head again and muttered, this skirt looks like Haitang or Uncle Goose. Alas, they are always this throwaway. My place is almost becoming their closet. Saying that he came to Xiao's body and helped her to fasten the rope buckle at the back of her neck, then smooth out the folds of the skirt one by one. Xiao slightly sidled her head, feeling his gentle movements. A warm current surged in her heart, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but slightly hook up. Xinxinghe sighed and said, this one is too small. It doesn't fit you. I'll measure your size later and have Haitang make a few more for you, so they'll look good in the designation. Xiao nodded her head contentedly. Xinxinghe gently took her hand and brought her to sit by the stone chair, then slightly raised his eyebrows and asked, what brings you to me all of a sudden? Hearing this, Xiao was instantly furious as her cheeks puffed up and she snapped, it's not because of that 1,000-year-old disaster. It's so annoying. As she spoke, she unconsciously stomped her foot, her eyes full of helplessness and annoyance. Xinxinghe suddenly realized, and silently counted in his mind that there seemed to be less than 2 years left before Xiao faced the Millennium Calamity. What? Is it trouble? Xiao sighed heavily. She came here today. Originally she just wanted to find someone to talk to and spit on. As for being able to help, she pressed on. After all, that terrifying 1,000 years tribulation was not something that a mere Yuaning cultivator could meddle with. Alas, little one, would you miss people if they died? Xinxinghe frowned and asked with concern, what do you mean, can't carry it off? Xiao let out a bitter smile, then spread her hands and said helplessly, if people had broken through the 5th grade 1,000 years ago, there would still be a 50% grasp, but now, the chances are a bit slim yet. At that, she paused slightly, a hint of frustration showing in her eyes. Alas, if I had known that I would be in this situation, I should have gotten out earlier and traveled around this Lingyun continent properly. It's not as if we've reached this day, and we haven't even had a chance to properly experience the many beauties of this world. Saying that, she slightly turned sideways and gently snuggled into Xinxinghe's arms, leaning her head against his chest and wrapping her hands around his waist, as if she was seeking a solace. Xinxinghe patted her back, thoughts racing through his mind, and a moment later, He suddenly slapped his forehead and spoke in chagrin. How could I have forgotten about this? Almost got taken advantage of for nothing. Little guy. What white taking advantage of ah? Xiao slightly tilted her head, those bright eyes staring straight at him. Xinxingha hemmed and hawed, and when he flipped his hand, a green-colored jade slip appeared in his palm. Then he injected a trace of spiritual energy into it, and the next moment countless words appeared out of thin air. Xiao looked ahead curiously, her eyes wandering between the floating handwriting, her mouth still unconsciously reading softly. Hardened. Spirit. Skill. As she read deeper, the look on her face became more and more focused, and her beautiful eyes glittered with shock. What a subtle gong method. Your human race truly hides crouching tigers and dragons. To create such a subtle and incomparable gong method, refining one's spiritual energy with lightning tribulation, reinforcing one's foundation, and refining one's physique. This is really too incredible, Xinxing has said with a faint smile. Xiao, if you and the entirety of my Acacia sect cultivate this technique, and then use the entire sect's strength to help you withstand the thunder tribulation, is that feasible? Xiao's expression stagnated, then she shook her head. The terror of that thunderbolt is beyond imagination. With the human physique, if not for a high-level physical cultivator, I'm afraid that a single glance will be blown away. Moreover, what I'm going to face is the fifth lightning tribulation, the entire 81, especially the last 9. The power is comparable to the full force of a late-stage transformation godstrike. Xinxingha blankly glanced at her without any good humor, then reached out his finger and gently flicked her head. Open your mind and keep your brain alive, Xiao muttered as she rubbed her forehead in aggravation. I'm not worried about your entire clan being dragged down by me. Xinxingha couldn't help but smile, picking up a cup of tea and tilting his head to take a big gulp. Before he could swallow, Xiao's soft voice rang out. I'm thirsty too. I want a drink too. Before the words were out of her mouth, she had slightly raised her neck. Xinxingha was unprepared, and the tea that had just entered his mouth instantly went out of control, surging between his lips and teeth. Yu Yao's throat trembled lightly, the tea spilling from the corner of her mouth snaked down her chin. A drop hit the lapel, haloing a crystal. A moment later, Xiao satisfiedly wiped away the remaining water stains at the corner of her mouth and softly said, I've just lost too much water and I've been wanting to replenish it for a long time. Next time, you won't be afraid to practice in someone's chambers. Xinxingha nodded slightly. Xiao's bedchamber was under the spiritual spring. Naturally there was no need to worry about thirst. Organizing his thoughts, Xinxingha continued. Xiao, there are many ways to jointly resist the lightning tribulation. You've only thought of the most superficial one. Xiao tilted her head, her eyebrows lightly twisted, her large watery eyes filled with doubt. Xinxingha explained with a helpless smile. When the thunderbolts descend, you fight at the front with your own body, facing the first impact of each thunderbolt head-on. After you have resolved 90% of it, leave the remaining power to the second echelon formed by me and the uncles, after which we will take over in turn, and the cycle will repeat itself. In this way, you will be able to save a great deal of consumption in the early stages and fully resist the final 9 lightning tribulations. Xinxing has said so or have reservations, because that last 9 thunderbolts, he had already thought of a way to deal with it. As for why he had trespassed and used the entire clan to assist Xiao in her journey through the tribulation, there is no such thing as a common defense against the thunderbolt and a win-win situation. This was an opportunity for Xiao, and whether or not the entire Harmony sect could rise quickly. Chapter 62, Benefiting the Sect's Development. Everything is your leadership. Xiao froze, and after a moment she mumbled something. Little one, how on earth do you people grow your heads? Xinxingha did not respond to Xiao's exclamation, but looked focused and continued to speak methodically. But according to your description of the 1,000-year tribulation, it is clearly very different from the thunder tribulation of the human race. It's a matter of the safety of the clan, so lightning-avoiding magic treasures are especially important. Speaking of which, he suddenly asked, Xiao, doesn't your Jiao clan shed a layer of scale armor when they are promoted? If I'm not wrong, this scale armor of yours should have a notable resistance to lightning tribulation. Xiao nodded slightly. That's right. Xinxingha nodded slightly and continued. Then use these scales to create a batch of close-fitting inner armor to hand over to senior uncle and the girls, and with the added power of the inner armor, they will be able to deal with the lightning tribulation with a few more points of protection. Makes sense. I'll go fetch it now then. I left all my faded scale armor in my chambers. I don't have it with me. After speaking, Xiao got up and was about to leave the secret room. Seeing this, Xinxingha reached out and yanked Xiao back. Xiao, didn't you just say that you went to your chambers to cultivate? Why don't you go over together and retrieve the scale armor on the way? Xiao sniffed. Her heart was secretly happy, but she was a bit hesitant. Is it okay? Xinxingha smiled without saying anything. In the next moment, the two disappeared into the secret room. After a long time, Su Lingyi's voice came from outside the chamber. Senior brother, I just left in a hurry and forgot to tell you. The senior sister of the Sword Dao sect is visiting the day after tomorrow, so remember to prepare in advance. Don't forget. Back mountain spirit spring. The silver-white moonlight poured down, and the water floated in gold. Yi Lianer lazily floated in the spring, her figure hidden. In the past 6 months, she had been practicing extremely hard, although nourishing her body while practicing should have been something to enjoy. But in the long run, the body is overwhelmed in the end. It's a good thing that I finally have a few days to spare, so I can come to the spirit spring to relax and unwind. Humph. Senior brother is also too lazy. At first, he knew how to actively guide me in my cultivation, but at the back, he just laid there, completely ignoring it. It's really infuriating. Having said that, she was still very grateful to Xinxinghe in her heart. After all, if it wasn't for Xinxinghe's help, not to mention Yuaning in this life, even condensing Jindan would be a big problem. Remembering once again the experience of these 6 months, she couldn't help but have her cheeks blush, and even her neck was flushed with a faint blush. I don't know whether it was an illusion or not, but she felt that the temperature of the spring water today, compared to previous days, was a little higher. Looking at the dense and rising heat flow, it added a few more flushed colors to her already flushed cheeks. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. I think Sister Ling Yin's drawing book talks about it, saying that it seems to be called sea. Her voice trailed off and she shook her head even as she did so. Geez, what am I doing thinking about this? Senior brother, what are you now? What are you doing? Senior sister misses you. As soon as the words fell, Yi Lianer gradually sank into the water, as if this could avoid the blush and the feelings. Under the spirit spring, the crystal palace, Xinxinghe's face was grave, and bean-sized beads of sweat rolled and slid down his cheeks. Xiao, what a deep heart. You actually hid your strength just now. I told you how you could possibly last just 1 hour in my hands. Xiao, on the other hand, had a flushed face, her breathing was slightly rapid, and her breasts were slightly heaving, while the smugness in her eyes couldn't be hidden in any way. Little one, if you don't hide your clumsiness, how can you be taken lightly? LOL, today, only one of you and I will be able to walk out of here standing. When Xinxinghe heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Then a cold light appeared in his eyes, and the sword in his hand slowly lifted up, the blade pointing straight at Xia. Ha! Then we have to ask this sword of mine if it agrees or not. The next day, inside the refining room, Xinxinghe commanded Haitang with a grave expression. Haitang, you customize a set of close-fitting inner armor for each of the group according to each person's body circumference. Nowadays, materials are scarce, so make sure to use them sparingly, and if you really can't, just focus on protecting the vital areas. Instead of responding immediately, Haitang squatted down and laid 4 sheets of scale armor of different grades flat on the ground in turn. After a few moments, Kaito raised his head and said in a determined tone, Senior brother, after 3 months, Haitang guarantees to build these 100 or so pieces of inner armor as they are. Xinxinghe nodded in relief and gently patted her shoulder. Then I'll work you hard, Kaito. Elder brother still has some business to attend to at hand, so he won't stay here much longer. If you have any questions, feel free to find me in the chamber. Haitang nodded heavily, and after sending Xinxinghe away, he began the preparations for making the inner armor. In her mind she already had a preliminary idea. Since the material is limited, it's only fitting that it be built in the style of a newer chambray, the Court of Acacia. You just agreed to this? Not worried about me dragging the Acacia sect into the fire? Xinxinghe was surprised, and he told Wen Ruyun about the idea of assisting Xiao to cross the tribulation. That said, he was only politely relaying the message. After all, if Xiao didn't agree, Servant Seal would have taken action himself. But to his surprise, Wen Ruyun had agreed directly without even thinking about it. At this moment, Wen Ruyun had just finished today's martial arts training, and there was still an undiluted blush on her cheeks. She raised a hand and gently ran it through her hair as she spoke. As long as it is conducive to the development of the clan, everything is led by you. As a patriarch, this point of determination and commitment I still have. Little Qinghe, don't worry and go boldly. If you encounter any problems, you can always come to find Master. Xinxinghe let out an O and left the Harmony Pavilion in 3 steps. Inside the house, Wen Ruyun's face gradually raised a smile. There was relief in that smile. A moment later, she murmured, In this life, I am no longer alone. With that, she turned around leisurely, casually dropping her sticky shirt on the floor and heading towards the bathroom. That said, Xinxinghe still had some drums in his heart. Although he had originally planned to use the servant's seal to force Wen Ruyun to give in and agree to his demands, but in the end it's all about his selfishness. After all, the biggest beneficiary of helping Xiao to cross the tribulation was undoubtedly he, Xinxinghe, himself. As for helping Wen Ruyun and the others to quench their spiritual energy, On the surface it was for the benefit of the clan, but the root of the problem is still for himself. Shinshingha, how did you become this selfish as well? Shinshingha rubbed his brow in chagrin. From an unknown time, he vaguely felt an invisible pair of palms pushing him behind his back. Gradually, he stopped thinking of himself as a tool to be manipulated by others, but gradually transformed himself into a chess player in control of the situation. System, did you drug me? Host, this system only serves as an aid to cultivation and cannot influence your decision. Shinshingha sighed and stopped dwelling on this. No, the strength is far from enough. According to what Xiao said, the fifth lightning tribulation is terrifying to the extreme. Although I have already figured out a way to deal with the last 9 thunderbolts, those 72 in front of me are still tricky. Now, even if you add Loner to the mix, the high-level battle power is still a drop in the bucket. Alas, it would have been good if we could have sought out a few transformation god realm powerhouses. Just then, there was a loud bang. Above the sky, a piercing white light was like a huge sword, breaking through the layers of clouds and stabbing into the earth. Shinshingha fixed his eyes on the location. And that location was exactly where the teleportation array of the Tibetan Buddhist pavilion was located. Is that Lon? Chapter 63, Cutie, the secret room of the hidden scriptures. Wow, what a beautiful dress. Little sister is also too good at dressing. The little lowly looked at the wide array of clothes in the closet, her eyes twinkling with countless little stars. This one, like it. This one, like it too. Geez, what if I like them all? These clothes are worth a lot of money at a glance. Little sister will be willing to give it to me. She was filled with a tangle of emotions, her eyes roving over one of the fine frocks, her insides warring with the heavens, but that pretty dress was just too tempting. In the end, she couldn't resist the temptation and quickly grabbed a red halter dress, replacing her plain clothes in 3 tries. With that done, she snapped her saber back onto her belt and went to her dressing mirror. Looking at the refreshed version of herself in the mirror, she had a contented smile on her face. Hee, I'm so pretty. With that, she suddenly clenched her small fists and grunted. Oomph. Little Yo-Yo will definitely have no reason to mock me again. All these clothes are so good for little Yo-Yo, little Frosty and the girls. Just then, the door to the chamber suddenly emitted a machine sound. Obviously someone was coming. The frightened Lori collected her breath and hid in the middle of the bathroom. To put it mildly, this was the first time in her life that she had walked out of the clan alone without the company of her sisters. The stone wall slowly opened, and the top management of the Acacia sect gathered. Strange. Senior. Could it be that there's something wrong with the teleportation array? Su Lingyan's gaze swept across the chamber inch by inch as she opened her mouth in doubt. Wen Ruyun sighed and shook her head. Alas! Disperse, the sound transmission Jade Brief said tomorrow. The movement just now is probably the Shaoqing River again. With that, she turned to leave. The group of executives sighed. Everyone took the visit of the Sword Dao sect extremely seriously. They knew in their hearts that if the Acacia sect received the full support of the Sword Dao sect, a tree of great strength, then their future development would have an even stronger guarantee. An opportunity like this comes along once in 1,000 years. Not long after, with the sound of the machine's bracket, the door of the chamber closed once again. At this moment, Lori, who was hiding in the secret room, couldn't help but let out a long breath. But then she realized with a jolt, why was she hiding? It wasn't like she was a thief. Just before she could think more, the chamber door opened again. She was abruptly silenced, then catapulted her head down the crack in the bathroom door to look at the visitor. It was an extremely good-looking man, so good that it made her feel unreal. There are still such magnificent faces in the world. In the next moment, only to see that person unexpectedly walk towards this side. She was so scared that she flashed her body and dove headfirst into the bath, causing a splash. Whoa, Lon, is that you? Shinshing had gently pushed open the door of the bathroom room, but saw the bath water rippling. He shook his head in disbelief. I thought it was Loner, but it turns out to be Elder Bai. With that, he came behind the screen and hitched his outer shirt on top of the hanger, then headed for the bath. That said, Shinshingha had wanted to take a trip to Kanglan Prefecture. That's spirit-tempering law. Although Fong Loner had also acquired it, without the thunderbolt to add to it, it would have little effect. So with regards to the matter of Xiao's tribulation, he was thinking of having a good talk with the other party. After disappearing into the water, Shinshingha stared curiously at the figure carrying him not far away. I was paying attention a moment ago, but now that I take a closer look, I realize that something doesn't seem right. This stature, not to mention comparing to Bai Zi tranquility, even Fong Loner, was a far cry. If he had to find someone who could match it, he was afraid that Haitang was the only one. But Haitang didn't have such a powerful astringent technique. At this moment, the augur body, peerless sword body, and phantom spirit body were instantly unleashed. This was the strongest method of matching among his many current physiques. Shinshingha leaped out and quickly retreated behind the screen. hastily putting his clothes on. This senior, I don't know what is the reason for coming to my Acacia sect. Having said that, a long sword was already in his hand. Immediately after that, he quietly used his immortal servant sense to establish a connection with Yu Yao. However, at this time, Shi Yao had unexpectedly fallen into a deep sleep and could not be awakened at all. Shen Xinghe was helpless in his heart. This was Shi Yao preparing for the Millennium Tribulation 2 years later. At this moment, he was a little apprehensive in his heart. It was obvious that the other party was definitely a transformation god powerhouse. What was even more terrifying was that the other party was a female cultivator. The words transformation god and female cultivator together were a flood for Shen Xinghe. He really didn't want to live like he used to. That feeling of screaming at the top of your lungs is really maddening. Fortunately, his own strength was quite good now, and with all the abilities, escaping should not be a problem. But the thing that kills me is that this is in the Acacia sect, and if he or she escapes, then his or her. Just as Shen Xinghe was thinking about it, the figure slowly turned in the pool. Dense water vapor filled the surroundings, adding a bit of haze to the scene. When Shen Xinghe saw the figure, his expression could not help but stagnate, and he could not help but whisper, "Good, lovely, her eyes are clear, just like a spring, pure and bright. The long eyelashes are like two exquisite feather fans. Every time you blink, there seems to be a gentle breeze." At the moment, she bowed her head slightly, just like a child who has made a mistake, and pinched the corner of her coat in anxiety. I didn't mean to. I was just afraid you'd think I was a thief. Chapter 64, Senior Sister, Xiao Jianxin. Oh, I see. Junior brother, don't worry. I'll help you explain it to father. It's not good to keep showing yourself as a female cultivator. The girl looked like an adult and patted Shen Xinghe's shoulder. Shen Xinghe wanted to laugh, but had to hold it back. It was because this lowly-looking girl was actually the Sword Dao Sect's senior sister, Xiao Jianxin. His cultivation was even at the terrifying late stage of god transformation. One must know that the Sword Dao Sect's patriarch, Xianbing Jianzun, was only in the late stage of god transformation. With such a terrifying cultivation and natural talent, Shen Xinghe no longer knew how to describe it. Then I thank you, big senior sister. It's just that senior brother's cultivation. I still need eldest senior sister to help me cover it up a bit. Xiao Jianxin smiled and danced her small fists. Had. A qualification like junior brothers is hard to come by in 10,000 years in the Lingyun continent. I can't imagine your future as a late Yuaning cultivator. If father knew, he would definitely tie you to death with the Sword Dao sect. Shen Xinghe let out a long breath. Today's exposure of his cultivation and identity together was something he hadn't anticipated in any way. It is good that this big sister looks in quite a good way, and seems in pretty good at fooling around. Eldest sister, I don't know what's the matter with your visit today? Xiao Jianxin cocked his head and beckoned towards the sword-shaped jade slip on the stone table, which instantly disappeared into his hand. I sent the jade slip in advance 3 days ago. Didn't junior brother see it? Shen Xinghe slapped his forehead. Saying that he hadn't seen it was obviously a lie. He just hadn't been able to work on the contents of that jade slip. Xiao Jianxin didn't care and continued. Father is closed again. And before he closed, he had instructed a few of us to make sure to supervise your cultivation progress. This time, it was originally Xiao Yao who came, your 6th senior sister, but it's just that she was nearing her breakthrough, so I came in her place. A flash of realization flashed in Shen Xinghe's eyes and he asked archly, eldest senior sister, with senior brother's current cultivation realm, is there still a need to go to that sword transformation pool? Xiao Jianxin responded with a firm tone, going is still a must, although you are equipped with a peerless sword body, which is an unparalleled qualification. After all, your cultivation time is still shallow, and the foundation of the swordway has not yet been solidified. She paused, and her fingertips condensed a stern sword chi, drawing a mysterious trajectory in the air. The sword transformation pool is a sacred place inherited by our clan for 1,000 years. It can help you cleanse your sword intent and temper your sword bones. If you get this chance, it will surely allow you to get twice the result with half the effort on the path of the sword. Shen Xinghe's eyes flashed with essence when he heard this. He originally thought that the sword transformation pool was a pool of rich spiritual chi, but with the meaning of Xiao Jianxin's words, it seemed to be far more than that. 3 days later, the hidden scripture pavilion was hazy. Shen Xinghe walked slowly towards the teleportation spell formation surrounded by Wen Ruyun and a group of other women. In these 3 days, he opened the door of the secret room wide and opened the altar in the middle of the room to preach, pouring out his understanding of cultivation. After all, with his current cultivation at the late Yuaning stage, he was already the well-deserved #1 person in the Harmony sect. Nay, with limited energy, this opportunity is limited to the inner gate. As soon as this news came out, the senior uncles and sisters flocked to the city. Each one of them got up early and blocked the doorway, fearing that she would be robbed by her people first, especially that first set late at night at midnight. It even caused a few people to exchange blows several times just to fight over the order of precedence. As for Shin Xinghe, he didn't care, because today's open altar sermon, he will just move his lips at the end of the day, and if you want him to try to demonstrate in person, you can't even think about it. Not long after, Shin Xinghe's figure gradually disappeared into the large formation. Murong Yuxian smiled and scanned the group of sighing little women. Why are you all crying? Xinghe's trip to the Sword Dao sect is a heavenly opportunity. Wen Ruyun sighed softly, her vegan hand caressing the green silk on her temples, and shook her head helplessly. Alas, senior sister, what should I say about you? Before the words fell, a moonlight-like halo had risen around her and she turned into a stream of light toward the sovereign hall. Seeing this, the rest of the people also drove up and left, and in the blink of an eye, Murong Yuxian and Murong Yueji were already left in front of the door of the scripture pavilion. Murong Yuexian's complexion was slightly stagnant, but a trace of bitterness flashed under her eyes. Murong Yuji pouted cherry mouth. Slender jade feet stomped heavily on the green stone board. Shocked hairpin tinkling. Sister is really a big fool. She tugged at the luo pa in her hand in exasperation. Who in the entire clan doesn't know that Xinghe's closest relative is you? And you're the only one who treats this friendship as. When she said this, her tone suddenly softened. My good sister, please be careful. If you continue to be this muddle-headed, I'm afraid that in another year and a half, even that yellow-haired girl, Haitang, will be crawling on top of you. After speaking, Murong Yueshi also left the place. After a long time, Murong Yuexian's cheeks leisurely flushed with two blushes, as if she had thought of something. The corners of her lips curled up slightly as a long dusty conversation crept into her mind. Xinghe wants to drink nai nai. Xinghe wants it. Xinghe wants it. Xinghe is good. Aunt will take you to look for it. If you can't find, Auntie has her own way. Kendo Sect. 9 strange peaks shaped like swords pierced the sky, towering majestically between heaven and earth. The most shocking thing was that one of the peaks was like a huge sword sticking straight into the sky. The peak was nearly vertical and the surface was densely filled with all kinds of swords. Shin Xinghe couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as he gazed at it. Those swords inserted on the mountain. A rough estimation was that there were tens of thousands of them, of which the top-grade spiritual treasure level accounted for more than 70%. What was even more alarming was that at the location of the peak, 7 ancient swords that emanated strange Tao rhythms all over their bodies were faintly visible. That was clearly an existence beyond that of a spiritual treasure. The knots in his throat rolled and his voice was a little dry. The Sword Dao sect's depth is this deep? The corners of Xiao Jianxin's lips rose slightly. The Sword Dao sect has been established for 800 years, and after the successive generations of sword cultivators have fallen, their life's cultivation will feed back into the sect. She pointed to the 7 ancient swords at the peak that were shrouded in 7-colored haze. Those handles, they are the innate Dao swords of the successive patriarchs, each of which contains the complete laws of the Dao of the sword. Hearing this, Shin Xinghe stared unblinkingly at the 7 Dao swords at the peak. At the very moment he gazed, the peerless sword body suddenly operated on its own, sword chi rushing like a tide in his meridians, and a brilliant green aura erupted around him. Not good. Xiao Jianxin's eyes were quick, and her jade hand clasped his wrist like an iron vice. A pure sword intent crossed in from her palm, rigidly cutting off the resonance between Shin Xinghe and the Dao sword. Junior brother, now is not the time. A glint of gravity flashed in her eyes, but her tone remained light. Shin Xinghe only felt a stream of cool sword chi traveling throughout his body, and the agitated sword body gradually calmed down. Xiao Jianxin suddenly came closer, her agitated nose almost pressing against his cheek, exhaling like orchids. When you come out of the sword transformation pool, eldest sister will personally teach you the method of harnessing it. A green light appeared on her fingertips, and the teleportation array pattern instantly took shape. Now, let's go. At the moment of space distortion, Shin Xinghe saw in a trance that in the sleeve of Xiao Jianxin's other hand, a wisp of purple aura with the same origin as the Dao sword was vaguely transmitted. Chapter 65, Cute? That's all an act. Chemical Sword Peak. A broken sword hangs above the Spirit Spring. The Spirit Spring sword chi was vertical and horizontal, like thousands of silver snakes swimming around, but then the moment it touched the broken sword, it was swallowed up. Shin Xinghe stood at the edge of the spring, and the peerless sword body was once again uncontrollably and vaguely agitated. This time, Xiao Jianxin did not suppress it, but allowed it to flare up. In an instant, countless fine sword marks even surfaced in the 3 feet of land around Shin Xinghe, as if the void was cut by invisible sword chi. Xiao Jianxin marveled in his heart. It was a good thing that this junior brother had met his father, Xian Bing Jianzun. If he meets a devilish sword cultivator, he is afraid that the taking of the body is a foregone conclusion. Her gaze was heavy as she looked towards the broken sword in the spring that was trembling more and more. Junior brother, this broken sword is nameless and has existed since the creation of the Sword Dao sect. The water in this sword transformation pool is also not solid. but is condensed by the sword intent of the broken sword. Xinxing has sucked in a breath of cool air. By the sword intent condensing the entity, it transformed into a spring of water. This was beyond his knowledge of sword cultivators. He subconsciously reached out to touch the water, but his fingertips were cut by countless fine sword chi in the instant of contact, and the blood dripped into the pool, actually emitting the sound of gold and iron clashing. Xinxing, his heart tightened. Every strand of sword chi in this sword transformation pool actually contained the sharpness to break all laws, even if he hadn't yet exerted a spiritual body such as the Jiao Dragon body. With his cultivation at the late Yuaning stage, the strength of his physical body was by no means idle. The body that was difficult to injure by ordinary flying swords was easily pierced through like thin paper at this moment. Master, senior sister? His voice trembled slightly as he was about to open his mouth to inquire. Xiao Jianxin, however, suddenly unfolded her face and smiled, a smile that was so sweet that it caused heart palpitations. Not waiting for Xinxinghe to react, her slender foot lightly lifted. A foot has been printed on top of its back waist. Amidst the cries of alarm, Xinxinghe's figure was unsteady and his entire body fell forward. The pool of sword gas seems to feel, suddenly like a group of sharks smell blood like agitation, turned into thousands of silver mango will be swallowed by him as much as possible. Xiao Jianxing clapped his hands in satisfaction, a smile if any at the corners of his mouth. Junior brother, the sword transformation pool is a supreme treasure for quenching sword intent. She looked down at the struggling figure in the pool, her voice light and almost cruel. The sword intent you have condensed today is merely a seedling that has just sprouted. It still needs to be whacked. Xinxinghe in the pool was simply not interested in responding. The moment he crashed into the sword transformation pool, he instinctively activated his Jiao Long body. Between the chi and blood surging, his defense power soared steeply to the extreme that he was able to achieve nowadays. However, in the face of that biting sword intent, it was only supported for a moment. In just a few breaths of time, threads of blood had already haloed in the pool water, followed by being twisted into blood mist. Dying. Sonic roars of pain pierced through the water. Xinxinghe's right arm suddenly exploded in a cloud of blood, and white bones loomed in the sword chi. Seeing this, Xiao Jianxin's face smiled even more, her eyes flickering with an almost frenzied glow of excitement, forming a bizarre contrast with her petite and cute appearance. Those who can last for an hour in the sword transformation pool will be admitted to the sword Dao. Those who persist for one day can be called geniuses of the sword way. Those who stick to it for 2 days can reach the sword master in this life. Stick with the 3 dayers. Before the words left his mouth, the pool suddenly exploded into a monstrous wave, only to see Xinxinghe drenched in blood, his eyes red, his hands grasping the poolside green stone. Eldest sister, can you hold off for a while? I'm not ready yet. His voice was hoarse, and his lean body was revealed under his shattered robes. The corner of Xiao Jianxin's mouth slightly hooked into a cruel arc, her veiled hand lightly raised, and a strand of purple aura soared out from her fingertips, not entering the broken sword. Boom! In a flash, 7 bronze chains glowing with bloodlight burst out from the broken sword, wrapping around Xinxinghe's limbs like living creatures, dragging him a little bit back into the pool again. Xinxinghe screamed, tearing his heart out. Those chains were actually searing his soul. Xiao Jianxin's cheeks actually flushed a sickly red as she listened to the mournful wailing. She stuck out the tip of her pink tongue and gently licked it across her lower lip, an almost obsessive light dancing in her eyes. Junior brother good, with your qualifications of the peerless sword body, you should at least hold on for 2 days, or even 3 days. Now, it's just getting started. Spirit Sword Peak, Sovereign Hall. The Xianai sword venerable slowly exhaled a mouthful of icy cold air as his eyes opened and a playful smile flashed underneath his eyes. What a subtle concealment method. It even fooled my eyes. 5 sword shadows flowed in the hall, condensing into 5 female cultivators with different temperaments. One of the women wearing a brocade cloud pattern dress was the first to open her eyes, the corners of her lips slightly raised. Congratulations to father on his joyous acquisition. Immediately afterward, the woman in the ice blue brocade dress on her side also opened her eyes. The secrets in this junior apprentice brother's body are afraid to be more than just the peerless sword body. The Xian Bing sword exalt suddenly raised his hand to interrupt, and the temperature in the hall plummeted. To reach the late Yuaning stage at such a young age, it makes sense that there are some secrets. With that, he looked to the woman who had spoken first and said, Yaoer, you go ahead and watch over the sword transformation pool. Your big sister should be able to listen to your words. Xiao Jianyao rose solemnly and bowed towards Xin Bing Jinzun, the brocade cloud pattern skirt flowing, the sword at her waist emitting a clear sound. My daughter leads the way. Her beautiful eyes flowed as she added with a smirk. But father also knows that if big sister is crazy. The Xin Bing sword exalt sighed helplessly. If it came to cultivation, this eldest daughter was still above him. If he wasn't slightly better in the sword Dao realm, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to suppress this crazy girl. That's just it. Go ahead and I'll be right behind you. Eldest senior sister. I remember that master never mentioned that the sword transformation pool was going to be like this. Xinxingha's voice was hoarse, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Tossing people to death. Xiao Jianxin's originally insane eyes suddenly stagnated when he heard this. She tilted her head, her green silk hanging down, revealing that harmless and cute face. It's been discovered. She tapped her fingertips on her vermilion lips and smiled innocently. But little master doesn't feel. In a flash, she came behind Xinxingha, her red lips almost pressed against his ear. Is the sword intent quenched this way the purest? Before Xinxingha had time to react, he heard a snort. Xiao Jianxin's delicate jade hand had directly penetrated his dantian qi. Blood spurted out and condensed into countless tiny blood-colored ice crystals in the air. Look, nah. She drew back her bloody hand, pinching a blood-stained yuaning at her fingertips. Even the yuaning is soaked with sword qi. Big sister, you, Xiao Jianyao, who had arrived late, suddenly changed her expression when she saw this. Don't be anxious. Xiao Jianxin's fingertips flicked and a purple sword domain instantly enveloped 100 feet in a circle, blocking Xiao Jianyao out. I'm helping him. She tilted her head to look at the clouds, and at this moment, the Dharma phase of the Xian Bing sword exalt slowly condensed between heaven and earth. Xinr, pulling up seedlings may not be a good thing. He's still young and can't withstand you tossing him around like this. Xiao Jianxin suddenly covered her lips and laughed lightly, the jade hairpin in her hair tinkling. Father, you are too indecisive. As soon as the words left her mouth, she slammed her palms together. In an instant, Xinxingha's yuaning shattered inch by inch. Heart, big sister.